Oh, hello my friends. Welcome back to the channel. Hope you are enjoying the videos. If so, please like the videos and subscribe the channel. By the way, guys, thanks for the donations from my last video. I am glad for your support. To show my gratitude, here's a longer video as some of you said they wanted. Also, you guys are not subscribing as much because around 60% of you have not yet subscribed, so I request you to subscribe the channel and like the videos. Now, there's a lot to unpack in this one, so let's jump right in. A month after Ethan inherited Queen Celestia's legacy. "We finally arrived," smilingly said a handsome man whose long green hair seemed to be made from vines. "Now we can finally kill those furbolgs and their descendants." "We didn't come here to kill them, Hariel," a man with the head of a snake said in an impatient tone. "How many times must I remind you that we didn't come here for that reason? Are you going to jeopardize our mission?" "You've grown timid, Aspies," Hariel sneered. "Did hiding for too long dull your fangs?" "Shut up, Hariel," Aspies replied coldly. "You already know that if you mess up this mission, you'll have to deal with Lord Urig's wrath. If you still feel like doing what you wish to do, then do it alone. Don't drag us with you." Hariel clicked his tongue, but he no longer said anything. Clearly, the snake man's threat worked on him. "First, we need to gather information," said a beautiful woman with long black hair and black scales covering a quarter of her face. "Coincidentally, there are 4 of us and 4 territories in the Shire continent. I suggest that we each go to different territories to speed up our mission." "That's a nice suggestion, Samara," declared a man with 2 small white horns protruding from his head. "I like cold places, so I'll go to Northshire. I'm sure I'll feel at home there." "Yeah, only you can go there, Fanar," Aspies commented. "I hate cold places." "That's because you're a snake," Hariel said in disdain. "But I guess I'll go to Westshire. It's been a while since I ate an elf. I'm sure I'll have my fun there." "I'll go to Eastshire," Samara stated. "Dealing with humans is my specialty." "Then I guess I'll go to Southshire," Aspies nodded. "Remember, our goal here is to find the traces of the artifact that Lord Urig is looking for. Hunting the furbolgs and their descendants is not our mission. But if you really wish to kill a few of them, make sure that you won't leave any traces behind. If their community becomes suspicious, and they start to actively look for us, then we will not be able to move freely. Hariel, I'm warning you." "Shut up, Snake," Hariel sneered. "You don't get to order me around." After saying those words, the handsome man with long green hair walked away without even bothering to look back. "We will all meet up in Grandshire after 2 months," Aspies announced. "Make sure to arrive on time. I don't like waiting." Samara and Fanar nodded their heads in understanding before they left for their chosen territories. Mingling with the locals wasn't hard for them. Among the Fomorians, they were the most suitable individuals for information gathering. This was also why they were sent to the Shire continent to look for the legendary artifact of the furbolgs, which had the power to break the seals that were placed on some of their most powerful companions. During Samara's 1-month stay in Eastshire, she had searched high and low for the artifact that they were supposed to retrieve in the Shire continent. Throughout the past month, she had gathered a lot of rumors and information that was spreading across Eastshire, which amused her. She found out that one of the colossi, whom the Fomorians were looking for, had appeared in Westshire, and she was none other than Queen Celestia. Because of this, she came across the information about Ethan and how he was being targeted and prosecuted by the nobles simply because he had inherited Queen Celestia's legacy. "He must be killed at all cost," Samara thought as she arrived in one of the major cities of Eastshire. "But first, I will need to gather temporary allies in order to pull that off." Right now, she was in Starvar City, which was under the control of the Astaf family. Oscar was a marquis who served directly under the king, and their family had lived in the city for hundreds of years. Even though their prestige had dwindled a bit after losing 2 prodigies, it was a fact that they were one of the most prominent families in Eastshire. Samara had decided to meet with Oscar because she believed that as long as he was given a chance to kill Ethan, he would definitely do it. Of course, she didn't have any normal means to contact him, so she had decided to infiltrate their residence once she was certain that Oscar was within its premises. Samara originally intended to head to Limburg town, believing that there was a high chance that the artifact that she was looking for was hidden somewhere in the Great Eagle Forest. However, remembering how the Water Fairy Queen had become a thorn in their side in the past, she also wanted to get rid of Ethan. With this intention, she wanted to know more about him and the power he used to fight. Samara had every intention to nip him in the bud before it was too late. And in order to do that, she would need the help of the Astaf family, whom she believed to be scheming Ethan's downfall. "The enemy of your enemy is a friend," Samara mused as she gazed at the grand residence that overlooked the entire city. "I just hope he doesn't disappoint me." The beautiful woman was very good at detecting the presence of strong people. Anyone within her 1-mile radius wouldn't be able to escape her detection. Truth be told, she was surprised to find out that there were 4 people with strong magical power within the Astaf family. However, she believed that the strongest of the 4 was the person she was looking for. After confirming that her target was indeed inside the residence, Samara didn't hesitate to initiate contact with Oscar. She found him sitting inside his office, reading some letters. Just as she thought that she was able to enter the room undetected, the patriarch of the Astaf family sighed and lowered the letter from his hand. "Who are you, and why are you sneaking inside somebody else's house?" Oscar asked. His left hand was holding the scabbard of his sword, ready to pull out his weapon at a moment's notice. "I didn't come here to fight, Oscar Astaf." Samara no longer hid herself and appeared before him. "I came here with a proposal for you." "And that is?" Oscar inquired, not lowering his guard in the slightest. "I want to kill Ethan Gremory," Samara stated. "You want him dead too, don't you?" "So," Oscar arched an eyebrow. "Then we should work together," Samara said in a voice tinged with temptation. "As long as you are able to get him to leave the academy, I will handle the rest." "I see," Oscar smiled. "That sounds like a good plan." Without any warning, Oscar unsheathed his blade and severed Samara's neck, taking the latter by surprise. The beautiful woman's head rolled on the floor for a few seconds, before coming to a complete stop. "You're more decisive than I thought," Samara's severed head said with a smile. "Why did you attack me? Didn't you hate Ethan?" "Oh, I do hate him," Oscar replied. "But my hate for your kind is greater than my hate for the kid." "Oh, you knew." "How can I possibly not know? You Fomorians have always liked others doing the dirty work for you. What makes you think that you can barge in my residence and make a deal with me?" Samara's headless body grabbed her head on the ground and placed it back to where it rightfully belonged. "A pity," Samara commented. "The 2 of us could have become temporary allies if you had just agreed to my proposal. Now, I have no choice but to kill you." Oscar sneered. "We'll see who's going to die Fomorian." "Who else? It will be none other than you." Samara gave the old man a disdainful look. A moment later, a loud explosion erupted inside Oscar's office. The 2 powerhouses didn't hesitate to unleash their killing blows at each other, turning their surroundings into a hellish landscape. Blazing flames spread like wildfire, but the members of the Astaf family within the residence all worked together to extinguish the flames. Oscar walked out from the hellish scene with blood streaming down his left arm. However, ignoring his injury, he looked very calm, as if the injury he received wasn't a big deal. Samara, who was already a mile away from the residence, looked behind her with a frown. The Samara who had met with Oscar wasn't her real body, but merely her tail that she had cut off. "I guess I read him wrongly," Samara thought as she left hurriedly. "It seems that I made a mistake by coming here." What Samara didn't know was that the Kingdom of Eastshire already knew that the Fomorians would be coming to the Shire continent. Because of this, they had made adequate preparations that would allow them to identify these invaders, whose main purpose was to cause chaos within their domain. The Astaf family was one of the ancient wizard families who had participated in the war against the Fomorians. While it was true that Oscar hated Ethan, he knew that the Fomorians were a greater threat to his family than the teenage boy who had been keeping a low profile in Brynhildr Academy. "Send a message to the king as well as to the nobles on our faction," Oscar ordered as he waved his sword, instantly extinguishing the flames behind him. "Tell him that the Fomorians have finally revealed themselves." "Yes, Patriarch." The butler of the residence bowed his head respectfully as he headed to the aviary to dispatch dozens of ravens that would spread the news of Oscar's encounter with a Fomorian. In just a span of a few hours, more ravens flew in the skies of Eastshire, spreading the news to every corner of the realm. Even the magistratus received the news. Ginarin was forced to drop whatever he was doing, and he dispatched the magistratus to patrol their respective areas of responsibility. All of them were equipped with artifacts that could detect a Fomorian's presence as long as they were nearby. They hoped that using a carpet search across Eastshire would help them track the woman whom Oscar had fought against. Meanwhile, in Brynhildr Academy, "They're finally here," Professor Reinhardt sighed after reading the letter that had arrived at his office during the middle of the night. "Barrett, don't go anywhere for the next few days. I need you here in the academy." Professor Barrett nodded. "Should I also inform Enzo about this?" "Yes," Professor Reinhardt replied. "We will need all the help we can get. I'm sure that they will come to the academy sooner or later. After all, the thing that they are looking for is here." Professor Barrett sighed because this was indeed the case. "It will be best if you visit Coco and Broodmother. They have the right to know. Also, inform the other leaders of the Great Eagle Forest. The sooner they know the news, the better." Professor Reinhardt nodded before snapping his fingers. A second later, the headmaster of the academy disappeared from his office and reappeared in the center of the Great Eagle Forest. Pointing his wand to his throat, Professor Reinhardt magnified his voice and called out to the leaders of the Great Eagle Forest for an emergency meeting. "Our old enemies have appeared in the Shire continent," Professor Reinhardt said, his voice traveling across the entirety of the forest, catching the attention of the leaders of the races that were living inside of it. "Sooner or later, they will arrive in this place. So everyone, please be prepared. We will once again have to fight." After he delivered his message, several powerful presences rushed in his direction. They were the chieftains of their respective races, which had formed an alliance with Professor Reinhardt, allowing everyone to coexist within the Great Eagle Forest. Coco, Broodmother, the unicorn, as well as the leader of the Great Eagles entered the clearing where the headmaster was waiting for them. This night was bound to be a long one, and all of them would spend several hours discussing the countermeasures that they would make the moment their enemies entered their domain. While all of this was happening, the wills of Fortis Dud, Svend Terra, Magni Jaeger, Eilefer Equus Lyle, and Agmunder Schwartz gathered in the forbidden section of the library. "Just to be clear, all of us have chosen our champions, right?" Fortis Dud asked. "Of course," Lyle replied. "I even chose 2 of them. Aren't I amazing?" "Well, there's no rule stating that you can't have more than 1 champion," Fortis Dud smirked. "Good job, Lyle." "Ha ha ha," Lyle laughed, feeling very proud of himself. "I think everyone here has chosen their champions. No." Magni Jaeger arched an eyebrow as he scanned the faces of his colleagues. Svend, Terran, and Agmunder Schwartz nodded at the same time. Just like the others, they had also chosen their champions who would play a role in defending the academy against outside threats. "How about we all make a bet?" Lyle proposed. "Let's see who among our champions will perform well in the upcoming conflict." "There you go again." Fortis Dud rolled his eyes at the peppy brat who was addicted to gambling. "What's wrong?" Lyle smirked. "Are you afraid that my champions will surpass your precious Ethan? Are you scared? Bok, bok, bok." "Bok, bok." Lyle moved his arms, imitating a chicken, making all the wills of the founders sigh at the same time. "You're really confident that you're going to win, huh?" Magni Jaeger curled up his lips into a smirk. "Well, I don't mind joining this bet, but what will be the wager?" "What else?" Lyle placed his hands on his waist before raising his chin. Brynhildr, of course. The 4 other founders of the academy were very tempted to beat the crap out of the little boy, who proposed that the guardian deity of their academy be used as a prize for the winner of their betting game. Of course, none of them agreed to it. Brynhildr was an integral part of the academy. This was also why they had named it Brynhildr Academy in the first place, because that was the name of its guardian. For the time being, we should also prepare to activate the other defensive formations of the academy, Svend Terra said, with the intention of ignoring Lyle, who was currently being pinned down by Fortis Dud and Magni Jaeger. Yeah, let's do that, Agmunder Schwartz nodded. But I have a feeling that the Fomorian that was recently sighted is only part of a scouting party. Their main force is still in Midgard. It doesn't matter, Fortis Dud stated. It's better to be safe than sorry. All the founders knew what was at stake, so they didn't hesitate to activate the ancient formations that were in the foundation of the academy. With just a thought from them, the place which served as an educational institution would instantly turn into a fortress, capable of withstanding a siege even from the strongest warriors of the Fomorian race. Somewhere in Westshire. So this is the place where Celestia is hiding, Hariel said with a smirk on his face. You've been of a big help to me, Quizana. A beautiful elf, whose eyes were blank as if hypnotized, stared at the handsome man with long green hair. She didn't react to the man's praises, but the latter didn't seem to mind. The elf's body was pierced by multiple vines that held her in place. Hariel was feeding on her blood, power, and knowledge, allowing him to learn many things. I guess it's time for your reward then, Hariel said as the vines pulled Quizana's body to him, making her stick close to his body. Hariel smiled and kissed her lips, and her body slowly merged with his own. You will live with me for all eternity, Hariel whispered seductively in her ears. Thank you for everything. After saying those words, the beautiful elf's head merged with his own, slowly reconstructing Hariel's body into the beautiful elven lady whom he had just absorbed. This was how he managed to capture the other elves, by using the bodies and memories of his victims to get close to his new targets. After absorbing everything they had, they become his skins, allowing him to find more victims, repeating the same process over and over again. But before Hariel could even enjoy his transformation, several arrows flew in his direction, forcing him to use his vines to block them all. You bastard! An elf emerged from the woods and unleashed an arrow that glowed with great power. Die, Fomorian! Hariel sneered. He transformed his hands into drills made of vines and thrusted them forward. When the drill and the arrow collided, a loud explosion took place, sending a dust cloud expanding from the point of impact. From that dust cloud, countless arrows flew in Hariel's direction, making him frown. Although he already expected that the elves would discover him, he didn't think that they'd discover him very early. Aside from Quizana, he had already consumed 2 more elves, making his victim count rise to 3. He thought that this would not be enough to make the elves become aware of his existence, but he made one wrong calculation. The place where Queen Celestia dwelled was protected by high elven magic. The moment Hariel trespassed into this territory, he was already detected by the high elves, who didn't hesitate to band together to destroy him. Ha, I guess it's time to leave. Hariel knew that he couldn't underestimate the elves. But just as he was about to merge with the ground, planning to travel beneath it, a shining blue arrow flew in his direction. Just like what he had done earlier, Hariel transformed his hands into a vine drill and raised it, intending to repel the arrow that contained great powers that could potentially harm him. But the moment his vines collided with the arrow, all of them were obliterated in an instant, catching Hariel by surprise. Fortunately, his senses kicked in, and he reflexively tilted his body to the side, preventing the arrow from hitting his heart. However, it still landed on his upper right chest, making the Fomorian groan in pain. He immediately used his regrown left hand to apply pressure to the wound before hatefully glancing in the direction where the arrow had come from. There, he saw a beautiful lady with long blue hair and eyes, who was looking at him with a sneer on her face. Celestia, Hariel growled before diving head first to the ground, burrowing as fast as he could. That one arrow told him everything that he needed to know. Knowing that he would definitely die if he stayed any longer, he made the decision to retreat and leave Westshire as fast as he could. Queen Celestia watched the Fomorian flee with a sneer on her face, but she didn't make any attempts to pursue him. The high elf who had arrived at the scene bowed her head respectfully to the water fairy queen and apologized to her for letting the queen's sanctuary, which they were supposed to be protecting, be breached. The Fomorian has already fled, and I'm sure that he will leave Westshire as fast as he can, Queen Celestia stated. Should we not run after him? The high elf asked. He is a very dangerous individual. Don't worry about him, Queen Celestia replied. Someone else will deal with him in our stead. After saying those words, the water fairy queen disappeared. She could have killed the Fomorian if she really wanted to kill him, but she chose not to. Allowing the races to understand that these ancient monsters had once again appeared in the Shire continent would raise their awareness, allowing them to make preparations for future invasions. Also, there was another reason why she allowed Hariel to escape. The rest is all up to you, Ethan, Queen Celestia thought. This will be a good experience for you. 2 weeks later in Grandshire, the 4 Fomorians gathered together in a small cottage deep in the woods, which belonged to a hunter. Of course, the hunter was already killed to prevent any witness of their arrival. To ensure that there would be no traces of his death, Aspies swallowed him whole. But after hearing what had transpired in Westshire and Eastshire, the demi-human snake couldn't help but hiss in anger. You fools, Aspies glared at Samara and Hariel, who had alerted the locals that their race had once again stepped foot on the Shire continent. I can understand why the elves discovered Hariel, but you, Samara, I thought you knew better than to interact with humans. Samara sighed because Aspies' anger was well placed. If she hadn't become too greedy, targeting Queen Celestia's successor, her cover wouldn't have been blown. Since the battle with Oscar Estat, she understood that staying in Eastshire was no longer possible. Because of this, she headed to Grandshire earlier than the agreed time to meet. However, she also found Hariel in the city. Since the two of them were already there, they decided to keep a low profile, lest they once again catch unwanted attention. I think we have greatly underestimated the races on this continent, Fanar, the demon-like human with 2 small white horns on his head, said. The dwarves might not have discovered me, but I didn't get an opportunity to infiltrate their underground cities. Their defenses were simply too good, and if I were to use brute force, I would have definitely been restrained because of their unique artifacts and weapons. How about you, Aspies? Did you get any news from the Beastkins? Aspies shook his head. I encountered a few Beastkins who immediately knew that I wasn't a native from Southshire. Fortunately, none of them knew the scent of Fomorians, so I managed to brush it off that I came from Midgard. However, there was this young man named Kanal and his sister, Lyall. The two of them found me very suspicious, so I was forced to retreat while I still had the chance. Hariel chuckled. So, in short, although you weren't discovered, you still didn't get any information. How useless are you? At least I managed to find Queen Celestia's dwelling place. And I found out about the identity of her successor, Samara stated. Aspies snorted. What you two discovered isn't something hard to find out. News of Queen Celestia and the teenage boy who acquired her powers was a widespread news even in Eastshire. Everywhere I went, it was the only thing that most Beastkins were talking about. Do you really think that the two of you learned something new? Fanar was about to tell everyone to calm down when his body suddenly stiffened, making his companions look at him with solemn expressions on their faces. We're surrounded, Fanar stated. I can sense 7 people. You bastards, Aspies hissed. Did you not even consider that someone might be trailing you? Hariel and Samara ignored Aspies and waited for Fanar to give them more information about the people that had encircled their cottage. 4 humans, 3 Beastkins, Fanar said. It seems that you have also been followed, Aspies. Hariel and Samara both sneered at the bossy snake, who had a surprised expression on his face. I was followed. Aspies couldn't believe that someone had managed to bypass his detection. Well, it doesn't matter. Hariel stretched his arms and legs. There's only 7 of them. Let's just deal with them quickly. Samara and Fanar nodded their heads at the same time, while Aspies clicked his tongue. Fine, Aspies stood up as well. Make sure that you don't leave any survivors behind. Suddenly, the 4 Fomorians charged at the wooden walls of the cottage, breaking through them. A second later, a giant spiked wrecking ball crushed the cottage, turning it into a pile of wooden splinters. Fancy meeting you here, Oscar, Professor Barrett said as he threw a glance in the distance where the patriarch of the Asta family stood. It seems that you brought Edmund with you. Father Kanal Lyall, what are the 3 of you doing here? Ethan, who was standing beside Professor Barrett, asked Lily's family members who were also at the scene with them. We just followed the trail of a snake, that's all, Seth shrugged as his gaze landed on Aspi's body. I hate snakes the most. Did you put tracing magic on me when we fought? Samara questioned Oscar, whom she had fought a few weeks ago. It's just an elementary level magic that anyone can use, Oscar replied. Did you really think that you could destroy my office without paying your due? Ethan, what are you doing here? Lyall, who didn't hesitate to hug the young man, asked with a bright smile on her face. Don't tell me that you smelled my scent and followed me all the way here. Of course not, Ethan replied as he pried away Lyall's hands that were holding his body. Now is not the time for this, Lyall. We need to deal with these guys first. Lyall nodded. You're right. How can we go on a date if there is a third party around? The Fomorians all looked at Ethan because they recognized his name as the one who had managed to inherit Queen Celestia's legacy. It looks like it's our lucky day, Samara said sweetly. The person I'm looking for is here. Make sure to not kill him right away, Hariel stated before licking his lips. I wonder how a human with an epic legacy tastes. All of you are brave for trying to face us with only 7 of you, Aspies scoffed. But since all of you wish to die, we will grant your wishes. Fanar, who didn't say anything from beginning to end, nodded at his comrades. As if waiting for that moment, the 4 Fomorians slammed their palms on the ground in front of them at the same time. Destruction domain. Immediately, their surroundings changed into that of a dark plain filled with countless bones of monsters. Countless giant vultures circled the sky and eyed their guests with crimson eyes. I'd like to deal with that woman, but it will be best if I handle that green-haired guy, Oscar stated. That way, I can burn him to a crisp. I'll deal with the white, horned demon. Lord Edmund rubbed his chin. Is what I'd like to say, but I think you're a better match against him, Barrett. I agree, Professor Barrett nodded. Kanal, Lyall, you deal with the snake, Seth ordered. If you can't even beat that weakling, both of you will be banned from leaving our house for half a year. *T, Lyall cursed out loud. Brother, no matter what happens, we must defeat that snake. How can I possibly knock Ethan unconscious and eat him up if I'm not allowed to leave the house? Kanal didn't say anything and simply changed into his werewolf form. He had long wanted to know what fighting against a Fomorian was like, and this was the perfect opportunity to do so. Ethan, who pretended that he didn't hear Lyall's words, gazed at the beautiful woman who was smiling back at him. Don't worry, handsome, Samara said. I will play with you slowly. Lord Edmund and Seth glanced at each other before nodding their heads at the same time. The 2 of them would sit this one out and observe how their comrades would fight against their foes, who had forcefully taken them to their domain. Don't use your domain, Sebastian commented. You're too used to bringing your enemies inside of your domain. It's about time that you fought inside your opponent's domain, where you are at a disadvantage. This is good training for you, Ethan, Ethan's other half commented. I'm sure that's also the reason why Queen Celestia planted that tracking magic on that green-haired guy over there. She wants you to fight against them and better understand what kind of enemies you will be facing in the future. After leaving a mark on Hariel's body, Queen Celestia informed Ethan through their connection of what had happened in Eastshire. Because of this, Ethan asked Professor Barrett to accompany him to Grandshire so that they could hunt Hariel and ask him some questions. To his surprise, it wasn't just them who had placed a mark on the Fomorians. When Oscar fought against Samara, he made sure to place tracking magic on her. His tracking magic wasn't ordinary tracking magic. Even if the body he placed the tracking magic on was destroyed, it would automatically latch to anything that had a similar body composition to the person whom he used his magic on. So even if Samara didn't actually fight against him and only used her tail to create a clone that was as strong as her, Oscar was able to find her exact location wherever she went. But knowing that she might have comrades with her, he decided to ask the Grand Archmage of Eastshire to accompany him so that they would be able to deal with any unexpected variables that would cross their path. None of them expected that they would find like-minded individuals in Grandshire, who were also checking if the Fomorian they were chasing after had accomplices. Fannar roared and curled his body, transforming into a giant snowball littered with ice spikes. He then rolled towards the group of people who had come to fight against them. Two can play that game, Professor Barrett sneered before he threw his wand, making it transform into a giant spiked wrecking ball that collided with Fannar's deadly roll. The two forces canceled each other out, and it also signaled their first battle against the ancient race who had decided to come out of hiding. "Ha ha ha, I don't like eating old men, so I'll just kill you here, mongrel." Hariel laughed wildly as he swung his arm that transformed into a giant vine whip. Oscar was unimpressed by Hariel's taunts and simply waved his wand to unleash a hellish inferno that charged in the madman's direction. "I will not allow you to ruin my date with Ethan." Lyall, who had also transformed into her werewolf form, charged at Aspies with fury. However, the demi-human only sneered as he casually blocked and dodged Lyall's flurry of blows that no ordinary wizards or witches could evade. Suddenly, Aspi's lower body transformed into that of a snake's. He raised his tail just in time to block Canal's punch from behind, making the latter frown. While this was happening, Ceph's and Lord Edmund's attention were on the teenage boy, who was facing off against the only woman among the group of Fomorians. Her hands had transformed into claws, and a tail could be seen moving behind her back. However, Ethan wasn't fazed and held his sea god's trident in his hand. The head of the Beastkins and the Grand Archmage of Eastshire were very curious how Ethan would fight against a Fomorian. Both of them knew that the young man could summon a domain, but seeing that the latter was still not using it made them wonder what he was planning to do. Suddenly, the giant vultures in the sky screeched as they all descended from the sky, joining the fight and aiding the Fomorians in order to feed on the scraps of these mortals, who were getting in the way of the mission that their master had given to them. "Is this your first time fighting inside a domain, handsome?" Samara asked Ethan with a smile on her face, while she attacked the boy who was dealing with a giant vulture that had swooped down on him. "Inside this domain, we are twice as powerful as we normally are. So, if you don't pay attention to your surroundings, you might die young, you know." Ethan didn't bother to answer and simply blocked Samara's claws, utilizing the force of her attack to help him skid backward. With that, he successfully avoided the attack of a giant vulture from the sky. Ethan's opponent looked slender, but her blows hit as hard as a truck, making his hands turn a bit numb. If not for the power of the Tide Bringer's legacy and the boost in strength granted by his sea god's trident, he might have had a harder time fighting against Samara. These Fomorians might be strong, but they are nowhere as strong as Commander-class Fomorians, Ethan's other half commented. At most, these people are merely captains in the Fomorian army. If you can't even beat them without using your domain, you're going to have a hard time dealing with a commander-level adversary. Ethan took his other half's words to heart and summoned his wand to hover beside him. Aqua anguis, water snakes whose body was as big and as long as coconut trees, surged forward, their mouths open and fangs ready to strike. Samara snorted, and casually dispersed them all with her claws. She managed to destroy the first barrage, but Ethan wasn't done just yet. More water snakes rose up from the ground and charged at her with such ferocity, which she soon found hard to counterattack. In the end, she was forced to distance herself from the hundreds of snakes that were now protecting the boy she was fighting against. The giant vultures who had come too near were dragged down by these snakes, bitten senselessly until they died. Soon, their blood mixed with the water snakes' bodies, changing the color of a few of them into red. These red water snakes were twice as strong as the regular one, making them incredibly deadly. After gaining the Water Fairy Queen's power, Ethan's spells had received a power-up, gaining additional effects when certain conditions were met. He really mustn't be allowed to grow stronger, Samara thought, as she unleashed a barrage of black crescent blades with her claws, cutting the water snakes that were charging at her into pieces. After killing dozens of snakes, Samara suddenly jumped to her right side, barely evading a silver trident that stabbed the location where she was standing earlier. After missing its target, the trident turned into a blur of silver light and shot in her direction. Unlike the water snakes, she felt a greater threat coming from Ethan's second spear, Lightbringer, which exuded holy properties. It was a weapon that could exorcise the undead, as well as evil spirits and evil creatures, making it a very deadly weapon against anything that its master considered evil. Right now, Ethan had branded Samara as someone evil, so the Lightbringer would hunt her until it landed a strike on her body. Samara wouldn't have any problems if she was only dodging the silver trident. However, Ethan's red water snakes were also charging in her direction, poised to strike. The countless giant vultures in the sky didn't hesitate to try to help their ally, but they only served as fodder for Ethan's water snakes, which became stronger the more they absorbed the blood of the monsters they had killed. The Fomorians, who originally thought that they would be able to defeat their enemies inside the domain, slowly realized that the enemies they were fighting against weren't ordinary individuals. Professor Barrett didn't even need to use his chained paragon. He was only using his magical chains and spiked wrecking ball to fight Fanar, who was now being pushed back every time they clashed. Hariel, whose deadly vines would have normally killed hundreds of ordinary wizards and witches, found all of his attempts to attack Oscar thwarted by the flames that were blazing across their battlefield. "Flame Lord Oscar," Seth muttered. "I guess he still hasn't lost his touch." The Grand Archmage of Eastshire, Lord Edmund, only chuckled after hearing Seth's comment. "He grew up on the battlefield, so he is used to fighting strong opponents," Lord Edmund said. "Besides, that Fomorian is also at a great disadvantage since he's dealing with his elemental weakness. His vines will be burned before they even reach Oscar." Meanwhile, Lyall and Kanal, who had both transformed into their werewolf form, were slowly pushing Aspies back with their combination attacks. The siblings were simply too fast and too cunning for Aspies to land a blow at their body. Even if he tried to set a trap for one of them, allowing them to land a hit so that he could grapple with them, the other would hit him hard, forcing him to release his grip. Simply put, their foes were a bad matchup for them, which made them understand what they needed to do. "We must switch our opponents." That was what Aspies, Hariel, and Fanar thought at the same time, seeing that they were unable to gain advantage against their enemies. But just as they were about to do so, they heard a scream that reverberated in the surroundings, making them glance in the direction where it was coming from. There, they saw Samara's right arm smoking, as if it was burned by something. "Why do you have that?" Samara screamed hysterically as she pointed at the burning spear that was hovering beside Ethan. "Why do you have the slaughterer?" Ethan had no idea why Samara suddenly panicked the moment he summoned Ariadpair to attack her. When Lightbringer had managed to send her flying earlier, she didn't even bat an eye. But the moment Ariadpair flew in her direction, she immediately did everything in her power to dodge its attack. Although she didn't get directly hit by Ariadpair's deadly strike, the spear still grazed her arm, leaving a deep burning mark that was a foot long. Of course, Ethan had no intention of backing off on the amount of pressure he was putting on Samara and prepared to unleash another attack. However, Sebastian and his other half immediately told him to back away. As soon as Ethan did as he was told, vines, icicles, and an acid spray descended upon the place where he stood earlier, making his face turn solemn. All the Fomorians, who were fighting the others, didn't hesitate to break free from their opponents and attack him as if killing him was the mission that they had been asked to do when they arrived in the Shire continent. The Fomorians, whose strength rose drastically, all attacked Ethan as if he and them couldn't coexist in the same place and time. The others, who were fighting them earlier, also noticed that the entire domain shuddered, and that the countless giant vultures flying in the sky earlier all turned into a black mist. The multiple wisps of black mist then merged with the bodies of the Fomorians, raising their strength to greater heights. Heriel transformed into a 30-meter-tall corrupted treant, while Aspes transformed into a giant black snake, whose scales were darker than black. Fanar demonized himself, transforming into an ice demon with 4 wings and golden eyes. Samara, on the other hand, transformed into a green lizard that looked very much like an iguana. Aspes and Samara both unleashed an acid spray directed at Ethan, while Fanar bombarded him with countless ice spears from the sky. Heriel, on the other hand, unleashed countless bullet seeds, which were the size of a golf ball, toward Ethan's direction, leaving him no room to dodge. At that instant, Ethan was already planning to go all out. But before he could do anything, he suddenly found himself being carried away by someone who made him disappear from his location at the blink of an eye. The combined attacks of the 4 Fomorians was so devastating that it destroyed everything within a 100-meter radius of where Ethan had stood a while ago. Seth looked at the Fomorians while holding Ethan in a princess carry. He could tell that they were burning their life forces in order to drastically increase their strength and fighting prowess. And all of them were looking at Ethan as if he was someone that they needed to kill, no matter what. "What did you do?" Seth asked as he allowed Ethan to stand on his own. "Why are they so adamant about killing you all of a sudden?" "I don't know," Ethan replied, "but it has something to do with my spear, Ariad Pair." The flame spear that hovered above Ethan burned even brighter, as if it found its favorite enemies. "You should run away for now," Seth ordered. "They are all aiming to take your life. As long as you're able to hold on by the time they have already exhausted their life force, they will be easier to kill." "Run," Aspes sneered. "There is no place for you to run." The domain once again trembled, and its borders rapidly shrunk, making it impossible for anyone to run away. "All of you will die here," Heriel growled, "but he will die first." Soon, the domain that initially spanned thousands of meters was now only in the hundreds. Clearly, the Fomorians had no intention of letting Ethan run away, as their life force burned away by the second. "Let's see who dies first," Ethan said coldly, as he thumped the end of his sea god's trident on the ground. Celestial Arya. Suddenly, the destruction domain that had been created by the Fomorians disappeared, replaced by Ethan's domain. A second later, countless spells bombarded the Fomorians from every direction, making them all groan in pain. "Prepare for trouble," a fire fairy shouted as she summoned a fireball that was as big as the wheel of a car. "If you know how to count, you'll know that it is more than double," a light fairy shouted as countless light arrows bombarded the Fomorians from the sky. "Filthy Fomorians, bow down to our prince," Nika, who had appeared in the celestial domain alongside the water fairies, sneered. "If not, we will make you bow even if you wince," a wind fairy declared as she and her sisters summoned countless wind blades, hurling them at the Fomorians without mercy. Ethan knew that this was no longer a simple battle, and that he had to give the enemies a decisive blow. Since he couldn't afford to lose, he decided to bring them to his celestial domain, which had now transformed into a slaughterhouse meant for killing his enemies. Over 10,000 spells descended upon the 4 Fomorians, leaving them no place to run or hide. But to begin with, they had no intention of hiding. Despite the fact that countless magical spells were raining down on them, they endured it all and charged at Ethan like madmen who only wished to bring him to the afterlife with them. Lyall, Kanal, and Seth were all prepared to protect Ethan, but the young man had no intention of backing away from their fight. "Take care of them, Sebastian," Ethan said as he pointed his trident toward the sky. "How did you know?" Sebastian asked in a teasing tone. "Just a feeling," Ethan replied. Sebastian chuckled because his cover had already been blown. Since Ethan truly needed his help, he decided to lend him his hand this once. From high above the sky of the celestial domain, the Hydra constellation glowed brightly. Aspes and Samara, who were charging Ethan while tanking the spells that were hitting their bodies, suddenly came face to face with a creature who was at least 100 meters tall, dwarfing the 10-meter-tall Fomorians who had transformed into their beast forms. 8 draconic heads opened their mouths and unleashed a dragon's breath, incinerating the fools who had tried to harm the young man whom he was protecting. The Fomorians all writhed in pain as their bodies burned. Sebastian didn't kill them instantly because he still had a better use for these monsters. Using his power, he trapped each of them inside a bubble of water, making sure that none of them would be able to escape. "Do it, Ethan," Sebastian said. Knowing what the Hydra wanted him to do, the young man didn't hesitate to summon Daneslave, who didn't hesitate to turn into a black mist that entered the water bubble without a second thought. The black mist then wrapped itself around the immobilized green lizard and started to consume it. Muffled sounds of flesh being torn apart and bones breaking spread from the water bubble as the ancient Wendigo feasted on its master's enemy. Its vile laughter reverberated within the domain, making the fairies shudder after hearing it. "Leave one of them alive for interrogation," Oscar said. "There's no need for that," Ethan replied. "Once they are consumed by the ancient Wendigo, their memories will also become part of him, so you can ask your questions later after all of them are dead." Ethan had no intention of letting any of the Fomorians go, for he now understood how dangerous they were. Perhaps knowing that Ethan would not budge in his decision, Oscar frowned, but he no longer said or did anything to make Ethan spare any of the monsters that were now helplessly trapped and waiting for the ancient Wendigo to prey on their hearts and flesh. "I must get away. I must escape this place no matter what." These were the thoughts of the 3 remaining Fomorians that were currently trapped inside Sebastian's water bubbles. No matter how much they tried to break free from its hold, it was truly impossible to do anything. Also, even if they did manage to slip away from the water bubble, they were still surrounded by many powerful individuals who would easily capture them again. Lastly, even if they do manage to escape by some miracle, they would soon realize that they would still be trapped inside the celestial domain. Unlike ordinary domains, the celestial domain existed in its own plane of existence, meaning, even if Ethan canceled its effects, only he and the people he wanted to leave the domain would be able to leave it. Simply put, no matter what they did, they were forever trapped inside the domain. The only thing they could do now was to give Ethan an offer he couldn't refuse, in exchange for their lives. 3 minutes after Daneslave entered Samara's water bubble, the giant green lizard was finally consumed. "Wait!" Aspes used the power of telepathy to communicate with everyone in the domain as a last-ditch effort to save himself. "Let's talk about this. We are willing to share any information as long as you promise to spare our lives." Ethan raised his hand to stop Daneslave from entering Aspes' water bubble. "Very well then, answer me this. Who sent you, and why were you sent to the Shire continent?" Ethan asked. "The one who sent us here is Lord Urig," Aspes answered. "He is one of the leaders of our race and holds a very high position in our kingdom. As to why we are sent here, we are checking if the Furbolgs and their descendants are still here in the Shire continent." Aspes didn't lie, because these were indeed the missions that were given to them. However, he didn't want to say the main reason they were sent to the Shire continent, and that was to find one of the 4 treasures of the Tuatha De Danann, which was the Leah Fail, also known as the Stone of Destiny. "Is that all?" Ethan asked with a smile. "Yes," Aspies replied. "That is the main reason why we are here in the Shire continent." "Then, why did all 4 of you suddenly attack me?" Ethan inquired. The 4 Fomorians were busy fighting their respective enemies, but the moment they heard Samara's scream, none of them hesitated to attack him at the same time. It's because we realized that you were the greatest threat on the battlefield," Aspies answered. "And we were right." Ethan sneered at the giant snake, who thought that he was a gullible child who didn't know anything about the world. Well, although he was indeed inexperienced, he had 2 beings beside him who wouldn't fall for such petty schemes. "I'll give you one last chance," Ethan replied. "If you don't give me the answer I am looking for." The ancient Wendigo, who was already looking at the giant snake as if it was a delicious dish, chuckled. Clearly, just a word from his master, and it wouldn't hesitate to jump inside the water bubble and eat to its heart's content. Professor Barrett, Seth, Lord Edmund, and Oscar, who were the 4 most powerful individuals inside the domain, couldn't help but look at the ancient Wendigo in surprise. Although they weren't sure of it yet, they had a feeling that the vile monster, who served as Ethan's servant, was slowly approaching their level. They believed that once it had eaten all the Fomorians, Ethan would have a true powerhouse at his command, who wouldn't lose to any of them. But that wasn't all. The frown on Oscar's face deepened as he looked at the Hydra, who was standing behind Ethan. One of its heads was locked in his direction, as if it would not hesitate to attack if Oscar decided to sneak attack Ethan while he was dealing with the Fomorians. Although he was certain that he was stronger than the ancient Wendigo, the patriarch of the Astaf family was absolutely certain that the Hydra behind Ethan was more powerful than him. Because of this, any thoughts of attacking the boy were put aside for the time being. He was even considering taking back his order for the heirs of the Astaf family to kill Ethan. None of the members of the young generation would be able to defeat the boy, especially if the ancient Wendigo was there to protect him. What Oscar didn't know was that the moment the ancient Wendigo ate all the Fomorians, it would definitely become stronger than him. If he only knew that Constantine's gravity domain now belonged to Dainsleif, he would definitely cough out blood due to anger and frustration. "What are you talking about?" Aspies, who had been asked a question, asked back. "I told you the truth." "I see," Ethan smirked. "I gave you a chance, but you wasted it. Do you really believe that I didn't know that you weren't telling me everything? Dainsleif, eat him." "Wait," Aspies, who finally realized that Ethan wasn't convinced with his answers, pleaded for forgiveness. Unfortunately for him, Ethan wasn't a very merciful person, especially towards those who were aiming for his life. The ancient Wendigo, who had been given the green light to devour the Fomorian, chuckled once more before turning into a black mist. The despair, frustration, and horror that the Fomorian felt were the exact spices that the ancient Wendigo loved very much. Hariel and Fanar could only watch helplessly as another one of their comrades was eaten. They knew for certain that if they didn't do anything that would gain Ethan's trust, their fates would follow the black snake, who was now about to be devoured completely. While this was happening, Ethan glanced at Hariel, who was trying to burrow his roots on the ground so that he could escape. Unfortunately for him, Queen Celestia had shared the memory of how Hariel had escaped from Westshire. Because of this, Ethan and Sebastian had made preparations in advance to make sure that the most dangerous among the 4 Fomorians would never be able to escape from his grasp. 3 minutes later, Dainsleif had finished consuming Aspies. Hariel, who was prepared to copy his fallen comrade's strategy, tried to appeal to Ethan and was willing to answer his questions as well. But Ethan didn't give him that chance. Before Hariel could even make a proposal to him, he ordered the ancient Wendigo to devour the wicked Fomorian, who was able to use the faces and bodies of the beings he absorbed to become his skin. The mere thought of having such a sinister creature on the loose filled him with dread. Queen Celestia had informed him that Hariel liked to absorb the bodies of women and paid no attention to men. Since that was the case, no matter what happened, he was the one person that must die no matter what. "I can tell you everything," Hariel roared in horror and frustration, because the roots that he had managed to burrow on the ground a moment ago had been destroyed by Ethan with a mere thought. Everything inside the celestial domain was under his control, so anything foreign inside of it wouldn't escape his senses. Although Hariel had dug and even severed his roots so that they could dig deeper without getting detected, his plan ultimately failed, making him truly scream in horror as the ancient Wendigo ate him. Due to him having the wood and life elements, his vitality was truly great. Even as Dainsleif was consuming him, Hariel was desperately trying to regenerate his body at a rapid pace in order to survive the ancient Wendigo's predation. "I'll tell you everything I know," Hariel shouted. "The reason why we attacked you is because you have Ariad Pair. It is a weapon that shouldn't exist. It's the weapon that slaughtered our kind during the Great War between us and the Tuatha De Danann. That was the real reason why we attacked you, because having it means that you will become a great threat to our existence in the future. Stop. Please stop. I'll tell you anything you want to know." Ethan didn't even bother to stop Dainsleif from consuming Hariel, because he had no intention of allowing him to live. Perhaps, knowing about this fact, Hariel once again tried to appeal to Ethan by telling him more information that he might find useful. Among the 4 Fomorians, the one who liked to kill the most was Hariel. But the thought of dying filled him with incredible dread, making him turn crazy due to fear. "The reason why we came here is to find the ancient artifact that the Tuatha De Danann had left the Furbolgs. It is none other than the Stone of Destiny, the artifact that will allow us to find our true king who will usher our race to greatness." Fanar, who was still trapped inside the water bubble, wanted nothing more than to kill Hariel, who was revealing the secret that they should have taken with them to the grave. If he could only move his body, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the traitor, who was still not finished with his attempt to gain Ethan's forgiveness. "The Fomorians are going to attack the Shire continent in a year's time," Hariel shouted. "Whether we find the artifact or not, we simply cannot allow the Furbolgs to exist because of a prophecy. I don't know what that prophecy is because only our leaders know about it." Professor Barrett, Seth, Lord Edmund, and Oscar all listened to Hariel's confessions with serious expressions on their faces. If what the Fomorian said was the truth, then they'd better make war preparations as soon as possible. A year might seem like a long time, but anything could happen within a year. There was also a possibility that the Fomorians would attack earlier, or maybe Hariel wasn't being completely honest and was just throwing information just to confuse them. Ethan was unmoved by anything that Hariel said and didn't order Dainsleif to stop consuming the Fomorian. Half an hour later, Hariel finally met his end. Despite Dainsleif's voracious appetite, the Fomorian desperately hung onto his life till the bitter end. Fanar, who was the last of their group, didn't even say anything and simply closed its eyes and accepted its fate. Ethan knew that kindness wasn't always repaid by kindness. This was why he didn't hesitate to order Dainsleif to consume the ice demon, who had already lost its will to live. When everything was over, the giant Hydra transformed into a ray of light and shot up towards the heavens. A moment later, the constellation of Hydra reappeared, watching over the celestial domain as its guardian, ready to fight the moment he deemed fit to extend his hand. Ethan made a last sweep over his domain to ensure that there were no other threats that he missed during the earlier battle. After confirming that everything was fine, he dispersed the domain, allowing everyone to return to Grandshire. It will take some time for Dainsleif to fully absorb the memories of the Fomorians. Ethan took the initiative to share this information with everyone. "When he is done, I will share all the information that we gathered with the rulers of the Shire continent. Whether he was telling the truth or not about the Fomorian invasion, I will know the answer in a few days. Until then, you can take everything he confessed earlier with a grain of salt. He might have mixed some lies with the truth in order to make us lose sight of their true objective here in the Shire continent." Lord Edmund nodded his head in understanding. I'll visit Brynhildr Academy in a week. These matters must be discussed personally, instead of relying on ravens to deliver our letters to each other. Ethan agreed with the Grand Archmage's words and promised that he would have everything ready by then. After that short discussion, the Grand Archmage of the Kingdom of Eastshire and the Patriarch of the Astaf family flew away. But Oscar had given Ethan one last glance before he followed behind the Grand Archmage. He finally left, Ethan muttered. So why are you still here, Lyall? The young lady had wrapped her arms around Ethan's back as soon as Lord Edmund and Oscar flew away. Clearly, she had no intention of letting him go for the time being. Let's mate, Lyall said with a serious expression on her face. No, Ethan replied in a heartbeat and tried to pry away the crazy girl's hands from his body. Unfortunately, Lyall was very strong, and she was holding Ethan in a vice grip. Professor Barrett and Seth watched the two teenagers with an amused look on their faces. Kanal, on the other hand, scratched his head because he knew that his sister had developed a very strong and unhealthy infatuation towards Ethan, making him give a silent prayer to the teenage boy in his heart. We will also visit Brynhildr Academy after a week, Seth said to Professor Barrett. Why don't you also extend an invitation to the elves and the dwarves so that we can all settle this in one go? Professor Barrett nodded. I'll inform the headmaster about it. But if the elves and the dwarves are also coming, let's just delay the meeting 10 days from now to give everyone more time to prepare. Sounds like a plan, Seth replied before glancing at his daughter, who was latching on Ethan like a leech. Kanal, let's go back. What about Lyall? Kanal asked. Let her stay in Brynhildr Academy, Seth answered. Since we are all going there in 10 days, it won't make much difference if she goes to the academy earlier. Barrett, I hope you don't mind. Professor Barrett wanted to say that he did mind. But since Seth was someone who rarely showed an interest in someone, he decided to let it slide this one time. As long as she doesn't disrupt Ethan during his classes, I don't mind treating her as a guest in the academy, Professor Barrett commented. Hearing that she was given permission to join Ethan in Brynhildr Academy for a few days, Lyall truly felt happy and gave her father 2 thumbs up in her heart. Ethan didn't share the young lady's happiness and even groaned internally. If Lyall was in the academy, that would mean that he wouldn't be able to spend some quality time with Lily because her sister would always be with her. Sebastian, on the other hand, laughed mischievously because he found this turn of events very amusing. Ethan's other half wasn't amused by this outcome, but he couldn't do anything except shake his head helplessly. In the end, Lyall accompanied Ethan and Professor Barrett on their return trip to Brynhildr Academy and spent some time happily with her sister, Lily, who felt bitter because she had to babysit Lyall and make sure that she didn't attack Ethan in his sleep. Have you seen Ethan? Lyall asked a few members of Dud Manor after failing to find the young man. She had patiently waited until the end of his classes, but when she went to look for him, the teenage boy vanished without a trace. Of course, she could search for him by tracking his scent. However, when she used this method, she ended up in the garden where the fairies resided. That was the end of it. No matter how hard she looked, she couldn't see even a trace of his shadow. Not to mention that the fairies were being uncooperative, even threatening that they would all attack her if she tried to harm their sugar daddy. After checking every nook and cranny of the garden, Lyall gave up and went to the Dud Manor to ask them if they had seen Ethan. Lily had arrived a few minutes ago, looking embarrassed because her sister no longer hid her interest in his lover. Lyall even introduced herself to Ethan's manor mates as his future wife, making George chuckle. Of course, she kept Lily's relationship with Ethan a secret because her sister asked her to not speak about it in public. Because of this, Lyall took this opportunity to take Lily's place and inform everyone in the academy that she was Ethan's lover. She had just arrived in the academy 2 days ago, but her popularity had already skyrocketed among the students of the academy. Lyall was by no means ugly. In fact, she was quite incredibly sexy and beautiful, She already had a certain seductive appeal, and the air of danger she emitted only made her more unique. Even the teenage boys couldn't help but wonder what food Ethan fed the sexy daredevil for her to become his lover. If only they knew what kind of lady she was, they would definitely support her love for Ethan as a way of getting back at him. "Sister, let's go back to Jaeger Manor," Lily said. "Don't worry, I'll ask Ethan to meet you after dinner, so please don't bother anyone else, okay?" "That's what you said yesterday, Lily." Lyall crossed her arms over her chest. "But he didn't come. He didn't show himself in the dining hall of the academy either." Lyall's eyes faintly brightened with a devilish glow, making Lily sigh in her heart. "Just what kind of juice did Ethan feed my sister for her to become like this?" Lily smiled bitterly because she was not strong enough to rein in her sister. Between the two of them, Lyall was way stronger than her. Lily feared that if Ethan didn't show up soon, her sister would really lose it and start destroying things in the academy. "Don't worry, Lyall," Luna, who had just descended from the stairs, said with a smile. "I promise that Ethan will meet with you tonight." "And what if he doesn't come?" Lyall arched an eyebrow. "Then you can kidnap me," Luna replied. "You can use me as a hostage. I'm sure he'll come if you do that." Lyall pondered for a bit before nodding her head. "Very well. I will wait until after dinner, if he doesn't show himself to me." The dangerous young lady lightly caressed Luna's smooth cheeks with a devilish smile plastered on her face. "Then I'll eat you instead of him," Lyall whispered in Luna's ears. "Make sure to tell him that, okay?" After saying those words, Lyall turned back and walked away. Lily apologized to Luna before running after her sister. Due to her strong hearing, she heard Lyall's words perfectly, making her feel apologetic. Deep inside, Lily wanted to complain to her father about letting her sister stay in the academy. The latter was here for the upcoming meeting between the different leaders of the Shire continent, which would be held in Brynhildr Academy. Her sister was like a powder keg that could blow up at any moment. So she was afraid that Lyall would really go bonkers. If that were to happen, she would need to be restrained by the professors of the academy and chained to a wall or something. As much as Lily hated that idea, a part of her entertained it. "I guess he will have no choice but to meet her tonight," Lily mused. "I just hope that their meeting will not be too problematic." There were still 5 days before the other kings, and their representatives arrived in Brynhildr Academy. But Lily didn't know if Ethan would be able to survive 5 more days with her sister. Meanwhile, inside Ethan's secret treehouse, a sigh escaped Ethan's lips as Emma gave him a massage to calm his nerves. No matter how many times he told Lyall that they couldn't be together, the young lady seemed more determined to be with him than ever. Lyall even said that Ethan needed to take responsibility because she didn't eat him when he was a salmonback in Queen Celestia's domain. She also said that since she had seen the young man's naked body, she would no longer be able to get married. Ethan could only roll his eyes at the shameless young lady's attempts to make him take responsibility for something he hadn't done. "Your muscles are so stiff, Ethan," Emma commented as she massaged Ethan's back. "Perhaps I need to give you a massage every week." "I'd love that," Ethan replied as he enjoyed Emma's soft touch. "You can turn around now." MMM. Ethan, who had been stripped of all his clothes, enjoyed Emma's tender touch, making him temporarily forget the fact that he needed to meet with Lyall after dinner. While the young lady was massaging Ethan's arm, a knock sounded on the door, and Lillian's voice was heard from outside. "Can I come in?" Lillian asked. "Yes," Ethan replied. When Lillian entered the room, she was surprised to see Ethan being massaged by Emma, who was only wearing a one-piece night dress. But her surprise didn't last long. She climbed up on the bed and kissed Ethan's right cheek before telling him everything that happened in Dud Manor just a few minutes ago. A helpless sigh escaped Ethan's lips before he nodded in understanding. "Master, do you want me to deal with her?" Emma asked. "No," Ethan replied. "She is stronger than you. Also, I don't want you to get hurt. I'll handle her in my own way." "And how do you plan to do that?" Lillian inquired as her soft hand lightly caressed Ethan's chest before moving downwards to his abdomen. Although I haven't known Lily's sister for a long time, I can tell that she is a very dangerous person. Even I don't feel safe around her. She's like a wild animal that will bite anyone who touches her. I'll talk to her in a language she'll understand, Ethan answered. I've already asked for Professor Reinhardt's approval to use the Colosseum tonight. So you're going to fight her? Lillian asked as her hand teased Ethan's sleeping dragon, which was now starting to stir from its sleep. Yes, Ethan's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lillian, who was clearly trying to provoke him. But I guess I'll have to fight you and Emma first. Emma and Lillian exchanged a smile with each other before nodding at the same time. Knowing their lovers planned to spend the night fighting against Lyall, they decided to spend the afternoon fighting against him and make sure that he would have enough magic reserves to deal with Lily's sister, who happened to meet Ethan's cousin, Chloe, at the entrance of the Great Eagle Forest. Right after leaving Dud Manor, Lyall wanted to blow off some steam. With this in mind, she headed to the Great Eagle Forest, planning to find something she could punch repeatedly to oblivion until all her frustrations were vented. But just as she was about to enter the forest, she noticed someone up ahead. Although she was still a distance away, Lyall quickly recognized that the figure she saw was none other than Chloe. Hey, what are you doing here? Lyall asked as she increased her speed to catch up to Ethan's cousin. Lyall, Chloe blinked. What are you doing here? Hey, I asked first. I just plan to take a stroll inside the forest for a bit. A stroll? Perfect. I also plan to take a little stroll since Ethan is hiding from me. Knowing why the young man was hiding from Lyall, the corner of Chloe's lips curled up a bit. Lily's sister was very straightforward, stubborn, deadly, and wouldn't take no for an answer. With that kind of personality, any kind of discussion would be thrown out of the window, so the only thing that Ethan could do was hide from her. I'm sure he's feeling very stressed out right now, Chloe said as she continued to walk deeper into the forest. And how about you? Lyall asked. Why did you distance yourself from him? Back then, I could tell that you really liked him. Heck, I even felt the strand of killing intent from you back when my brother was fighting against him in the Colosseum. Chloe didn't reply and simply kept walking. Hey, I'm talking to you, Lyall said sweetly. Why did you distance yourself from Ethan? Lily told me that you didn't like sharing him with other girls because you grew up in a monogamous family, but I can tell that it was just an excuse. Once again, Chloe kept her silence, making Lyall frown. A moment later, Lily's sister blocked Chloe's path and grabbed her robe, lifting her high up in the air with one hand. My sister told me that she agreed to let Ethan have 5 wives and 1 concubine, Lyall said, as she stared at the girl in her hand with a devilish smile on her face. Since you're distancing yourself from him, then give your position to me. Tell him that I'll take your slot. In return, I will do any favor you ask of me, deal. Chloe looked down on Lyall with a calm expression, not looking uncomfortable in the slightest. Despite the fact that the older girl had her in her grasp, she didn't show any signs of discomfort and simply stared at Lyall as if telling her to let her go. Lyall clicked her tongue, but she didn't let go of Chloe's robe. Instead, she took a stroll in the forest while holding the young lady in her hand as if she were an umbrella. If Ethan was there, Lyall would definitely not do such a thing since she didn't want the young man to hate her. She was just very annoyed because Chloe had something she didn't have, yet the latter was not taking advantage of it. Lyall was sure that if she were the one whom Ethan loved instead of Chloe, she would definitely be pregnant with his child by now. The Beastkin was a race who revered the strong, and right now, there was no better mate in Lyall's eyes than Ethan. Frankly, she thought that she wouldn't find someone who was as strong as her father. But every time she saw him, he only got stronger and stronger, making her feel that if she didn't act now, other ladies would take more space in Ethan's heart, leaving her with nothing. Seth had always told his children that if they wanted something, they should fight for it. It didn't matter what their background was. He assured his children that if anyone bullied them, he would come running and beat the crap out of them. With such a powerful backer behind her, Lyall had grown carefree and unhindered. In fact, among Lily's brothers and sisters, Lyall was the most unique of them, and probably the most dangerous one as well. Lyall wasn't the strongest among them, but she was still the most dangerous. Even her father, Seth, could tell that his daughter was far too fearless and unhinged compared to his other children. Even so, he had learned to accept her for who she was and would fight anyone who would harm his daughter. The reason why Seth also allowed Lyall to accompany Ethan back to Brynhildr Academy was to make the young man understand what kind of girl she was. Whether Ethan would learn to appreciate Lyall or not, Seth would not lift a finger and allow them to make their feelings known to each other. It didn't matter if it was love or hate. If Ethan loved Lyall, then Seth was fine with that. If he didn't, Seth would respect his decision. However, he would definitely beat him half to death as punishment for breaking her daughter's heart. Several minutes later, a hum spread in the forest as Lyall walked, still holding Chloe like a parasol. Any animal within hundreds of meters away from her would run away in fright because they could tell that a dangerous predator was approaching them. The young lady didn't even bother to hide her presence or killing intent, and seemed to be perfectly all right even after parading Chloe in the forest with only one hand for a long time. Lyall, I finally understand why you're having a hard time making Ethan like you, Chloe commented, which made Lyall stop humming. Oh, Lyall arched an eyebrow. Tell me why you think that way. It's because you don't love him, Chloe replied. But I do love him, Lyall stated. I love him more than you do. I love him more than Lily's love for him. I love him more than his other lovers do. Chloe sighed. No, you don't love him. What you want from him is not his heart, but his seed. Lyall frowned after hearing the young lady's reply, but when she was about to refute it, she found herself unable to do so. Her strong obsession for Ethan was purely because he was strong. Aside from that, she couldn't come up with another reason as to why she was so smitten with him. If the young man hadn't been as powerful as he was, Lyall wouldn't even bother to look in his direction and would probably treat him like air. When this realization hit her, her hands loosened a bit, causing Chloe to slip out of her grasp. Fortunately, the young lady was prepared, so the moment Lyall's grip loosened, she managed to land properly on the ground. However, instead of running away, she stood her ground and looked at the confused lady in front of her with pity. A few minutes of silence passed. Even the forest itself was dead silent, with not a single chirp from birds, nor a single buzz from insects. Lyall's presence had scared them all away, making them escape as far away as they could. When she finally regained her composure, Lyall's unsteady gaze locked onto Chloe as if seeing her for the first time. Hey, if I eat your heart, will Ethan love me? Lyall asked, her voice sexy and deadly at the same time. Her eyes were cold, and the fingernails on her hand extended, ready to pierce Chloe's chest in an instant. She wanted to take out her warm and beating heart, which she believed to be the one thing that Ethan wanted the most. Chloe looked at Lyall's eyes fearlessly, as the latter looked at her coldly. Right now, Lily's sister was a hunting wolf, ready to pounce on the deer in front of her at any given moment. Chloe was tempted to answer her and say that even if the latter ate her heart, she would still not gain Ethan's love. On the contrary, Ethan's discomfort would turn to hate. But for some reason, she believed that Lyall would be fine with that as well. If Ethan hated Lyall, at least he would always think of her. As long as Ethan thought of her, she would be happy. But if that happened, only sadness awaited the two of them. One wanted to kill. The other wanted to be killed. Frankly, Chloe didn't hate Lyall. In her eyes, she was just someone who didn't understand how to get the attention of the person she liked. Right now, Lily's sister was even willing to do something extreme to make sure that Ethan would only think of her, and no one else. Lyall, do you want me to teach you how to get Ethan to like you? Chloe asked, which took the older lady by surprise. Lyall, who didn't expect that Chloe would make this kind of proposal, looked at her in confusion. Teach me how to get him to like me. Chloe nodded. Right. Are you just saying this so that I will spare your life? Lyall sneered. No, Chloe shook her head. I'm serious. Do you really want to appeal to him? I don't want to brag, but even after he spent a year on the lands of Alastair with Lily, I'm sure that I know more about him than your sister does. I know what he likes and what he doesn't like. In fact, I believe that with just your looks alone, Ethan would be hard-pressed not to like you. Honestly, the only problem is your character. Are you saying I'm crazy? Lyall asked. My brothers and sisters often say that to me. I don't think you're that crazy, Chloe answered. You're just spoiled. Spoiled me. Yes, I can tell that you're someone who's used to getting what you want. And since Ethan refused to become yours, you are starting to feel annoyed. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably your first time struggling to get what you like. Again, Lyall wanted to refute her words, but she found herself unable to do so. She did get everything she wanted. When she wanted something, she would get it. If she couldn't get it, her brother, Kanal, would get it for her. If her brother couldn't do it, her mother and father would. When they were in Southshire, Lyall had asked her father to make Ethan become her mate. But Seth firmly refused because he was already Lily's partner. Of course, having more than one partner was fine. Seth himself had 5 wives. When Lily had asked the same condition from Ethan, she was using her father as a reference. Lyall didn't plan to fight Lily for the position of being the first wife. She was fine being second, third, fourth, or even fifth. But after better understanding her feelings, she knew that what she wanted from Ethan was something physical. In fact, after thinking about it, she was fine with having a one-night stand, on the condition that she would get pregnant afterward. However, Ethan wasn't the type of person who did one-night stands. He truly cared about relationships and would take responsibility for his actions. Ethan also understood what Lyall wanted from him, which was why he was hiding from her. Also, the main reason why Ethan wasn't too keen about letting Lyall have her way was due to the fact that he didn't want any of his children to end up the way he did. He grew up as an orphan, so he knew more than anyone how much it hurt growing up without having parents around, especially at times when they were needed the most. Although he had an adoptive father, the latter only came home once a month and would only stay for a day or two. It was not enough for Ethan to understand what having a parent was like. Fortunately, Grandma Agnes and Grandfather Benjamin raised him with love and care. Despite lacking parental love, Ethan still grew up happy in a warm and loving family. This was also why he didn't want any one-night stands. While he wasn't a hopeless romantic, he had firm beliefs about love, and one of them was taking responsibility for the people he loved. The two ladies stared at each other for a few more minutes before Lyall's nails shortened. I cannot change who I am, Lyall stated. If I suddenly act cute, I'll feel that it will no longer be me. Who said you need to act cute? Chloe looked at the lady in front of her weirdly. I don't need to act cute. No. Then, does that mean that I can just pin him down and jam it into me? Of course not. Chloe couldn't help but facepalm, because she felt like they had just returned to step 1 again. Come, Chloe said as she took Lyall's hand. Let's talk about a strategy for how to make Ethan like you. The younger girl took Lyall to one of her favorite spots in the Great Eagle Forest to teach her a few things about how to have a good relationship with Ethan. Meanwhile, as the two girls walked away, a white gorilla and a unicorn peeked out from one of the big trees in the forest. They were supposed to meet with Chloe in order to talk about something. But seeing that she was with a scary girl, the two decided to remain hiding. That girl likes Ethan, Coco muttered. Somehow I feel sorry for that boy. They match each other perfectly, the unicorn, who didn't like Ethan, commented. You really think so? Coco asked. Yes, the unicorn replied. I mean, there is a famous human saying, right? What doesn't kill you will kill you at a later time. Coco scratched his head because he didn't know any famous human sayings. If the unicorn said it was so, then it must be right. But what do we do now? Coco asked. We need to talk to her about the Leah Fail. Let her keep the Stone of Destiny for a while, the unicorn stated. Didn't we all agree that it is safer for it to be in her hands since she will be protected in the academy? Also, the stone is starting to show signs of awakening. Coco became silent upon hearing the unicorn's words. The Fomorians wish to have it because they are going to look for their rightful king. Coco's face became very solemn as he said these words. It's scary to think about that race being united under one individual. When their king died, many of them tried to take his place. However, none were recognized as their true liege. Perhaps they had all come to an agreement that the one whom the Stone of Destiny chooses will be their one and true king. If that were to happen, a new dark era will arrive, the unicorn sighed. Maybe we should consider finding a new home. The Great Eagle Forest will be decimated once the Fomorians attack en masse. Coco knew that the unicorn was telling the truth. If that day were to truly arrive, then he and the rest of the denizens of the Great Eagle Forest would be on the front lines of the battlefield, fighting for a future that not many of them would be able to see after the battle came to an end. For dinner, Ethan went to the dining hall in order to fulfill his promise to meet Lyall after eating. Just like last time, Lily's sister dined at Jaeger Manor's table, but something unexpected caught his eye. Chloe and Lyall were seated together, and they seemed to be getting along really well. Lily even seemed relieved, probably because her sister had finally calmed down, but she had a feeling that this was merely the calm before the storm. Her eyes met Ethan's, and the two exchanged bitter smiles with each other. Both understood that the sooner Ethan and Lyall had a proper talk, the better. So what do you plan on doing later? Luna asked. Lyall and I don't speak the same language, Ethan replied with a sigh. When I say no, what she hears is yes. Lillian, who was seated beside Ethan, giggled as she passed him a plate of food she prepared for him. Then you should learn how to speak her language, Lillian commented. But I have to admit that her popularity with the boys in the academy is well-deserved. How does she maintain that sexy figure? I feel jealous of her. Luna and Lillian were both nobles, so their bodies were soft and delicate. On the contrary, Lyall's figure was lean and toned, similar to Nicole and to a certain extent Lily. Even Ethan had to agree that, with Emma out of the competition, Lyall would win when it came to sexiness, since she was as fit as a fiddle. Her body was curvaceous as well. Even when fully clothed, her seductive beauty made the boys fantasize about her. Should I exercise too? Luna asked. I think I'm gaining some weight as of late. How about we jog together? Lillian proposed. If the two of us encourage each other, I'm sure we will become consistent. Ethan smiled at this light banter between his lovers. The two of them really got along well, and sometimes Lillian would sleep in Luna's room so that they could have some girl talk. Selene, Luna's carbuncle, and Lillian's familiar, Arya, had also become very good friends with each other. The little water fairy would often ride on Selene's back as the latter ran across the academy, eliciting giggles from the little fairy. Ethan reverted his focus on eating his meal, not wanting to face Lyall with an empty stomach. An hour later, the two of them left the dining hall together and walked side by side. Lyall didn't say anything and simply followed wherever Ethan went. No words were exchanged between them because both understood that there was only one language they could use to communicate properly. It didn't take long before the Colosseum entered their sight. This was also when Lyall broke the silence and spoke to the young man beside her. When we first heard that Lily had chosen a mate while she was in the past, our whole family felt the strong urge to murder someone, Lyall said with a smile on her face. We thought that someone had taken advantage of our family member's vulnerability while she was far away from home with no one who could protect her. So, when my father wanted to know what kind of man she chose, my brother and I volunteered to go. Lyall reminisced about that time several months ago. Truth be told, she had wanted to kill Ethan back then, thinking that Lily's mate had forced himself on her. At that time, Ethan was still weak. Terribly weak. Even so, he still fought against her brother, Kunal, with everything he had. It was then that she developed an interest in Ethan. He might have been weak, but she saw in him something that made her want to see how much he would grow in the future. "I thought that you would only become really strong after you graduated from the academy," Lyle added. "But when we accompanied Mama Lee here to the academy, I noticed that you had gotten a bit stronger. Your fight against her proved that my hunch was right. Perhaps that was also when I came to understand that I needed to take your existence seriously. Aside from my father and my family members, I haven't really met anyone whom I consider strong by my standards. Of course, I have seen plenty of strong people. However, most of them were in the same age range as my father. As for the rest, only old people remained. Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and that Grand Archmage, they are old people, so it's only normal for them to be strong, right? If after reaching that age, they are still weak, that only means that they weren't individuals who were dated to be strong. In this world, only the strong can have anything they want. The weak can only follow their lead. Such is the way of the beastkins." Ethan listened to Lyle's words, because this was the first time that she was opening herself to him. Her words were raw and full of emotion. It gave him a glimpse of the true Lyle, and it was very different from the playful and very possessive version of her that he knew about. "I decided long ago that if I were ever to choose a mate, it would be someone stronger than me," Lyle said as she and Ethan entered the entrance of the Colosseum. "Even now, that goal hasn't changed. After all, I'm not an ordinary girl. I am strong, I am beautiful, I am a unique individual. Only my future mate will be able to possess someone like me, and I will only give myself to him. I wouldn't be surprised if my interest in you disappeared once you were ever defeated by someone. That will mean that there is someone stronger than you, and that would mean that I might choose that person as my next target. I don't really know much about love, but I grew up knowing what the law of the strongest was. So, Ethan, let's fight." Lyle placed her hands over his waist as she looked at the young man who was standing opposite her in the arena. "Let's fight a no-holds-barred battle," Lyle stated. "I don't care if you use your domain or whatever. I will fight you with everything I have. But let's put something on the line to make this interesting. What are you willing to bet?" Since it had come down to a fight, the young lady decided to go all out. That way, she wouldn't have any regrets in the future regardless of the outcome of their battle. "I don't like betting," Ethan replied. "My grandma told me there are 3 things I shouldn't do in this life, and they are gambling, betrayal, and touching her wallet. Aside from those 3, I can do anything else." Lyle chuckled after hearing Ethan's reply. She knew very little about him since, all this time, the only thing she cared about was his strength. She never even bothered asking about his family members, his goals in life, and what he wished to do in the future. In the past, all of these details were something she considered irrelevant. But now, she was starting to see past the small bubble that had become her comfort zone. "Well, this isn't really gambling," Lyle insisted. "This is just a bet because that way, this fight will become more interesting." "Then what do you have in mind?" Ethan asked. He knew that this was the only way that he and Lyle would be able to see eye to eye. "Let's first talk about what you want to happen if you win," Lyle smirked. "What do you want, Ethan?" "I want you to stop being so clingy and possessive of me." "That's it. I thought you're going to say that I should stay out of your life if you win. Heth, it seems that you're not opposed to having me around." "You are Lily's sister," Ethan replied. "How can I say such a thing to her family?" Lyle smirked, knowing that Ethan was a softie when it came to people. The only time he'd act merciless was when he was fighting against opponents that he had to kill no matter what. Lyle was there when Ethan took Constantine away to kill him. That alone was enough to tell her that Ethan was someone who wouldn't hesitate to kill once his hands had been forced by circumstances. "Then what about you?" Ethan asked. "What do you want from me if you win?" "I want to become your lover," Lyle declared. "Is what I'd like to say, but I changed my mind. Right now, I still don't know if I am willing to spend my lifetime with you, so let's settle for this instead." Lyle raised her hand and pointed her finger at the young man in front of her. "If I win, you will take me out on a date, and you need to take it seriously, Lyell stated. I've never been on a date before, so I want to know what it feels like. Ethan was genuinely surprised. He was expecting that Lyell would really demand that he made her his lover if she won against him. Very well, I accept your bet, Ethan replied. Good, Lyell said as a devilish smile appeared on her face. Let's get this fight over with. On the stands of the Colosseum, several individuals sat to observe the match. Luna, Lily, Lillian, Lilith, and Emma sat beside each other. A.N. To this day, I don't know why all of their names started with the letter L. This is purely a coincidence, Kekek. E/N. If that's what you need to tell yourself to be able to sleep well at night, so be it. I swear you did it to torment me. Phew. A good distance away from them was Nicole. Lily had invited her to watch the battle, which she happily accepted. However, she wanted to watch it away from the others so that she could concentrate on the match more. On the opposite side of the stands, Chloe and her master, Professor Nicola, had also come to watch the battle. But they weren't the only people who were in the stands. Alice and Professor Ophelia were seated beside Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, who had just activated the barrier over the arena to prevent anyone from getting killed in an all-out battle. The adults found the bet between Ethan and Lyell quite amusing, while the young ladies watched this with various thoughts in their mind. Nicole couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Ethan sure kept on attracting ladies left and right. Although she knew that the young man wasn't actively trying to seduce or attract anyone, his mere presence was simply too eye-catching for the ladies to not look in his direction. Chloe, who was with Professor Nicola, came to cheer for both Ethan and Lyell. Her talk with Lily's sister allowed the latter to better understand her true desires and think about how she should approach things using her own terms. As for Alice, she only came to watch after Lyell, the will of Ile for Equus, told her that she should go to the Colosseum in order to learn something new. Professor Ophelia, who happened to visit her at that time, decided to accompany her since she was also curious about what was about to transpire in the Colosseum. There, they met Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, who had come to mediate the battle. Since they were already there, they decided to stay next to the two professors and watch the battle from the VIP seats in the Colosseum. I'll toss this coin, Lyell said as she showed a gold coin in her hand. Once it touches the ground, our fight will begin. Ethan nodded before summoning his sea god's trident. Seeing that he was ready to fight, Lyell flicked the coin in her hand. But before the coin could even reach its highest point, she charged at Ethan, catching the other by surprise. Lyell had transformed her feet into that of a werewolf, giving her an incredible boost in speed. Because of this, Ethan wasn't able to raise his guard properly and got hit by a punch that sent him flying. First lesson, Ethan, Lyell said as she reappeared right above Ethan's body, which was still in midair. All is fair in love and war. The devilish beauty then gave a kick, which he barely managed to block with his trident. But since they were midair, he was unable to get a foothold that would have helped him properly block her attack. His body then crashed into the ground like a cannonball. Lyell's combination attack had truly caught him by surprise. That got to hurt, Sebastian commented. This girl really knows how to fight dirty. I like it. Ethan's other half rolled his eyes at his partner in crime. Sebastian was clearly enjoying the battle between Ethan and Lyell, which was about to enter its next stage. After sending Ethan crashing to the ground, Lyell seemed to step onto something midair and pushed herself downwards like a cannonball. She didn't plan on relenting in her assault, and she didn't feel guilty about it. Not at all. In fact, she was even smiling, for it had been a long while since she had last felt something this exhilarating in. She loved fighting, and she loved fighting strong opponents. The looks on the faces of the people whom she defeated made her realize that winning was everything. Lyell didn't care if she played dirty. For her, battles were a matter of life and death. No matter how honorable and dignified you were, it wouldn't matter once you were dead. Seth told her that only the winners were able to write history, which was true. The history of mankind had always been like that, with kingdoms rising and kingdoms falling into ruin. It didn't matter how the war started. The only thing that mattered was the result. Ethan, who was still not able to catch his breath, blocked Lyall's third punch with his trident. However, the force behind the punch was so strong that a small crater had appeared under the young man's body. Blood seeped at the corner of his lips as he roared to unleash countless water snakes to push Lyall away. However, she knew that if she gave Ethan some breathing space, he would be able to stop her momentum. She didn't want that to happen, so using brute force, she shredded the water snakes as if she was tearing paper. Ethan ordered one of his water snakes to pull him away from where Lyall was, but his opponent had already seen this coming. With a speed that far surpassed most of the opponents that Ethan faced before, Lyall cut the water snake in half before using her fist to once again punch Ethan. However, something different happened this time. A silver spear appeared in front of her and tanked the blow, allowing Ethan to roll on the ground. He then summoned a water snake, which grabbed hold of his body before hurling him toward the sky. Lyall chuckled as she watched the teenage boy summon a pair of fairy wings, allowing him to regain his breath and composure. Their exchange didn't even last a minute, but Ethan was already in a world of pain due to his opponent's brutality. His left arm was also aching, since he had used it to block the punches that Lyall had aimed at his face and chest. "She got me good," Ethan thought as he panted for breath. "Yes, she got you good," Sebastian said, "but she was still holding back, you know." "I know," Ethan replied. She had only used partial transformation and didn't use her werewolf form. Lyall was a full-blooded beastkin. This meant that she could only show her true strength if she fully transformed into her werewolf form. But since she didn't do that, it meant that she planned to fight Ethan using only her partial transformation. "You understand, right?" Ethan's other half commented. This is a direct challenge and an unspoken rule that she had set. She intended to fight you using only half of her strength. That also means that if you use either of your domains, you automatically lose this fight, Sebastian laughed. This girl is both strong and sly. She's really a wolf. If the one fighting against Lyall wasn't Ethan, they would have probably suffered serious injuries and might have been knocked unconscious already. Ethan was only able to survive because the strength of his body had already surpassed that of an ordinary human. The bloodline of the Tidebringer, as well as the other bloodlines inside of him, had already merged together to reconstruct his body. If Ethan wanted to, he could easily pulverize a stone with a single punch. "How long are you going to make me wait?" Lyall asked in a teasing tone. "I knew that we should have set some rules about flying. It's a very unfair ability, especially for those who can't fly like me." "All is fair in love and war," Ethan replied before wiping the blood at the corner of his lips with his hand. "Wow, very original," Lyall chuckled. "Come down here, little fairy prince. I promise not to hurt you." Ethan closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths in order to harness the power that was rising in his body. Half a minute later, he opened his eyes, and a golden light emerged from them. To everyone's surprise, Ethan landed in the arena instead of bombarding Lyall with spells and using his advantage. His long hair, which had been tied up by a hairpin, had come loose, making it flutter as a gust of wind flew past him. Lyall observed the boy from a distance because she felt that charging at him right now would be dangerous. She didn't know why she felt this way, but as a beastkin, she trusted her instincts, so she observed him with the gaze of a hunter. Ethan removed his robe and tossed it outside of the arena, revealing his toned body that made Lyall whistle. He then took a wolf hairpin from his storage ring and tied up his hair, making sure that it wouldn't get in his way when he started to fight seriously. When he was done, his wand appeared in front of him, ready to fight against the person that had hurt her master. "Come sing with me," Ethan said softly as he held his wand firmly. "Illumina." A melodious voice resounded in the surroundings as the mermaid princess made her appearance. Unlike before, where only a silhouette of hers could be seen, the fine features of her body and beautiful face appeared appeared for the first time. Illumina caressed Ethan's face from behind him, while looking at the young lady who dared to harm her precious Ethan. "Support me from behind," Ethan stated. "Understood," Illumina replied. She rose up a few meters above the young man and clasped her hands together. "First verse," Illumina smiled sweetly. "Lullaby for a stormy night." A mellow melody started playing in the arena, making the eyes of those who listened to the song feel heavy as if they were about to fall asleep. Narrator's note: if you are curious about the song, search for Lullaby for a Stormy Night by Vienna Teng. I can't put that here or else I get copyright strike, but I highly recommend the song. Please listen to it once and comment there that I sent you. You know, like raids that big creators do. Now back to the story. Illumina's beautiful voice spread across the Colosseum, affecting not only Lyall, but also those who were watching the battle. Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett faintly smiled out of pleasant surprise, not expecting Ethan's resonance to finally take form this soon. While the song did have an effect on them, they had plenty of ways to counter the drowsiness that was assaulting them. The two of them were even enjoying the lullaby of the mermaid princess, because it had been a while since they had heard such a beautiful singing voice. Professor Ophelia and Professor Nicola were able to stay awake, since both of them also had ways to counter such magic. However, they had to admit that fighting against Ethan while the mermaid princess was singing was going to be extremely hard, unless the other side ended the battle quickly. Contrary to the grown-ups, Luna and Lillian were doing their best to keep their eyes open, but the beautiful melody was simply too much. Not long after, the two dozed off while hugging Lily, who was pinching her own leg to keep herself awake. Beastkins had incredibly sharp hearing, so this kind of attack affected them more than others. However, unlike her friends who were now asleep beside her, she was still awake, albeit barely. Lilith, who was in her cat form, would bob her head from time to time as she, too, fought the effect of Ethan's resonance. Chloe and Nicole, who were also watching the battle, were also not faring very well. However, both of them held onto their consciousness and kept their eyes open. The adults glanced at the teenagers who were still awake and nodded their heads in satisfaction. It required strong willpower to overcome such powerful mental and spiritual attacks. But the one who impressed them more was Alice. The silver-haired beauty actually placed magical earplugs in her ears, preventing herself from hearing the mermaids singing. As to where she got those earplugs and why she was carrying them, nobody really knew. But the fact that she had it would allow her to see the battle from beginning to end. "You're cheating," Lyall said with a smile, but her voice was no longer as mischievous as earlier. "I'm not," Ethan replied as he approached the young lady while cracking his knuckles. "This is part of my power, so it's not cheating." "I guess you're right," Lyall admitted before taking a step forward. In the blink of an eye, she reappeared in front of Ethan, with her fists ready to strike. But Ethan was prepared. He met her attack, and their fists collided with each other, sending a small shockwave in their surroundings. The young man could have evaded Lyall's blow, because he was certain that his opponent could only run in a straight line due to the effect of Illumina's singing. But he didn't do that. Wanting to test his physical strength without using his weapons, he met her blow with his own. Lyall took a step back, but Ethan took 3 steps back after their blows met. It was obvious that, when it came to raw physical strength, the young lady was ahead of him. If he were fighting ordinary beastkins, they would have already been blown away by Ethan's punch. But Lyall was built differently. She was Seth's daughter, and she had inherited his bloodline. If wizards and witches had legacies, beastkins had something similar, which was called bloodline inheritances. They were able to inherit the strongest ability of their bloodline, and sometimes they would even be born with more than one inheritance. Seth came from a long line of beast kings who were known for their incredible strength and power. If wizards and witches needed to look for a fortuitous encounter to acquire a legacy, beastkins only needed to understand the dormant powers within their body to awaken their bloodline inheritance. Simply put, all beastkins had their own legacies already inside them. As to whether they would be able to awaken it was another matter entirely. Lyell growled as she unleashed a flurry of blows at Ethan, which were fast but not impossible to dodge, block, or deflect. Clearly, she was unable to use her full strength because she was being affected by Illumina's lullaby. Seeing none of her blows land on her target, Lyell distanced herself from Ethan and did something that no one within the Colosseum expected her to do. Lily's sister raised both of her hands and clapped them over her ears at the same time, making her stagger. Soon, blood flowed from her ears as her eardrum ruptured, making Sebastian choke on his commentating. "This girl is crazy," Sebastian said in shock. "Isn't that already a fact?" Ethan's other half commented, but there was a rare glint of appreciation in his eyes. What Lyell did was something he could respect. He couldn't hate someone who was willing to put their everything on the line to win, even though he had a very bad impression of the girl, whom he labeled as crazy. That's much better," Lyell said after everything around her turned silent. "Your singing will not affect me now." Ethan, who was surprised by Lyell's action, shook his head helplessly. However, a faint smile was still on his face. It seemed that his opponent thought that not being able to hear Illumina's song would negate the effect of her singing. Illumina continued to sing, but her eyes contained a hint of mischief. Although what Lyell did was correct, she had other ways to use the power of her singing voice. 13th verse, Illumina said softly, "Hunter's mark." Illumina sang once again, and this time, her song was solely directed at the young man standing in the arena. Ethan could feel his strength rising by leaps and bounds, and his senses becoming sharper than ever before. Since Lyell thought that Illumina's song was the same, she didn't hesitate to charge at Ethan with a fearless grin on her face. But to her surprise, Ethan also charged at her with a smile of his own. The two once again exchanged blows. However, this time, Lyell skidded a few meters away, while Ethan held his ground. A look of disbelief appeared on her face, for it never crossed her mind that Ethan would overpower her using only his physical prowess. She couldn't even see anything that could have potentially increased her opponent's strength in a short period of time, making her face turn solemn. But in the end, she threw these thoughts aside and unleashed the power of her bloodline inheritance. Using her clawed hands, Lyell made a slashing gesture in front of her, creating a crimson blade that flew in Ethan's direction. But this crimson blade suddenly split into dozens of blades, all of which targeted Ethan as if they had a life on their own. Ethan summoned his sea god's trident and Lightbringer to help him fend off Lyell's attacks. But as he was about to deflect one of them, Lyell suddenly appeared beside him, catching him by surprise. Lightbringer, who was like a satellite hovering around Ethan, blocked her attack in time, allowing the young man to focus his attention on his opponent. But at that exact same time, something hit him from the side of his body, which made him skid several meters backward. "Finally landed a hit," Lyell said with a smile. But before she could do anything else, she found herself unable to move. A water snake as thin and as long as a water hose emerged from the ground behind her, binding itself around her legs. Soon more water snakes emerged and coiled up around her body, holding on to her arms and legs and preventing her from moving. At first, Lyell wasn't too worried, thinking that she could easily break free from their hold. But after some time, she realized that she was unable to break free. Illumina's song, Hunter's Mark, increased the potency of Ethan's strength as well as the power of his magic. This was made to solely hunt his target, no matter how strong or powerful it was. Ethan then pressed his palms together, creating two giant water hands that wrapped around the young lady, who was unable to break free from the countless water snakes wrapped around her. Since his opponent couldn't hear him, he decided to just make her faint due to the lack of oxygen. Sebastian and Ethan's other half thought that the battle was over. But just as they were about to congratulate Ethan, the water hands that secured Lyell in place exploded. From there, a red werewolf emerged, growling at Ethan as if he had done her dirty. Looks like all the bets are off, Sebastian laughed, because he knew that Lyall had truly gone bonkers this time. Ethan, who also knew that his opponent had finally gone all out, decided that he no longer had to hold back. Grand Arya. As soon as those two words were spoken, Ethan and Lyall appeared above the sea, which was the young man's home turf. Lyall roared and unleashed several wind blades at Ethan, who was hovering over the sea. Ethan wasn't surprised after seeing that Lyall was able to stand over the sea. He had seen her do it in Queen Celestia's domain, so he was already expecting this outcome. But his opponent had forgotten one simple thing. Ethan's dominion was the sea, so he did what any reasonable person would do and dove down. A storm was raging in the domain, so the sea was pitch black, making Lyall unable to sense where Ethan was. The giant waves that were crashing against her didn't make things easier. She was also forced to run around in order to avoid the lightning bolts raining down on her. So this is what Kunal saw when he fought Ethan, Lyall thought, as she did her best to evade the lightning bolts that were raining down on her. However, although she managed to dodge them, the electricity that spread in the surroundings affected her, making her groan in pain. More and more lightning bolts descended, making the surface of the sea look like a spider web made of electricity. Lyall was very stubborn, so she refused to give up despite the helpless situation. But being stubborn didn't mean that she would be able to find a solution to escape her predicament. She didn't even have an idea as to where Ethan was. He had swam hundreds of meters deep into the sea and was looking at the pitiful red werewolf from where he was. Lyall was still inexperienced in fighting in this kind of environment, so she had no way of winning against Ethan once he used his domain. Of course, experts like Seth and Professor Barrett could deal with Ethan even if he had dived under the water. This was especially true for Professor Barrett, who had a dimensional chain that could grab Ethan as long as he was within his range. In the end, the raging sea devoured the helpless werewolf, who refused to give up until the end. When Lyall opened her eyes, she found herself inside an unfamiliar room. But the smell of medicinal herbs let her know that she was inside the Academy's infirmary. She could feel a bandage wrapped around her head, which only left out her eyes, nose, and mouth. Professor Galena, who noticed that her patient had woken up, walked toward her bed and waved her wand. Golden words appeared in front of Lyall, telling her to just rest because her eardrums were still undergoing recovery. The young lady nodded her head in understanding before sighing in her heart. The last thing she remembered was all the lightning bolts congregating in one place in order to attack her. Knowing that she wouldn't survive such an attack, she shouted, "I surrender," before losing consciousness. That was the last thing she remembered from her battle with Ethan, and it made her feel embarrassed. Originally, she didn't plan on using her werewolf form because she instinctively knew that if she did that, Ethan would then use his domain. She had already seen the power of his celestial domain, and frankly, she didn't like the idea of being attacked by thousands of fairies, not to mention the giant Hydra who had easily dealt with the Fomorians. But she just wasn't able to stop herself from transforming when Ethan had trapped her. It reminded her of what happened to the Fomorians, so she instinctively broke free, not wanting to suffer the same fate as them. I lost, Lyall thought. He has become so powerful in such a short time. I don't know if he can beat Father now, but even if he couldn't, I'm sure that he would be able to do it after graduating from the academy. Lyall sighed a second time before closing her eyes. Surprisingly, she didn't feel too bitter after losing for the first time in her life. She had fought until the end, so she could accept the results. I'll ask Father how to defeat him when he uses a domain, Lyall thought. I need to unlock my second inheritance too. Lyall had unlocked one of her bloodline inheritance, while Kunal had unlocked 2 of them. Lily had still not unlocked hers, but she was at the cusp of awakening her bloodline powers. Unlike her brothers and sisters, she was half beastkin and half witch, allowing her to gain the power of both worlds. But as a hybrid, she couldn't just focus on one power alone. She needed to master both her physical and magical abilities to make herself very formidable, which her parents were looking forward to. This was also why they decided to send Lily to Brynhildr Academy. They wanted her to tap onto the power of her magic and find a way to merge the two powers into one. As Lyall was about to fall asleep, she sensed a familiar presence inside the room. She then hurriedly closed her eyes and pretended to be asleep. A few seconds later, Ethan sat beside her bed and looked at her with a guilty look on his face. He had wanted to fight Lyall without seriously harming her, but in the end, his opponent took drastic measures to win against him. One thing led to another, and before he knew it, he was already hurling lightning bolts at her while the waves crashed against her. The young man then put a handwritten letter beside Lyall's bed before leaving the infirmary. After a few minutes, Lyall opened her eyes. She waited until she could no longer sense Ethan's presence and waited 5 more minutes to make sure that he wouldn't return. After that, she reached out toward the letter beside her and read its contents. "You said that you haven't ever gone on a date, right? So let's go on a date. I will take you to a place that I've always wanted to visit but was unable to go to in the past. Since it will be my first time going to that place, let's go together. I'm sure that it will be fun. Get better soon, and don't be too reckless next time you fight." Lyall, who was holding the letter in her hand, couldn't help but smirk after seeing that Ethan decided to go on a date with her. "All part of the plan," Lyall said softly. "Chloe is right, you are a softie." Feeling lighthearted, the young lady closed her eyes and fell asleep once again. Although she didn't know where the two of them were going for their date, she was looking forward to seeing what Ethan had in mind. 2 days after Ethan's and Lyall's battle. "Well, what do you think?" Lily asked Chloe, who was standing beside her. "I don't think your sister and a skirt are compatible with each other," Chloe answered with a giggle, seeing Lyall look so irritable as she stood before the two of them. Lyall and Ethan would be going on a date the next day, so Lily decided to help her sister dress up properly for the occasion. But as much as Lyall looked good in all the clothes they made her wear, she just couldn't feel at ease wearing girly clothes. "Can I rip it in half?" Lyall asked as she looked down on her long skirt. "I don't feel comfortable with a skirt going past my knees. What if I need to run or fight? I feel like I'm going to trip if I wear this long skirt." "Don't," Lily replied before looking at the scattered clothes on top of her bed. Seeing that she didn't have any fashionable clothes that would fit her sister, she glanced at Chloe as if asking if she had any ideas in mind. Perhaps knowing that Lily was at her wit's end, she decided to lend her hand and offer a suggestion. "Let's go shopping," Chloe proposed. "I think that's the only option left right now," Lily nodded. After making up their mind, the three went to Limburg town to shop for clothes that would be appropriate for a date. Lyall's clothes were mostly hand-me-downs from her brothers and sisters. She barely paid attention to how the clothes looked. It was good enough as long as it fit her, and she could comfortably move around in them. There had never been an occasion where she needed to dress up to impress someone, so she was feeling very uncomfortable with the soft, frilly dresses that Lily had asked her to wear. When they arrived at the town, they headed to one of the shops that Chloe and Luna frequently visited to buy clothes. The saleslady immediately recognized Chloe, so she didn't hesitate to approach her and ask if she wanted to see the new set of clothes that had just arrived. "I'd love to, but we can do that later," Chloe said with a smile. "For now, can you help us pick clothes that will look good on her? She's going on a date tomorrow, but she isn't comfortable wearing skirts. Do you have any recommendations?" The saleslady, who went by the name Elsie, gazed at Lyall from head to foot, then circled around her twice. "I'm getting a tomboyish vibe from her," Elsie commented. "But it's not my first time handling customers like her. Please wait while I choose a few sets of clothes that I think will look good on her and match her tastes." Elsie told the other saleslady that she would be going to the inventory room, where the clothes that were not yet on display were stored. 15 minutes later, she returned with 3 sets of clothes and asked Lyall to try all of them. "The changing room is this way," Elsie said with a smile. The clothes have been magically altered to perfectly fit whoever is wearing them. Also, they are made with the highest quality materials, so they are very comfortable to wear. Well, I won't raise my expectations, Lyall commented before entering the changing room with the first set of clothes. Chloe had been helped by Elsie a few times in the past, so she believed her impeccable taste. After a few minutes, the blind of the changing room parted, revealing Lyall. She was wearing a black outfit that seemed more suitable for a battle appointment instead of a date. Her bare shoulders could be seen, and just as she wanted, the black pants didn't go past her knee as well. It was stylish in a sense that even Chloe and Lily had no complaints about it. Narrator's note: since I know my audience, for more reference, check what Tifa Lockhart wore in Final Fantasy Advent Children. Back to story. I like these clothes, Lyall said. How do I look? Not bad, Lily replied. Chloe nodded. It looks good on you. Seeing that her first recommendation gained unanimous approval, Elsie handed Lyall the second set of clothes, making the latter look excited. The three of them didn't have to wait long before Lyall once again appeared before them. This time, she was wearing a black miniskirt with black pants under them. Her upper clothes was a white half-shirt that exposed her well-toned abs and waist. It was matched with a black leather jacket, making her look incredibly sexy. For a brief moment, Chloe and Lily envied her gorgeous look. Ethan is finished, Lily said with a faint smile on her face after seeing what her sister was wearing. Damn, Chloe muttered in agreement with Lily. I'd never be able to pull that off. I'm fine with this as well. Lyall smiled after hearing the praises from the two ladies who had dragged her to go shopping. She didn't expect that she'd have fun shopping for clothes, so she decided to buy a few more to show off to her family when she goes back home. I have one last set for you, young lady, Elsie said as she looked at Lyall with a satisfied look on her face. But everything you wear really looks good on you. Thanks, Lyall replied, but this time there was a hint of genuine appreciation in her voice. While Lyall went back to the dressing room, Chloe and Lily asked Elsie if she had a few clothes that she could recommend to them as well. The sales lady was more than happy to give them a few recommendations. Making her customers happy would make her boss happy. And when her boss was happy, she would get a bonus in her salary. While the three ladies were chatting with each other, the blinds of the changing room parted. Just like earlier, Lyall was wearing a white cropped shirt that showed her abdomen, but she was also wearing a cropped denim jacket with matching blue jeans. Overall, it also looked good on her, so good that it would make the heads of a few guys turn in her direction. It looks good on you too, sister, Lily said with approval. That can do as your everyday wear, Chloe commented, but I think you should wear the second set of clothes for your date tomorrow. What do you think, Lily? I feel the same way, Lily nodded. After confirming that they would be buying all 3 sets of clothes, Elsie wrapped them up and placed them on a shopping bag. They stayed in the shop for 1 more hour longer as Chloe and Lily tried on and bought a few clothes that were recommended to them by Elsie. All in all, everyone went back to the academy with smiles on their faces. Clearly, they were very satisfied with their purchases, making Elsie and the owner of her shop very happy as well. Ethan looked at himself in front of the mirror, while Sebastian and his other half laughed inside his sea of consciousness. Ethan, my boy, are you seriously going to wear your wizard robe out on a date? Sebastian said after laughing so hard. Of course not, Ethan replied, suspiciously averting his gaze. I'm just checking if there are wrinkles on my robes. The 2 members of the peanut gallery once again laughed out loud after hearing the young man's excuse, making his cheeks redden in embarrassment. Ethan, let me do you a favor, Ethan's other half commented after having a good laugh. Open your celestial aria. I'll handle it from there. For a brief moment, Ethan wondered why his other half was asking him to open his celestial domain. But it didn't take long for him to realize why he was asked to do that. Celestial aria, Ethan stated, which immediately sent him inside his celestial domain. "Give me a few seconds," Ethan's other half said. The second constellation inside the domain soon twinkled as if it was going to do something mischievous. A minute later, a ray of light descended from the heavens and shone on Ethan's body. When the light receded, Ethan saw a mirror made of water in front of him, which reflected his new set of clothes. The young man in the mirror was wearing a white shirt, a black denim jacket, and black pants. To top it all off, he was even wearing sunglasses as if he was some kind of celebrity going to walk on the red carpet. His hair was already tied up with the wolf hair clip that he usually wore every day. "Not bad," Sebastian nodded. "Creation domains are really helpful. You can create anything in them as long as you have enough magic power to do so." "Just remember this, Ethan," Ethan's other half said with a smirk. "The clothes you're wearing are made up of magic, and it will only last for half a day. So be mindful of the time or you will be walking butt naked in the middle of the night. Well, I'm sure that Lyall won't mind it though." While Sebastian and his other half was talking to him, the fairies of the domain circled their prince and praised him for his good looks. "Wow, you look so good, Your Highness. Is there some kind of occasion? Why are you all dressed up?" "Master, can you create a chocolate fountain here in the domain? We'd love that." "Chocolates are good." "I agree." Since the fairies were persistent, Ethan agreed to make a small chocolate fountain at the base of the world tree inside his domain, which made all the fairies cheer in happiness. Right after he finished doing that, he escaped the domain because he was afraid that the other fairies would make other requests of him. Looking at the full-body mirror in his room one last time, Ethan checked if there was nothing wrong with his clothes. When he was done admiring the quality of the clothes, he finally left the room to go to the meeting place that he and Lyall had agreed upon. But when he arrived at the common room, Luna and Lillian looked at him with surprised looks on their faces. "You dressed up well," Lillian praised Ethan with a smile before walking toward him. Since the other members of the Dud Manor were also in the room, she gestured Ethan to lower his head so that she could whisper something in his ear. "Let's go on a date too once everything settles down," Lillian whispered. "Okay," Ethan replied and patted her head, which made the other members of the Dud Manor smirk. "These guys are still hiding that they're lovers," George said in a volume that could be heard by other people. "Everyone here already knows, so why do you still bother hiding it?" "George, have some tact," Henry commented. "Although we know about it, it's best if we pretend not to know about it." That's so troublesome," George scoffed. "What do you think, Noah?" The handsome guy with short silver hair and gray eyes pretended not to hear what George had said and continued to read the book in his hand. Just like George had mentioned, everyone in Dud Manor already knew that Luna and Lillian were Ethan's lovers. But they weren't certain about Lily, Nicole, and Emma. Chloe, whom they thought was already joined with Ethan at the hips, had not visited the manor for months, so they thought that the two were having a lover's quarrel. But they didn't want to pry into his private life, so they didn't ask him any questions and simply observed him from time to time. Lillian, who had been called out, blushed, but she didn't deny or confirm George's comment. Knowing that if she stayed with Ethan a little longer, he'd be late for his date, she went to the couch where Luna was seated and buried her head on her chest as if trying to hide her shame. Luna giggled before hugging her and patting her head. She then gave Ethan the "buy us souvenirs" gaze, to which he nodded his head in understanding. "I'm off," Ethan said as he walked toward the door of the manor. "Where are you going?" George asked. "I'm off to meet the Wizard of Oz," Ethan replied without even bothering to turn his head and wait for George's reaction. When the young man had finally left the manor, George glanced at Henry in confusion. "Do you know who the Wizard of Oz is?" George asked. Henry just rolled his eyes at his best friend before climbing the staircase to head to his room. The Wizard of Oz was a fairy tale, but many believed that it was a real story. Unfortunately, Henry was one of the non-believers and simply treated it as a work of fiction. At the gates of Brynhilder Academy. It was the weekend, so a lot of students were leaving the academy to either visit Limeberg Town or to visit their families for a short time. But as they walked past the gate, they couldn't help but look at the incredibly sexy lady leaning against the gate, with her arms crossed over her chest. Of course, they all knew her as Lily's sister, Lyall. Some of the boys even fantasized about her in their dreams, but when they actually saw her dress up, they couldn't help but gulp. The real thing was way better than their fantasies. However, these fantasies were broken when they saw Ethan arrive, looking all fashionable. As if thinking of the same thing, all the boys clicked their tongues in annoyance before leaving the academy without a second glance. Ethan and Lyall, who had no idea what the others were thinking, glanced at each other and weren't able to stop themselves from being impressed with how the other looked like. "Wow," Sebastian commented. "Ethan would tap that." Ethan's other half snorted with his arms crossed over his chest. While he did agree to help the young man for his date, his feelings had not changed. For him, this was a good way to end any lingering attachments that Lyall might have for Ethan and finally move on to the next stage of her life. "Shall we get going then?" Ethan summoned his wind dancer and sat on it. Since his flying broom looked like a flying motorbike, it was more than enough to fit 2 people on it. Lyall didn't bat an eye and sat behind Ethan and hugged him from behind. Although she didn't mean to do it, Ethan felt something soft pressing against his back, making him forget to fly his wind dancer. Fortunately, his other half cleared his throat, pulling Ethan out of his daze. A few seconds later, the two flew toward Limburg town where they would take the train, which would allow them to return to the world of the Ordinarius, where Ethan planned to take Lyall for their date. After a 3-hour ride on the train, Ethan and Lyall finally arrived at the train station called Orlando. From there, they rode a horse-drawn carriage that could sit up to 16 people, which were specifically placed near the station for those who wanted the popular attraction called Disney World. It was the largest theme park within the country, and Ethan had always wanted to visit it. Lyall, who seemed to be fine with trying out new things, simply chatted with Ethan as the carriage moved towards their destination. However, since both of them were both eye-catching, the passengers couldn't help but sneak stares at them from time to time. The two were used to this already, so they didn't pay too much attention to the people that were staring at them. 15 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. "What is this place?" Lyall asked after seeing a massive castle in the distance. "Are we going to visit the king of this country?" "No," Ethan replied with a faint smile on his face. "Everything you see here is just for entertainment purposes. There are no kings or queens in that castle." "Then why would they build it in the first place?" "Like I said, for entertainment purposes." Ethan noticed that some of the people around them were looking at Lyall as if she was a country bumpkin, so he held her hand and headed towards the gate. As someone who was a genuine country bumpkin, Ethan didn't like the way people were looking at the young lady beside him. So, after paying their tickets, the two of them entered the gate and began to walk alongside the others, who planned to have an enjoyable day. "Lyall, whatever happens, don't try to break things, okay?" Ethan said. "Even the monsters and ghosts in that haunted house are only people, so don't attack them." The young lady's body stiffened after hearing the word ghosts, which made Ethan wonder what was happening to her. "Ha, don't worry," Lyall said. "I won't break or attack anything, especially not ghosts." "Okay, make sure to control your strength," Ethan reminded her before he took Lyall to where the bump cars were located. While the two were headed towards their first attraction, 5 people followed them a short distance away. All of them were wearing hats, glasses, and black face masks, making the other people at the theme park look at them suspiciously. Just like Lyall, the girls were looking around in wonder because it was also the first time they visited a theme park. Luna had asked Ethan where he planned to take Lyall, and he told her exactly where he was going. Because of this, she went to look for Lily and told her about Ethan's plan. Lily then talked to Chloe because she had no idea where Disneyland was. She was very worried about her sister, so she wanted to at least follow them to ensure that she wouldn't do anything reckless in the world of the Ordinarius. Of course, Chloe knew where Disneyland was, So she proposed that all of them go there as a group in order to watch over Ethan's date, as well as enjoy the theme park while they were at it. Similar to Ethan, this was Chloe's first time going to the theme park, so she was quite excited about it. "They are lining up for the bump cars," Chloe informed her group. "Since we can't join them on the same ride, let's line for at the attraction next to it. It's called Jungle Log Jam, so it might be an interesting attraction." Since they were already there, all of them agreed that they should enjoy the theme park as well. Ethan, who had no idea that his other lovers had followed them, chatted with Lyall as they waited in line. When it was finally their turn, the attendants explained how to use the bump cars for those who were trying it for the first time. Fortunately, it wasn't too complicated, which allowed Ethan and Lyall to enjoy it very much. The young lady chased after Ethan, while the latter did his best to dodge the cars in front of him. Lyall didn't expect that she would enjoy such a childish attraction, which made her very happy that Ethan had taken her there. After riding the bump car, the two headed towards the toaster coaster for a different kind of thrill. Meanwhile, Chloe, Luna, Lily, Lillian, and Emma emerged from the jungle log jam with parts of their clothes and faces wet with water. Luna and Lillian weren't able to stop themselves from screaming as the log they were riding reached the top of a steep climb and suddenly rushed downwards, only to be met with water that sprayed up the sides of their log. Chloe didn't scream, but she had to admit that she was close to doing so because she was riding at the very front of the log. Lily and Emma, on the other hand, didn't react too much because they were used to jumping from great heights and landing in a body of water. They were even trained to fall from the great height of waterfalls when they were younger, so they weren't fazed by the ride at all. However, they did enjoy seeing everyone else's reaction, which was very amusing to them. "Let's ride something less thrilling next time," Luna said as she patted her chest. "Then let's go to the bump cars," Chloe proposed. "Ethan and Lyall are heading to the toaster coaster, so we can ride that for the time being." Everyone agreed, and just like Lyall, all of them enjoyed the experience of riding the bump cars for the first time. But while the girls were enjoying the bump cars, Lyall was laughing out loud as the toaster coaster zoomed across the tracks, moving at great speeds. As someone who could move faster than it for a short period of time, she found the twists and turns of the ride quite amusing. A few minutes later, they left the toaster coaster with smiles on their faces. "Where do we go next?" Lyall, who was starting to enjoy the theme park, asked. "I was thinking we should go and try that maze of mirrors," Ethan answered. "They said that it is very easy to get lost in it because it is not like any ordinary maze." "Sounds like a challenge," Lyall smirked. "Let's give it a shot." The young lady then grabbed Ethan's hand and pulled him towards the attraction in the distance. She was feeling a little regret that Lily wasn't with her to enjoy the attractions of the theme park. What she didn't know was that her sister was also in the same place as her and having fun with her friends just as much as Lyall was having fun with Ethan. After trying out several rides, Ethan and Lyall decided to have an afternoon snack together. The food they ate wasn't too fancy and only consisted of cheeseburgers and fries. However, Lyall enjoyed it because this was a new experience for her. Right after eating, they once again explored the other attractions. Lyall complained a lot about waiting in line for nearly half an hour for some rides, but after riding it, she would forget her complaint. This scene happened a few times, which made Ethan smile from time to time. Currently, they were in line for the horror house of the theme park. But for some reason, Lyall wasn't too excited about it, making Ethan wonder if she was really afraid of ghosts. "You can't kill what's already dead," Lyall said with a serious expression on her face. "I fought against ghosts when I was younger, and I was forced to run away because they were impossible to kill. I don't fear undead monsters like skeletons and liches, but ghosts, I can't hit any of them." After sharing her thoughts, Ethan decided to cancel the idea of going inside the horror house. He was afraid that something horrifying would happen inside of it if Lyall started attacking people. That was not a scene that he was too keen to witness. Since the horror house wasn't an option, Ethan decided to take Lyall to the Grand Ferris wheel instead. After several minutes of lining up, the Ferris wheel started to turn slowly, allowing the two of them to see nearly all the attractions of the theme park from high up in the air. Lyall excitedly pointed at the places where they had been too, which showed a rare side of her that not many people were able to see. The sun had nearly set, so the purplish-orange skis stretched for miles on end. Ethan rarely saw such a scene because he didn't have time to admire the beauty of nature much. Studying, training, fighting, going on missions, and spending quality time with his lovers had been his daily routine. The only time where he was able to appreciate such things was when he and Lily were in the lands of Alastair. Both of them would spend time with each other looking at the sunset from on top of the pyramid at the center of the city of Zentris. The nights were dark in the lands of Alastair, and the skis were studded with stars. They were a little different from the usual stars that he could see in Brynhildr Academy because the lands of Alastair were in the northern hemisphere, while the Shire continent was in the southern hemisphere. Even so, their beauty, which had been there since time immemorial, still shone through the night. Some of these stars, which were still shining, might have already died hundreds and even thousands of years ago. But they were simply too far, so their radiance still shone across the universe until they disappeared one day, and everyone would realize that their radiance would never be seen again. Ethan glanced at Lyall, who seemed to have regained her calm after the Ferris wheel had made 2 revolutions. When it was time for them to disembark, the sky was already dark, and the final attraction of the theme park was about to commence. The young man held Lyall's hand and pulled her towards the plaza, where the majority of the people gathered. All of them were looking at the castle in the distance, which would soon become the main attraction of their date. Lyall didn't know why everyone was gathering around them, but since something important might happen, she looked at the castle as advised by Ethan. A few minutes later, the darkness of the night lit up as countless fireworks bloomed into the sky in an array of colors. The young lady's eyes widened in surprise, but soon a smile appeared on her face because just like everything else she experienced today, this was another first for her. Dozens of meters away from them, Luna, Lily, Chloe, Lillian, and Emma looked at this scene with smiles on their faces. All of them had an enjoyable day, and even bought a few souvenirs to take back to Brynhildr Academy. The fireworks display lasted for a full 5 minutes before the last firework bloomed in the sky. While this was happening, Lyall held Ethan's right hand and intertwined her fingers with his. She didn't say anything and just smiled. This day would become one of her most fondest memories, and she truly felt thankful that her first date was highly enjoyable and memorable. From the speakers of the park, an announcement was heard, thanking everyone for visiting Disney Land. Cheers reverberated in the surroundings, with Ethan, Lyall, and the other girls joining the others. A few minutes later, they walked towards the gate because it was time for them to go home. Since the theme park would remain open for an hour longer, some people decided to stay to try their shot at getting in one more ride before leaving. Ethan and Lyall were a couple of those who no longer wished to stay, so they boarded one of the horse carriages that were meant to carry 16 people. But as soon as they sat on their seats, the two of them saw 5 girls who looked extremely familiar to them. But it was hard to tell because they were wearing hats, sunglasses, and black face masks to cover their faces. However, who was Lyall? She recognized the scent of all of Ethan's lovers, so it would be very hard for them to hide from her, even if they were wearing disguises. "Oh, you girls are here too," Lyall asked with a smile on her face. Ethan, who didn't expect that his lovers would be there, couldn't help but glance at the young lady with long brown hair, who was wearing the same disguise as the others. "Sorry, you might have mistaken us for the wrong group of people," Lily replied in a low tone, which was very different from her usual voice. But Lyall only chuckled and no longer said anything. However, it was already too late. "Did you girls have fun too?" Ethan asked. None of the girls answered, making him shake his head helplessly. But since they were still going to the same destination, it really didn't matter whether they answered or not. After reaching the station, all of them bought tickets and took 2 compartments on the train. Lyall, Lily, and Ethan were on one of them, while the other had Chloe, Luna, Lillian, and Emma. Whose idea was it to follow us? Lyall asked her sister, who was currently leaning her head on Ethan's shoulder. Spill the beans. It was my idea, Lily answered. I was worried about you, so I asked Chloe to bring us here. What am I, a kid? Lyall smirked. And here I was feeling a little regret that you weren't here with us when we were riding the different attractions. I'm glad I came, Lily commented. I didn't know that Ordinarius had places like these. Ethan, do you know of other fun attractions? No, Ethan shook his head. I only know of this one. Too bad, Lily sighed. Still, it was a fun experience. It would take them a long 3-hour ride on the train to arrive at Limburg town. Since they would be arriving very late, they all unanimously decided to stay at an inn in Limburg town to spend the night. Brynhildr Academy had a curfew, and all the gates would be closed at 9 in the evening. There was also a barrier that would cover the entirety of the academy to ensure that no one would be able to sneak inside it at night, preventing them from going inside. Ethan had made preparations beforehand and booked 2 rooms for him and Lyall at the inn he regularly visited with his lovers. Luna, who had asked about his plans beforehand, had booked 2 rooms for the 5 of them as well, because they all planned to have some girl talk when they arrived at their destination. Lyall gave her sister a knowing gaze, because she had a feeling that she already knew where this was going. Since she didn't want to interfere with her sister's happiness, she decided to stay in Chloe's room for the night. Fortunately, they had booked 4 rooms in total, so there was plenty of space for everyone to rest. Knowing that he was tired, Luna and Lillian simply slept by his side and didn't do anything. Lyall slept with Lily after finding out that her sister didn't plan to do anything with Ethan that night. Chloe and Emma, on the other hand, slept in their own rooms. All of them were exhausted from the theme park and the return trip, so it didn't take long before all of them fell asleep. Tomorrow was another day, and it would also be when the representatives of the different rulers of the Shire continent would finally arrive at the academy. An old catkin dutifully trimmed the shrubs in the garden while humming a tune. He was an official helper at the academy. Not only did he manage the gardens, but he did janitorial work as well. The students of the academy noticed him a few weeks ago, and so far, they found out that the old catkin was easygoing and very friendly. Several of the students even started calling him Old and Zoe as an endearment. Aside from him, there were 4 elves who had recently started working with the students from Terra Manor, helping them manage their sacred grove, where the medicinal plants and other rare herbs were grown. In the bestiary, several men and women in their early 30s were freshly hired as well. But among the new employees in the academy, the most interesting ones were none other than the 4 dwarves. These dwarves dealt with repairs for almost everything in the academy, and they were very proficient in it. These people were, of course, members of the Protector clans, and they were allowed into the academy in order to protect Ethan better. After the negotiation between Enzo and Professor Reinhardt, these people were integrated into the academy to serve as an added layer of protection and security, not only for Ethan, but also to the entire student body as a whole. Enzo agreed to this condition. For him, keeping the academy safe was keeping Ethan safe. Of course, the Catkins, who had accompanied him, also acted as security personnel in the academy, which made Lily and the people from Jaeger Manor wonder where they came from. As someone who lived in Southshire, this wasn't the first time that Lily had seen Catkins. But the Catkins in the academy felt and smelled different from the Catkins she knew of. However, since they were hired by Professor Reinhardt himself, she decided to no longer inquire about their origin. Just as Enzo finished trimming the shrub, which looked like a giant eagle, a flying ship slowly descended from the sky and headed toward the northern area of the academy. It didn't take long for him to see the insignia on the flying ship, which had the symbol of the royal family of Called Boar. There were 2 other ships, one on each side, and both of them looked like battleships that could easily kill a dragon if it ever blocked their path. It seems that the next few days are going to be interesting, Enzo thought as he narrowed his eyes. Ethan had already told him about this meeting a few days ago, and since he already knew about the topic of the meeting, the old catkin didn't feel like observing the newcomers. His only role was a staff who would clean around the venue. But if any of these forces from the different kingdoms of the Shire continent were to harm Ethan, he would abandon his act and help their young master. The other catkins, who specialized in assassination, had also been stationed around the northern area of the academy, which was off-limits to students. This was where the meeting between the different rulers would be held, and also where they would be staying. Originally, Enzo thought that the academy would not be big enough to accommodate such a large gathering. But according to the headmaster, the northern part of the academy was designed to easily accommodate over 5,000 people. The tower where the Brynhildr statue stood was the center of this off-limits area. Only those who had received permission from the headmaster were allowed to enter this part of the academy. Well then, I should start cleaning over there now, Enzo muttered as he turned to leave the garden. However, before he could do that, Ruby and the other fairies blocked his path. "Old Enzo, did you bring your offering today?" Ruby asked with a sweet smile on her face. "You little ones sure know how to extort an old man," Enzo replied helplessly as he took a bag of candy from his pocket and gave it to Ruby. "This is the only bag of candy I have right now, so all of you share it." "Yay!" Ruby happily grabbed the bag of candies and bid the old catkin farewell. "You're good, old Enzo." This is what you call protection offering. We won't trouble you while you do your work, so we need to be paid properly. Next time, be sure to prepare 2 bags of candies, okay? See you later, old Enzo." After chatting with him for half a few minutes, the fairies finally flew away with their bag of candies. Ethan had once told him that some of his very first allies in the academies were the fairies, so Enzo should treat them as allies as well. The young man had already informed Ruby that Enzo was one of his people. Unfortunately for him, the fairies took this as justification to extort the old catkin for candies whenever he came to the garden. At first, Enzo didn't have any offerings to give, so he hurriedly went to find Ethan. He was then given a few bags of candies, allowing him to form a good relationship with the fairies. Since then, Enzo had been gathering information from the fairies. Aside from wandering around the academy, the fairies were quite free-spirited and sometimes interacted with the students. This allowed them to hear gossip, rumors, as well as secrets that weren't supposed to be known by anyone. The fairies supplied Enzo all of this information because, just like the students, they liked to gossip as well. Of course, this information wasn't free, and most of it had to be paid for by sweets, since it was the only currency the fairies accepted. Enzo had learned a lot from them, making his investment worth his while. As he headed toward the northern side of the academy, he happened to see a familiar group of people walking in the hallways. They were none other than Langston and his cronies, who had kept a very low profile after his father got demoted to a marquis. This blow had humbled the handsome blonde teenager, so he no longer went out of his way to make more enemies in the academy. "Old Enzo, our manor needs some cleaning," Langston said as soon as he saw the old catkin. "Won't you help clean it up for us later?" "Of course," Enzo replied with a smile. "I'll be more than happy to clean up Schwartz Manor." Langston nodded. "You're easy to talk to compared to the other staff of the academy. I'm sure that the head prefect will appreciate your effort." After saying those words, Langston went away with his cohort, leaving Enzo behind. The old catkin didn't particularly hate nor like Langston. In his eyes, he was still a child who was bound to make more mistakes in his lifetime. Fortunately, it was still not too late for him. He could still change, which was a good thing. As the old catkin continued to walk toward his destination, A ghost child suddenly popped out of the wall beside him and blocked his path. Old Enzo, I've been looking for you. Lyle placed his hands on his waist. The forbidden area of the library is collecting dust. Aren't you supposed to clean that up as well? How many times have we talked about this, Lyle? Enzo scratched his head. I'm not allowed to enter the forbidden area of the library. If you really want it to be cleaned, you should bring the matter to the headmaster. Jay, that unfilial descendant of mine doesn't listen to me and treats me like a kid. Lyle snorted. I've been asking him to do a few things in the past, but he just won't budge. I'll just tell you a secret passageway that will lead you to the forbidden area of the library. How about it? You scratch my back, I scratch your back. Sorry, not interested. Oh, man, you're just as uptight as that brat Reinhardt. Enzo couldn't help but chuckle after hearing the ghost child call the headmaster of the academy a brat. To be fair, compared to Lyle's age, Professor Reinhardt was indeed much younger. Calling him a brat was a valid point. I'll go now, Lyle, Enzo said. I need to do some cleaning. Heh, Tilda, do some cleaning. Lyle smirked as he circled around the old catkin. More like doing some snooping and spying. Old Enzo, you sure have a way with words. Do you want to make a bet with me? No, Enzo replied. I don't like gambling. Lyle clicked his tongue before sticking it out. You're no fun. After saying those words, Lyle flew toward the wall where he disappeared completely. With the nuisance gone, Enzo once again continued his journey. Even so, he couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the longer he stayed in the academy, the more he felt like this was the most ideal place to nurture Ethan. He wanted Ethan to grow into someone who could inherit the prestige and pride of his family, allowing their family name to once again resurface to the world and make all those who still remembered it shudder. There was once a time when his family name had shaken not only the Shire continent, but Midgard as well, making them one of the taboo topics that was rarely spoken outside of closed doors. Just give him a few more years, Enzo thought. By then, he will be ready to take the entire world by storm. The smile on Enzo's face widened. He longed for the time when he would once again proudly wear the emblem of Ethan's family as he traveled across the battlefield and assassinated those who were foolish enough to go against his will. Once he was near Brynhilder's tower, he sensed a presence that made him take a fighting stance while holding his broom. I've never seen a catkin as strong as you in Southshire, Seth said as he stepped out of a tree. He eyed Enzo's figure with his arms crossed over his chest. Where did you come from? Kanal, who was also with his father, looked at Enzo with a frown. In his eyes, the old catkin was, well, just an old catkin with no redeeming features. But since his father called the old catkin strong, Kanal started to pay more attention to him. Maybe he's one of those masters who trains in solitude, Kanal thought. Now that I'm paying extra attention to him, I can't really sense anything out of place. So why is father acting like this? Kanal had complete trust in his father, so he was curious about how Seth noticed the catkin's strength. You must be the current Beast King of Southshire. Enzo eased his stance and lowered his broom. You're Seth, right? And how did you know that? Seth arched an eyebrow. Ethan gave me your description. Enzo shrugged. But I didn't expect that a descendant of the Bloodseeker bloodline would still be alive. How peculiar. Aside from the Bloodseeker, you have 2 more bloodlines. Now I understand why you are Shire Continent's Beast King in this generation. Seth narrowed his eyes, because he didn't expect that the old catkin would be able to tell exactly how many bloodline inheritances he had. What is your relationship with Ethan? Seth inquired out of curiosity. Well, since your daughter is bound to become the young master's wife one day, I guess I can tell you my relationship with him, Enzo said with a smile. I'm one of his family's retainers. Are you talking about the Gremory family? No, I'm talking about a different family. And their surname is. I can't tell you what it is. Seth frowned, but since this wasn't really his business, he decided not to pry for now. Let's talk again later, old man, Seth stated. Or you might want to give me your name. Enzo, Enzo said with a polite bow to his young master's future father-in-law. "Just call me Enzo." Seth nodded before walking toward Brynhilder's tower. Enzo didn't follow behind and simply watched the Beast King until he disappeared from sight. "The young master sure found himself a scary father-in-law," Enzo muttered. "But it's not a bad thing." The old catkins smirked. If Ethan and Lily really did get married, then his young master would have the backing of one of the most powerful beings in the Shire continent. "This is going to be fun," Enzo mused as he entered the sealed gate of the tower. Upon entering the gate, Enzo found himself in what seemed to be a different world. A grand palace could be seen in the distance, which was also where the rulers of the different kingdoms would be staying during their time in the academy. This wasn't the first time that Enzo had seen the palace. Just a day ago, Professor Reinhardt took him there to inform him of what he wanted from him. Due to the sheer amount of people coming to the academy, they needed someone to keep watch on possible troublemakers who might target Ethan during the meeting. For now, everyone still needed to talk about how they would proceed with the threat of the Fomorians. But that didn't change the fact that there were still voices that weren't happy about letting Ethan off the hook after acquiring Queen Celestia's legacy. Professor Reinhardt believed that some of the people who had accompanied their kings and queens would want to put a leash on Ethan, making sure that he didn't turn his wand in their direction. If Enzo could have his way, he would stab these people in the back and get it over with. But since he had to play nice, he would just endure for now and try to see who among them would be the so-called troublemakers. Inside the palace in Brynhilder's tower. "Father, why didn't we go to see Lyall first?" Kanal inquired. "I'm very worried about her." "We can see her later," Seth replied. "Either that or she will come to see us first." "I just hope she didn't cause trouble while she's here," Kanal sighed. "I still think that it's a bad idea to let her come alone." "You really think so?" Seth asked without turning to look at his son. "You have always been with Lyall, so you have never given her some time to be on her own. While there's a risk that she would cause trouble, I believe that letting her come to this academy by herself will benefit her growth." "Benefit? How?" "It's because your sister has been spoiled silly by me and your mothers. Even you dote on her, so she's never bothered to question whether the things she's done were right or wrong. Since we've always been beside her to clean up her mess, she never hesitates to do things that others deem reckless." As they walked the hallway, they came across a spacious room with 4 different paths to choose from. The symbol of the wolf, the symbol of a tree, the symbol of a hammer and pickaxe, and lastly, the symbol of a sword and shield. Seth glanced at the different insignia before walking toward the path under the symbol of the wolf. This was the path that would lead to his accommodation, which belonged to the Beastkin race. No other race was allowed to enter the path that wasn't designated to them, making this a very secure place to stay. "I still don't understand, Father," Kanal said. "What exactly did you want Lyall to learn here in the academy?" "I don't know if she learned anything," Seth replied. "But if she did, I will have to change my opinion of Ethan." In the end, Kanal could only sigh and follow behind his father. Just as they were about to reach another gate that had the insignia of a wolf, they heard the sound of someone running behind them, and that someone was running very fast. "Father," Lyall called out, looking very happy to reunite with her family. This time, Seth turned around and smiled. Lyall didn't hesitate to jump toward her father, knowing that he would catch her without fail. And just as she expected, Seth perfectly caught her, making her giggle. "Little troublemaker, what have you been up to, huh?" Kanal asked. But he didn't fail to notice the new clothes that his sister was wearing. He was so used to seeing Lyall wear hand-me-downs from their family that seeing her wear something fashionable for a change made him arch an eyebrow. "For your information, I didn't cause any trouble," Lyall replied. "Well, I almost did, but since I didn't, that means that I didn't cause trouble for anyone." Seth put his daughter down and ruffled her hair with his hand. No matter how old his sons and daughters became, in his eyes, they were still the kids who would cling to him and ask him to give them a piggyback ride. "Let's talk inside," Seth said as he pressed his hand against the gate. "I want to know how you spent your days in the academy, Lyall." Lyall nodded and followed behind her father as they walked toward the accommodations that were prepared just for them. "The representatives from the different Shire states are arriving one by one," Professor Barrett said to the chained-up Ethan in front of him. But aside from them, some headmasters from the different academies had also decided to join the meeting. "Do you still remember Nero Maddox from Nightfall Academy? He's one of the headmasters who will be joining the conference." Ethan wanted to nod, but it was hard to do so while hanging upside down, so he just blinked twice as if telling Professor Barrett that he could put him down now. The professor chuckled and released Ethan slowly, making his body slide on the ground of the training room. The two of them were fighting without using domains or resonances. The ex-magistratus had already trained Ethan on how he could effectively use his domains to his advantage. The battle against the Fomorians was proof of that. Now, he just needed to drill Ethan with combat strategies that would allow him to effectively deal with enemies who were stronger than him, without needing to use his trump cards. Unfortunately, it was still too early for Ethan, so he was unable to land a hit on the professor. As you may already know, most academies send their students on difficult missions. Since the possibility of fighting against Fomorians in the future is very high, the headmasters need to know what they are up against. The Grand Conference will take place 2 days from now, but the representatives from the entire Shire continent will be arriving today or tomorrow. Till then, do your best to keep a low profile. I'm sure some of them would come to find you on their own. You're free to interact with them however you like, but do be careful. Some of them have ill intentions for coming here. If I remember correctly, there are even nobles from Eastshire who want to have you put on trial in front of everyone. But thanks to King Austin's latest move of demoting the most vocal ones within their ranks, the rest closed their mouths, at least for now. The nobles who hired mercenaries, bandits, bounty hunters, and even assassins to target Ethan's grandparents had all been captured. After the magistratus tortured them, they revealed information about who their employers were, and their names were then sent to King Austin. The king acted quickly and demoted these people, including Langston's father, Zach Kerr. "You might have some helpers among the magistratus," Professor Barrett commented. "They seem to be overly eager, especially the head of the organization, to torture and extract information from the captured rogue wizards and witches. I already sent a letter thanking them for helping patrol the borders of the academy from time to time. A few weeks ago, they managed to capture a group of people who were interrogating students while they were returning to the academy from Limeberg town or from finishing their missions. For some reason, this group of people had all of their hair standing on end as if they were struck by lightning. None of them died, but they were seriously injured, which made the work of the magistratus easier. Are you perhaps the one who did that to them?" Ethan shook his head. "No, Professor, I was behaving myself and didn't go out of the academy at that time. The only time I left the academy since our return was yesterday, and it was to go out on a date." Professor Barrett arched an eyebrow after hearing the word date, but he didn't say anything because this was Ethan's private life. "Then I guess there is someone else who can summon lightning bolts aside from you," Professor Barrett said. "Well, it seems that the person who dealt with those rogue wizards and witches is an ally, so we don't have to worry about them, at least for now." Aiton nodded because he, too, felt that way. "Somewhere in Brynhilder Academy." "Achoo!" George rubbed his nose before looking at the ladies from Terra Manor, who had invited him to join them for afternoon tea. Truth be told, they invited him out of kindness since he accompanied Henry to visit his fiancée. "Then all of these guys attacked me," George said with a serious expression on his face. "But who was I? I'm the strongest member of Dud Manor. With my mighty axe, Fulminar, I defeated them all with a single strike." "You want us to believe that you alone defeated over 20 rogue wizards and witches?" a third-year beauty from Terra Manor asked. George nodded. "Yes, Actually, the current head of Magistratus, Gienerin, happened to pass by and invited me to become a member of the Magistratus. I told him that I'll think about it, but he is quite persistent. He even said that I am the most talented dud that he has ever seen in his life, so I need to join their organization after I graduate no matter what. The happy-go-lucky third year of Dud Manor made an exaggerated sigh before shaking his head. But I'm someone who values freedom, George said with a solemn expression on his face. I don't like being too high profile, nor do I want fame. I just want to keep my juniors as well as the students of the academy safe from harm. Is that too much to ask? The witches, who were at George's table, glanced at each other before shaking their heads helplessly. Clearly, no one was believing George's story, making him look hurt. But just as everyone was about to change the topic to talk about something else, a pretty second year clapped her hands and looked at George with admiration. Sir George, I didn't expect you to be very strong, the second year beauty commented. I thought only Sir Henry and Ethan Gremory were considered the strongest in Dud Manor. George chuckled before casually waving his hand. It was as if he found talking about the two side characters, known as Henry and Ethan, to be such a trifling thing. When there is light, there is darkness, George stated. I let Henry and Ethan take the spotlight while I clean up the rubble from the shadows. It might not be a rewarding task, and my efforts go unnoticed, but I'm fine with that. In the end, the true heroes of the world are the unsung heroes who make sure that everyone will be able to live in peace. The second year couldn't help but place her hand over her chest as she looked at George as if he was the most amazing young man that she had seen in her life. The other ladies at the table looked at the second year and wondered what kind of weed she smoked before joining them for their afternoon tea party. I think I still don't know your name, George said. My name is George Marshall. May I know your name, young lady? Sabrina Rhodes, Sabrina replied. Just call me Sabrina, Sir George. I'll call you Sabrina, but only if you remove the sir and just call me George. Sabrina blushed before nodding her head. Very well, George. Has anyone told you that you have beautiful eyes, Sabrina? George asked as he looked at her amber eyes that he rarely saw in the magical world. Are they really beautiful? Sabrina asked as if half in doubt. They are, George nodded. Aren't her eyes beautiful? George asked the other ladies on the table, and all of them nodded their heads in agreement. Although the conversation took a drastic turn, they let it be, knowing that George was harmless enough. After all, they had known him for quite some time. Henry and his fiancée, Renee Campbell, whom he called by her nickname, Irene, looked at George and Sabrina from their table and smiled. I guess the two oddballs in our manners have clicked, Irene said. Henry hummed. George is kind, but he can be eccentric at times. I just hope he doesn't scare her away. Well, I've known George for a long time, so I'm not worried that he will scare her away, Irene commented. I'm more worried about Sabrina scaring George away. If George is eccentric, Sabrina is extremely unique. She likes to have screaming contests with the mandrakes that she's just pulled out of the ground. Okay, now that is scary. Henry suddenly felt as if his best friend was in danger, but Irene just giggled and told him that they should just watch things from a distance. Whether this meeting between the two oddballs would create a spark between them or not, it would really depend on the two individuals, who seemed to be having fun sharing stories with each other. As the sun was setting on the horizon, a flying ship descended from the sky and landed on the northern part of Brynhilder Academy. It bore the insignia of the royal family of Wisteria, and it had 4 other flying ships accompanying it in its descent. Standing on the deck of the ship were 3 of the most important personages in the Kingdom of Eastshire. They were none other than the King of Eastshire, Austin Whitehall, and his queen, Evan, who stood at his right side, as well as the Grand Archmage of the Kingdom, Lord Edmund, who stood on his left. Originally, the meeting should have been held in the royal palace of Wisteria, but since the other leaders of the Shire continent didn't want to go to the capital of Eastshire, King Austin compromised and agreed to host the conference in Brynhilder Academy. How long has it been since we've come to this place, Evan? King Austin asked. I think we stopped coming here after your 25th birthday, Queen Evan replied. It has been a long time, King Austin sighed. Frankly, I never thought I'd visit this place again. Queen Evan smiled faintly, understanding what her husband was thinking about. Brynhildr Academy was a special place to them, so as much as possible, he didn't want it to be involved in any kind of politics. But after not visiting it for decades, he was back again, and the conference would not only involve his kingdom, but the entirety of the Shire continent. Do you think Professor Reinhardt can have dinner with us? King Austin asked Lord Edmund, who was close friends with the headmaster of the academy. Since we're already here, why don't we just invite him for dinner? I think it's possible, Lord Edmund replied. But do you really only want to have dinner with Reinhardt? Are you sure you don't want to invite anyone else? Like a certain young man with long blue hair and cause trouble wherever he go. Lord Edmund smiled faintly, making King Austin chuckle because he understood what the Grand Archmage was implying. However, the King of Eastshire only shook his head. We will see him in 2 days, King Austin replied. If I meet him now, the other leaders will definitely raise their eyebrows, so it will be best if I don't stir the hornet's nest for now. Let's just wait until the conference officially starts. It will not be too late to talk to him then. Lord Edmund nodded in understanding. A minute later, their flying ship landed in its designated area. And there, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett were already waiting for their arrival. I've been seeing you a lot lately, Edmund, Professor Reinhardt said. You must be slacking off in your work, right? As if, Lord Edmund replied with a snort. You're going to join us for dinner, yes. Actually, the Queen of the Elves, the Queen of the Fairies, as well as the King of the Dwarves have invited me to have dinner with them, Professor Reinhardt answered. Why don't we all have dinner together? That will be more fun, right? King Austin pondered for a bit before nodding his head. Sounds like a plan. It will also be a good way to observe their current stance in regards to the threat of the Fomorians. Well then, I'll escort you to your accommodations, Professor Reinhardt said. So please follow me. Their destination was none other than Brynhildr's Tower, where all of their guests were staying. The students of the academy had already been told about the arrival of the different rulers of the Shire continent and had been ordered not to go to the northern part of the academy. They were also asked to be on their best behavior and to immediately report any suspicious individual to the professors. With so many people gathering in one place, there was bound to be trouble. So, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett were thankful that they hired the Protector clans to keep watch in the academy. The Catkins under Enzo were all monitoring the academy grounds while acting as helpers in the academy. Their presence, however, gave the two professors some peace of mind as they did their tasks in the academy. In fact, they were so short in staff that they nearly employed all the people from the Protector clans. Of course, not all of them could come to the academy since they had already set up their shops in Limburg town. There were 5 elves in Limburg town who were selling medicinal herbs, and 5 dwarves who were handling weapon repairs, as well as weapon production. The shop founded by the Meredith clan was a general store that sold nearly all daily necessities. So, in total, 20 members of the Protector clans were stationed in Limburg town, and the rest were inside the academy. The added personnel surprised the professors in the academy because they weren't expecting elves, dwarves, and catkins to ask to become a member of their staff. But Professor Reinhardt simply said that they were looking for work and wanted to explore Eastshire, so he hired them. As they walked through the hallways inside Brynhildr Tower, they came across Seth, who was accompanied by Canal and Lyall. He had just received a message from the heads of the other beastkin races that they had arrived at the gate of the academy. Seth was just about to meet them when he came across the King of Eastshire, whom he had only met once in the past. It's been a while, Seth, King Austin greeted. Seth hummed in reply. You now look old, Austin. And you still look like you're in your prime, Austin sighed. Beastkins can live up to 500 years. I hope we humans can do the same. Then just do it, Seth commented. Easy for you to say. Happy. After that short exchange, Seth walked past the human entourage and headed outside of the tower. King Austin watched him go before shaking his head. Seth had never been someone who liked to have long conversations with anyone. In fact, for him to stop and even talk to King Austin showed that he acknowledged the latter as an individual and not just as the king of Eastshire. I just hope that we will not have a brawl in 2 days' time, King Austin said to Professor Reinhardt. You have beastkins, dwarves, elves, humans, and fairies. I say that's quite a recipe for disaster. Professor Reinhardt chuckled after hearing King Austin's reply. However, if one listened carefully, his chuckle contained a hint of resignation. He knew that this conference would not go smoothly, but there was really nothing he could do about it. At this point, he was only hoping that none of the students would get involved if a fight did break out. What Professor Reinhardt didn't know was that a certain ghost, who went by the name Lyle, was already thinking of ways to instigate a brawl. He was someone who liked fighting, and he believed that the best way to make the other races recognize each other was through fighting. Of course, the other wills of the founders of Brynhildr Academy found his plan annoying. They even planned to tie him up to prevent him from doing what he wanted. But before they could do it, Lyle escaped and headed toward the Brynhildr Tower, ready to throw a spark on the powder kegs, which would appear at the conference in 2 days' time. The day has finally come, Ethan thought as he looked at the tower in the distance, where the statue of Brynhildr was located. Don't worry, Master, Lilith assured as she appeared behind Ethan in her catkin form. If someone comes to harm you, I promise that I will protect you. Ethan turned around to look at the beautiful catkin, who would sometimes hug him in his sleep, whenever Luna and Lillian didn't sleep beside him at night. Lilith, I've always wondered, what's your real name? Ethan asked. I only gave you the name Lilith in the past since I didn't know what to call you. Young Master, the catkins of the Orpheus clans shed their names the moment they choose to take up the blade to serve your bloodline, Lilith answered. The day I was appointed to become your protector, I shed my name along with the others as an offering to the goddess Tia. This is why the name you have given me is also my new name. I'm very thankful that you have given me such a wonderful name, Master. Ethan didn't know how to feel after Lilith's confession. Fortunately, he didn't give her a funny name like Fluffy when picking a name for her. Otherwise, it would become very awkward between them in the future. Lilith smiled after seeing the young man's conflicted expression. Then she once again merged with his shadows to protect him. It's fine, Master, Lilith stated. Like I said, I like the name you gave me. What Ethan didn't know was that the Orpheus clan had another tradition. Those who had shed their names would be part of the nameless, and they would remain nameless until the day they died. This was to ensure that their origins wouldn't be traced back to the Orpheus clan, for this was the blessing of the goddess whom they served. A nameless assassin didn't have any origin, so their deaths would be final. If someone were to give them a name, it only meant one thing: a marriage proposal. And if the catkin of the Orpheus clan accepted the name, that means that they agreed to accept that person's marriage proposal. Of course, Ethan didn't know about any of this. Even Emma of the Meredith clan wasn't aware that the Orpheus clan had this tradition. For them, the catkins were a mysterious race that lived and died as the hidden daggers of their master, fulfilling their mission without fail, even if they had to sacrifice their lives in order to accomplish it. Taking a deep breath, Ethan walked toward the tower. Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett were already inside, handling the final preparations for the conference. Everyone who had come to attend the conference were already inside the venue, so the path leading to it was clear, at least. It was supposed to be that way. Ethan noticed a middle-aged man standing along the path that led to the tower, as if waiting for him. The man felt familiar yet unfamiliar at the same time. But before Ethan could do or say anything, the man smiled at him. Ethan Gremory, the middle-aged man with long blonde hair and blue eyes, looked at the young man with an intense gaze. The name is Zach Care. I am Langston's father. I believe this is the first time we've actually talked to each other. Indeed, Ethan replied. It seems that you're a very busy person, perhaps too busy. Yes, Zach Care nodded. You've kept me too busy. I already had my hands full with Reinhardt, yet you just had to waltz your way into the picture. Although this was the first time that Ethan had met Zach Care, he already heard many things about him. Since he was Langston's father, Emma had given him information about the Care family. And truth be told, most of what he heard wasn't good. Also, since he was one of the nobles whose rank had been demoted, that meant that he had played a role in the attempt to kidnap his grandparents as well as harass Chloe's family. If they weren't in the academy, Ethan would have already summoned Dainsleif and ordered it to devour the man before him. So why are you here? Ethan inquired. The conference will be starting soon. Ethan controlled his emotions because he didn't know the reason why Zach Care appeared in front of him. According to Emma's intel, he was one of the nobles who wanted to have him put on trial for obtaining Queen Celestia's legacy. I came to give you a warning, Ethan, Zach Care answered. You should choose not only your allies, but also your enemies with great care. Reinhardt and Barrett cannot protect you forever. While you are indeed safe within the walls of this academy, you cannot stay inside of it forever. Understood, Ethan nodded. Is there anything else? The young man's answer was casual. It was as if his subtle threat didn't have any effect, making Zach Care frown. But thinking that Ethan could only act this way because he was currently inside the academy, the middle-aged man sneered before turning around to walk toward the tower. However, after taking 10 steps, he stopped and glanced back at Ethan. If there comes a time when you need an ally, feel free to visit my domain, Zach Care said. My doors will always be open for you. After saying those words, he finally left. Scum, Sebastian said in disgust. He wanted so much to spit, but since he was in Ethan's sea of consciousness, he decided not to do it. He really thinks he's some kind of big shot, huh? A delusional man, Ethan's other half commented. Even if Ethan went outside the academy walls, he would be perfectly safe. He already lost his rank, yet his pride and arrogance still remain, as expected of a side character. Ethan had the same thoughts as his two allies, but unlike in the past, when he was truly powerless, things were different now. If only Zach Care and the other nobles targeted Ethan before he gained Celestia's domain, then they might have succeeded in eliminating him as long as they sent all of their powerhouses against him. Fortunately, they didn't. Now that Ethan had time to grow, he would just continue growing stronger. After he journeyed to Midgard, his true background, which he still didn't know about, would be known to him as well. Stay on your guard, Master, Lilith said to him through telepathy. You'll be meeting more people like him inside the tower. I know, Lilith, Ethan replied with a smile. I know. The young man then continued walking toward his destination, knowing that he would indeed meet more people like Zach Care in the conference room. In his eyes, this wasn't really a bad thing. In fact, he even welcomed it. That way, he would be able to put a face and a name to his enemies, allowing him to know whom he would have to deal with at a later time. As he entered the gates of the tower, he noticed Enzo casually cleaning the hallways with a broom while humming a tune. The two exchanged a subtle nod of understanding before the young man walked past the other party. I'll just be outside the conference room, Enzo said in a volume that only Ethan could hear. Don't get intimidated by them, Master. Just as you have many enemies, you have many allies as well. Ethan hummed as his way of telling his protector that he understood. This was the first time that Ethan would face all the big shots of the Shire continent, and frankly, this might not be his last time meeting them. The moment Ethan entered the conference room, countless eyes shot onto his person. But the young man seemed unaffected, even walking with confidence as if he was already used to this kind of treatment. Those who were seeing Ethan for the first time couldn't help but observe him carefully. At first, they thought that he was just an ordinary teenager who would suddenly get cold feet after being stared at by hundreds of people. Contrary to their expectations, Ethan's steps were firm, and there were no signs of anxiety in his actions. This impressed some of the representatives from the 4 kingdoms of the Shire continent. "Sit here, Ethan," Professor Reinhardt said as he pointed at the seat beside him. Ethan nodded and took his place between Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett. They were seated at the center of the conference room, with everyone surrounding them from all sides. The King of Men, Beastkin, and Dwarves looked at him with solemn expressions on their faces. The Queen of Elves and the Queen of Fairies, on the other hand, looked at the young man with a smile. They were the leaders of each race, and they had traveled thousands of miles just to see him. Everyone came for one purpose, and one purpose only: to discuss the information that Ethan received from the Fomorians and the threat they posed to their domains. "I know that some of you came here for reasons that are known only to you," Professor Reinhardt said. "So, before we start the conference, Ethan is willing to answer any question that is unrelated to the Fomorians. However, the questions must be important and of relevance. Raise your hand if you want your voices to be heard." Ethan knew that there would be inquiries that he wouldn't be able to escape from. Putting this into consideration, he asked Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett to allow others to question him before the matter of the Fomorians was discussed. He also understood that his proposal might not change the minds of those who hated him. But it was also a good way to let the rest of the people gathered here learn the truth and later disseminate the facts among the masses. That way, they wouldn't be led by the nose by those who plan to control any and all information related to him. Just as he expected, dozens of hands rose up, and one of them was Zach Cares, making King Austin, as well as Professor Reinhardt, frown. But since the one who would have the power to choose whose question he wanted to answer was Ethan, they didn't make any move and simply waited for the question and answer session to unfold. "Zach Care, you may ask your question," Ethan said calmly. His first choice made Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett glance at him, caught off guard by Ethan's boldness. Neither of them knew that Ethan knew who Langston's father was, but after seeing how calm he was, they realized that he might have a plan in mind. "I came here to ask whether you are truly the one who is in full control of your consciousness," Zach Care said. "Those who have let their greed get the better of them in the past have tried to obtain the powers of an epic legacy. But instead of controlling this power, the power controlled them, turning them into beasts that threatened the safety of the Shire continent. I am only worried that you are no longer the promising young man who I knew and is now merely a puppet of Queen Celestia, who once tried to drown this continent and kill all lives on it. Ethan Gremory, are you really the one in control of your power, or is it controlling you? Also, can you give us a justification as to why you chose to greedily take the epic legacy instead of destroying it, which was what everyone agreed to do before entering the legacy domain?" Ethan smiled after listening to the middle-aged man's lengthy question. He had tried his best to look as if he was someone who truly cared about Ethan, and he even looked remorseful for the loss of such a talented individual. Of course, everyone who knew Zach Care understood that this was merely a ploy to drag Ethan down to despair, and then let the leaders of Eastshire put a leash on his head. "To answer the question, I am indeed in full control of Queen Celestia's power," Ethan replied. "When I came inside the legacy domain, my original plan was to destroy the legacy tome, but things happened, preventing me from doing that." "Isn't it because you just became greedy for power?" Zach Care interjected. "The allure of power can easily make someone stray off the right path. I'm saddened to hear that even someone like you failed to resist the temptation." Ethan smiled before answering the question. "I find it very amusing that someone who has had his noble rank stripped from him due to greed and hunger for power is willing to play the clown in front of everyone in the conference for our entertainment," Ethan chuckled. "You even had the audacity to target my family to try and use them as bargaining chips to put me under your control. Of course, what I am saying are facts. The magistratus have already confirmed it. You were even given the chance to prove them wrong by undergoing their inquiry, but you knew that you had too many skeletons in your closet." I find His Majesty, King Austin, too kind. Imagine raising a snake like you in his backyard. If it were me, not only would I have demoted that person's rank, I would have sent him into exile. But I'm not someone who likes to rub the salt in someone's wounds or kick them while they are down. I advise you to reflect on your actions and to not be too greedy for power. Otherwise, I might personally ask for an inquisition from the magistratus and have you put through a very thorough investigation on the grounds of putting a bounty over my and my family's head. By the way, I still haven't asked you for compensation regarding that matter. I will file this case with the Magical Bureau right after this conference ends. Please, make sure not to run away when they come to ask you for your testimony, okay? My grandma gets scared easily, so you will have to compensate her for her mental health as well. A minute of silence passed before a chuckle was heard inside the conference room. The Queen of Fairies held her belly as she laughed, sounding similar to the resonation of pealing bells. You said that you don't like to kick someone when they are down, but look at you making this ugly human look uglier in the eyes of everyone here, the Fairy Queen said. We came here to talk about important matters, not listen to your petty power struggles. Can someone kick this clown out of this place? I don't want to laugh all day. I agree, the Elven Queen, who always took the side of the Fairy Queen in regards to matters of importance, stated. I didn't come here to hear the politics of the Kingdom of Eastshire. If you want to talk about these things, talk about it somewhere else. We're not here to listen to the ramblings of a monkey. Hey, I take offense to that. The leader of the monkey beastkin protested. I'm sorry, the Queen of the Elves apologized, which surprised everyone. Calling him a monkey is an insult to you beastkins. I apologize for my lack of tact. Apology accepted, the monkey beastkin replied. I know a scummy human when I see one, and this guy is truly scummy. I vote that this person be kicked out of the conference room, Seth said with his arms crossed over his chest. I don't want to waste my time listening to scum. I second it, the Fairy Queen raised her hand. I agree to this proposal, the Elven Queen stated. The Dwarf King remained silent, while King Austin sighed and glanced in Zack Care's direction. Get out, King Austin ordered, or I will demote your rank once more. Back then, the King of Eastshire didn't dare to directly antagonize the nobles of his kingdom. Zack Care and his faction had held considerable power, and if he dealt with them without a plan, the chances of a backlash were high. But things were different now. The moral high ground had shifted to his side, and he had the support of the populace of the kingdom. Not only that, but the magistratus, which had always taken a neutral stance in the affairs of the kingdom, had actively dealt a blow to Zack Care's faction, with some of their men being sent to prison. Because of this, the power that their faction had built up over the years crumbled. King Austin naturally took advantage of this vulnerability and went in for the kill. Not only did he demote Zack Care of his rank, he also confiscated his lands and other properties. The king did the same thing to the nobles belonging to his faction, and thanks to this, they no longer posed a serious threat to his rule. In fact, in order to save what remained of their honor and dignity, the nobles he punished pledged their full support to the king, forcing others to do the same. Lord Edmund handled the aftermath, and he made sure that none of these nobles would be able to defy the royal family again. Jeers, booing, and laughter reverberated in the conference room, making Zack Care turn pale. He thought that he would be able to put Ethan in his place by accusing him right in front of everyone, but the young man reversed the accusation to him, making him the laughing stock of everyone in the conference room. Left with no choice, he left with a betrayed face out of shame and embarrassment. Ethan knew that there were other people like Zack Care inside the room, so he made him an example of what might happen if people were to attack him. Perhaps, knowing that the same thing might happen to them, the people who wanted to accuse him no longer asked him any questions. Those who didn't tackle the topic about him acquiring the epic legacy from Queen Celestia. Once the question and answer portion was over, he finally brought up the real topic of the discussion, which were the plans of the Fomorians. More than a month ago, the Fomorians managed to step foot on the Shire continent, Ethan stated, which made everyone inside the room turn silent. They were the scouts who were sent here for two reasons. The first reason was to see if the Furbolgs and their descendants were thriving in the Shire continent. Ethan paused for a bit before saying the second reason. The second reason, which is their main purpose for coming to the Shire continent, is to find one of the ancient treasures that was passed to the Furbolgs by the Tuatha De Danann. It was none other than Leah Fail, or better known as the Stone of Destiny. The Fomorians are looking for it so that they can elect a king, the one who will lead their forces and allow them to rise to the surface world once again. The Fomorian king had been killed during the Great War thousands of years ago. After the defeat of their race, they hid themselves from the world. Since then, although they were sighted every now and then, most of the Fomorians kept a very low profile and no longer made waves in the lands of Midgard. But that could soon change. Once they came to recognize a king, whom they would follow with everything they had, one of the most powerful forces in the world could stage a comeback. They came here to see if the descendants of the Furbolgs are still thriving and are also on the lookout for the Stone of Destiny. The Elven Queen frowned. We all know the answer to the first matter, so let's talk about the Stone of Destiny. Do any of you have any idea where it is? That's right, the Fairy Queen commented. If we know where it is, then couldn't we all protect it and ensure that it won't fall into their hands? King Austin, the Dwarven King, as well as Seth kept their silence as they glanced at Professor Reinhardt, who was busy cleaning his glasses. The Stone of Destiny was lost during the Great War here in Eastshire, Professor Reinhardt commented before placing his glasses back on his face. No one knows where it is, and it's said that the Furbolgs made sure to hide it thoroughly so that the Fomorians wouldn't be able to reclaim it. The headmaster of Brynhildr Academy paused for a bit before continuing his explanation. The Stone of Destiny is one of the 4 treasures that the Tuatha De Danann left to mankind, Professor Reinhardt explained. I'm sure that some of you already know about them, but for the sake of those who don't, let me explain them one by one. The first one is the Leah Fail, or the Stone of Destiny. It's an artifact that was said to give a cry whenever someone worthy of being called a king appears in its vicinity. The second treasure is the Cauldron of Dagda. It's a cauldron containing an endless supply of food, and anyone who eats from it will have their health and vigor restored. The third is the Sword of Light, Cleam Sale. It's also referred to as the Sword of Nuada. When drawn, this sword will not let anyone escape from it alive. No one will be able to run from it, for its target would be forced to fight its wielder in battle. Last but not the least is the Lewin of Keltchar, also known as the Spear of Lug. It goes by many names. Sometimes it's called the Slaughterer, at other times it's called Krimal. There's also a few who call it Ariadpair. Ethan, who had been told this information 2 days ago by Professor Reinhardt, had a calm expression on his face. However, when he heard about it the first time, he couldn't help but feel shocked. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the spear he randomly picked from the treasury of Dawnbreaker Academy would be one of the 4 treasures of the Tuatha De Danann. Professor Reinhardt, who didn't know what Ethan was thinking, continued his speech. When these 4 artifacts are gathered under the same banner, they can create a force that could turn the tide of battle. As you may already know, the Sword of Light, Cleam Sale, is in the safekeeping of the Kingdom of Eastshire. The Cauldron of Dagda, as well as the Stone of Destiny, are nowhere to be found. It is truly unfortunate that we are not aware of their location. And what about the Spear of Lug? Oscar Esta asked with a smile on his face. Are you going to say that you don't know its whereabouts? Professor Reinhardt nodded. Indeed, I have no idea where this spear is, but according to legend, no battle was ever sustained against it or against the man who held it. Of course, this is only what was said in the record books. As to whether it is true or not is still up for debate. Oscar Astan no longer said anything and just smirked. There were only a select number of people who saw how the Fomorians reacted when they saw the flaming spear that hovered around Ethan during the battle inside their domain. If none of the people present in that scene were to say anything, No one else would know who its current wielder was. Throughout the exchange, Ethan kept a poker face, which he had learned to do in the lands of Alastair. Although he thought that Oscar would declare that he was in the possession of Ariad Pair. The patriarch of the Asta family kept his peace, as if he was planning to use this as a bargaining chip against him. This sly old fox. Sebastian shook his head inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. He sure is petty. Very petty, Ethan's other half nodded. But he is playing smart. He mentioned it to keep Ethan on his toes, but he didn't persist on it. I think he wants to keep the information that 2 of the treasures of the Tuatha De Danann are in the lands of Easter Quiet. I should have stepped on him in Ethan's celestial domain when I had the chance, Sebastian grumbled. I could have made it look like an accident if I tried hard enough. I doubt it, Ethan's other half chuckled. I'm sure Edmund would not have allowed that to happen. Ethan agreed with his other half's words, but he kept his focus on the discussion in the conference room. So, we don't know where the Stone of Destiny is. The Dwarf King finally spoke as he narrowed his gaze at Ethan. Then, what do you know? Everyone's gaze landed on the young man, who had kept his silence for the past few minutes. Currently, there is a pseudo-leader among the Fomorians who had ordered a few of them to come to the Shire continent to look for the Stone of Destiny, Ethan answered. His name is Aron. Impossible. The Queen of the Elves stood up from her seat and looked at Ethan in shock. He's still alive. Even the Fairy Queen, who usually had a cheery expression, turned pale after hearing the name of the pseudo-leader of the Fomorians. He is very much alive, Ethan nodded. Also, while this is not confirmed, according to the memory I received from one of his subordinates, a little more than a year from now, they will come to the Shire continent en masse if the mission of finding the Stone of Destiny fails. I'm afraid that there would not only be 4 Fomorians making landfall when the time comes. Hundreds, maybe even thousands, will come. Of course, this is only a part of the memory that I have seen from one of his subordinates. Take this information with a grain of salt. But let me just say one thing. Only 4 Fomorians came this time, and yet they were extremely troublesome. If not for the fact that they were dealt with before they could truly hatch their plans in the Shire continent, these lands might not be as peaceful as they are now. Hearing Ethan's words, the kings and queens asked him a few more questions, which he answered to the best of his ability. Some asked if he knew where they were hiding, and the young man said yes. But their domain was in Midgard, so there was nothing the current leaders could really do about it. The only thing they could do was wait for the Fomorians to come to their home turf. As to whether their home court advantage would play to their strength or not, they would know once their enemies came knocking at their doors. Who is Aron, by the way? Ethan asked the Elven Queen. The Elven Queen and the Fairy Queen glanced at each other before shifting their gaze at Ethan. Aron isn't really a Fomorian, the Elven Queen, who went by the name Winfield, answered. He used to be a member of the Tuatha De Danann, and he was a very powerful warrior. He briefly participated in the war against the Fomorians, but soon backed out for reasons only known to him. There were even rumors that Aron sided with the Fomorians and betrayed his race, but these rumors were said to be unfounded. Aron liked hunting and carnage, as well as destruction, the Fairy Queen commented. Although he didn't have a good reputation among the Tuatha De Danann, he never raised his blade against them nor killed any of his people. As to what happened to him during the war, no one really knew, for he was never seen again after he returned to his homeland, Anon, to quell an uprising in his own domain. If he truly became the advisor of the Fomorians, then this complicates things. The Fairy Queen's face was grim. It was clear that she didn't like the prospect of having a confrontation with one of the champions of the Tuatha De Danann. Now that you mentioned Anon, the Fomorians live near it, Ethan stated. Of course, not all of them did, but there are easily 1,000 of them near his domain. Seth, who had remained silent and was only listening to the side, voiced out his thoughts for everyone to hear. Is there anything else that we should know about? Seth inquired. Anything else of significance from the memories you gathered? Ethan nodded. From the memories I gathered, a Fomorians named Aspes is very concerned about a group of people called the Milesians. According to his memory, they are also looking for the artifacts of the Tuatha De Danann and will also be sending an elite force to the Shire continent to look for those treasures. This time, Seth, King Austin, and the Dwarf King frowned after hearing the Milesians. Ethan, who had no idea who they were in the past, went to ask Mimir. The giant head told him that they were the race that had driven the Tuatha De Danann out from the world. It was because of them that these powerful races went into hiding, just like the Fomorians. Mimir added that some of them had gone to the lands of Saracale, while the rest settled in small communities, far away from major kingdoms and cities, and lived their lives in peace. In short, the Milesians were the victors who had established their kingdom, while the Fomorians and the Tuatha De Danann were the losers who disappeared from the pages of history. The Shire continent and the Milesians had bad blood between them, because there was one point in time when these conquerors had set their eyes on the Shire continent. They were repelled by its inhabitants, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Countless lives were lost during that war, and the lands of the Shire continent were bathed in blood. Not only must we deal with the Fomorians, but we must also deal with those bastards. The Dwarven king laughed out of anger. It seems that the forges of Kaldbor need to be set ablaze once again. I just hope they don't attack us one after the other, King Austin sighed. Either of them is a troublesome enemy, and whoever takes advantage of this opportunity when we are at our weakest will definitely have the advantage. Well, you humans still have an advantage, the fairy queen chuckled. Your race reproduces like rabbits. Even if your fighting force is wiped out, it would only take you 2 decades to replace them. Then why don't you fairies reproduce like rabbits too? King Austin smirked. Nothing is stopping you, you know. Het Tilda's spoken like a true monkey, the fairy queen sneered. Ethan, who already knew that fairies tend to be mischievous, could only sigh in his heart after hearing this exchange. I suggest that all of us set aside our personal quarrels for the time being and come up with a plan on how we can assist each other when we are in need. If ever an invasion truly comes to pass, the possible landing sites of their forces are Southshire, Eastshire, and Westshire. Northshire would be the last place they'd visit, since the Kaldbor Mountains is an unforgiving place. With that said, only the dwarves will be able to turn the tides of battle if all 3 territories are attacked at once. The Dwarven king nodded, because this was indeed the case. The Beastkins were a powerful race, but they alone wouldn't be able to withstand the bulk of the army of either the Fomorians or the Milesians. All the leaders and their representatives discussed the countermeasures that would be needed to tackle such a threat. Ethan remained seated and listened to their discussion without saying anything. His role had already ended after he finished sharing the information that he gathered from the Fomorians. It was his first time attending a war conference, so he made sure to pay close attention to the discussion between the most powerful men and women in the realm. The meeting ended 3 hours later, but everyone agreed that they still had many things to talk about. Ethan was no longer needed for the succeeding meetings, so he decided to rest back in his room because he was exhausted. You only have 3 months before this school year ends, Ethan, Sebastian commented. Will you head to Midgard right away after returning to your grandparents' house? If you want an honest answer, I still haven't thought about it properly, Ethan replied. I wanted to bring Lily, Luna, Lillian, and Emma to see my grandparents and introduce them properly as my fiancés. We'll stay there for 2 to 3 weeks with Grandma and Grandpa before I head to Midgard with Emma. Ethan's other half nodded. The journey will be long, and the return trip may even be longer. It's also possible that you will arrive just before the next school year starts. It will take that long to finish my coming-of-age trial, Ethan asked in confusion. No, Ethan's other half answered. It will take that long for you to better understand just who you really are and the responsibilities that you will carry after finding out your true background. Ethan's other half then chuckled. Just prepare yourself, Ethan. The truth is sometimes bigger than life itself. The young man didn't know if his other half was just trying to sound smug or not. But for some reason, a part of him was really looking forward to discovering the secrets that had been hidden from him since he was born in the world. Perhaps he would also come to learn the reason why his mother had been left with no choice but to abandon him, letting him live as a normal boy in the countryside. He had so many questions, but his other half's words made him ponder what he meant when he said that the truth was sometimes bigger than life itself. It's no use to think about it now, Ethan thought. I will find my answers in Midgard. After determining his short-term goal, Ethan closed his eyes and fell asleep soon after. A moment later, Lilith appeared beside him and hugged him on the bed. Soon, she also fell asleep and dreamed a happy dream where she was able to walk under the sun in her true form while holding her master's hand. A day had passed since the conference had officially started. Until now, the different representatives of the various factions were still busy drawing out the defense plan in case of invasion from outside forces. Everyone was well aware that they couldn't underestimate either the Fomorians or the Milesians, who were known for their strength and prowess. While this was happening, Cedric and Lillian were strolling around the academy together. When Lillian suddenly transferred to Brynhildr Academy during the winter break, the headmaster of Nightfall Academy, Nero, almost coughed out blood. He even cursed Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett, furious at them for poaching one of his prized students. In order to ensure that Cedric wouldn't follow suit and transfer schools, Professor Nero had a long and proper talk with him, asking the handsome young man to not leave Nightfall Academy. At that time, Cedric had decided to move on from his love of Luna, so he easily agreed. It hadn't been that long since he made that decision, so he wasn't ready to see her anytime soon. Since the matchmaking proposal was rejected by Luna's parents, Cedric decided to no longer cause trouble for her. Although it was painful, he had no choice but to accept the fact that the young lady, whom he had fallen in love with, loved someone else. Perhaps knowing that her brother wouldn't want to meet Luna in the academy, Lillian asked her close friend to stay in Dud Manor for the time being so that she wouldn't bump into Cedric. Luna agreed to Lillian's request because she also didn't want the young man to remain fixated on her. "How's your life here, Lillian?" Cedric asked. "Looking at you, I can tell that you are happy. I can also sense that you have gotten stronger than before. It must be because of Ethan, right?" Lillian nodded. "Life here in Brynhildr Academy is good. Although I miss my friends back in Nightfall Academy, I have made new friends here, and they take good care of me. And yes, I am happy because Ethan finally accepted me." A bitter smile appeared on Cedric's face. Not only did Ethan get the girl he fell in love with, but his sister had also fallen in love with him. While he was happy that his sister had found her own happiness, he just felt as if the two ladies who could have supported him in his life were not by his side. "So, how many lovers does Ethan have?" Cedric inquired. "Is he giving you proper attention? Make sure to tell me if you are getting bullied or if he is giving you the cold shoulder. I will give him a piece of my mind." Lillian giggled because she could tell that her brother was serious. "Very well," Lillian nodded. "If I get bullied, I will make sure to tell you." Cedric hummed. The two walked randomly around the academy until they arrived at the entrance of the Great Eagle Forest. "Is this area off limits?" Cedric inquired. "No," Lillian replied, "but we are advised not to go too deep inside the forest." "I see," Cedric nodded in understanding. "Then, how about we take a short stroll inside?" "Why not?" Lillian smiled. "Ah, before I forget, dear sister, you need to join me for dinner tonight. They want you there." "Understood." The two then walked and walked and walked until the trees became so dense that sunlight couldn't pass through the treetops. But within the darkness, a light shone in the distance. The two walked in that direction, thinking that a clearing was right ahead of them. They were right. It was indeed a clearing, but at the center of it was a person whom they didn't expect to find there. A young lady with long red hair seemed to be performing some kind of ceremonial sword dance. Her eyes were closed, and yet her movements were fluid and graceful. But what caught Cedric's and Lillian's attention were her fox ears, as well as the 3 long tails that fluttered behind her back. Both of them drew in cold breath. The scene before them was simply too picturesque. It was as if they were looking at a beautiful deity who jumped out from a painting, gracing the real world with a dance that was meant to pray for good luck and fortune in battle. The light that reflected on the sword blade would flash from time to time as the fox lady performed the dance to perfection. Finally, as the dance was coming to an end, she did a slow and graceful turn with the blade of the sword, creating a gust of wind that blew around her before expanding outward. A few seconds later, the fox lady stood perfectly still as if she was a statue. The tip of the sword in her hand was still pointing toward the sky, as if she was making a promise to the gods and swearing that she would fulfill it without fail. A full minute later, she lowered the sword in her hand and sheathed it on a scabbard that she had summoned. She did all of this with her eyes still closed. Another minute passed in silence before she took in a deep breath. Her fox ears twitched when she suddenly heard the sound of clapping from her right side. There, she saw 2 teenagers looking at her with awe and admiration. Her beautiful green eyes landed on Lillian before shifting to her brother, Cedric. The fox lady gave the 2 a brief nod before walking away. After taking her 5th step, her body transformed into countless flower petals and was dispersed by the wind, leaving a floral scent in the surroundings. The brother and sister, who witnessed everything from start to finish, glanced at each other. "That was real, right?" Lillian asked. "It was," Cedric said as he tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He was certain that what he was feeling wasn't the same feeling he had felt when he saw Luna. The young man was simply mesmerized because he saw how the fox lady bent the law of magic around her, including light magic, while she was performing her dance. "For some reason, she looks familiar," Lillian muttered. "It's as if I have seen her somewhere before." The young lady held her head as if she was trying to focus her mind to recall a clear picture. However, a few seconds later, her eyes widened in shock because she had completely forgotten what the fox lady looked like. "Brother, I can't seem to remember her face," Lily said with a frown. "It's like my memory has been tampered with." "So it's just not me," Cedric commented. "I'm also finding it hard to remember her facial features. I can still somewhat remember her figure, but not her face." "Same." Lillian's face turned solemn after making this realization. "Did she bewitch us?" "Perhaps," Cedric replied. "But I believe she meant no harm. It seemed that she just doesn't want anyone to remember her. Too bad, she was very beautiful." "I thought that you can't remember what she looked like," Lillian inquired. "I might have forgotten what she looked like," Cedric answered, "but the impression she gave me remained." After thinking about it, Lillian reluctantly nodded her head. She, too, believed that the fox lady was beautiful, since it was also the impression she got when she saw the latter look directly in their direction. "Let's go back," Lillian proposed. "Maybe we've gone too deep in the forest and have seen something we weren't supposed to see." "You're right," Cedric nodded before glancing on the spot where the fox lady disappeared. "Let's go back to the academy." The 2 then retraced their steps until they could no longer be seen from the clearing. A few minutes later, a young lady glanced from behind the tree to make sure that they were truly gone. "Sorry, I should have stopped them from reaching this place." A white unicorn suddenly appeared beside the fox lady. "It's fine," the fox lady replied. "They meant no harm, and I'm sure that they have already forgotten what I look like. Besides, it was funny to see that Lillian didn't recognize me." The unicorn helplessly shook its head before following the fox lady as she headed deeper into the Great Eagle Forest. She was performing a ritual to erect a very powerful barrier that would prevent the Fomorians from directly attacking the Great Eagle Forest and its denizens. The fox lady still had plenty of places to visit, and she estimated that it would be past sunset by the time she finished her mission. Performing the ceremony was very exhausting, and it quickly drained her magic, but she persevered, believing that it would play an important role. The barrier would not only protect the Great Eagle Forest, but also Brynhildr Academy, where the person she held dear in her heart was living a happy life, surrounded by the people who had taught him what true magic was all about. Several hours after Lillian and Cedric saw the fox lady in the Great Eagle Forest, Ethan found himself sitting at the dining table with Seth and his children. He could vaguely remember that he was heading to the academy's dining hall when someone suddenly grabbed him and knocked him unconscious. Since he was in the academy, he thought that he didn't need to be on constant alert since his safety was guaranteed inside it. But that was a mistake. When he regained consciousness, he was already tied to a chair, while Lyall was heaping meat dishes on his plate. "Good, you're finally awake," Seth said casually. "We've been here for a few days, but you haven't come to meet us even once. Since that's the case, I decided to invite you to join us for dinner." The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after hearing Seth's statement. He wanted to complain and say that knocking someone unconscious and dragging them away was not the proper way to invite someone for dinner. But since it was his fault for not paying close attention to his surroundings, he did the only thing he could do, and that was to sigh in his heart. Lily, who felt apologetic for her father's action, untied Ethan, allowing the latter to sit more comfortably. Kanal had an amused look on his face as he ate the meal that was prepared for them by the academy. They were currently in the VIP lodging especially prepared for the Beast King, located inside Brynhildr Tower. Whatever they were going to talk about here would not be seen or heard by anyone, giving them privacy. Surprisingly, no one talked as they ate. Seth made it a point that discussion should only be had after they were done eating. This was a good thing for Ethan, because he couldn't shake off the feeling that they would be discussing something important later. Because of that, he focused on filling his stomach so that he would be prepared for what was going to happen next. 20 minutes later, Seth finally stopped eating. Ethan, Lily, Lyall, and Kanal were already done eating since a few minutes ago, and were simply waiting for the Beast King to finish his meal. "I want to know what you plan to do once the school year ends," Seth stated. "There are 3 months left until the end of your studies, so I was wondering if you plan to head to Midgard as soon as the academy closes its doors." "About that, Father, if possible, I want to take Lily to meet my grandparents and my adoptive father," Ethan answered. "My grandparents, especially my grandma, want to see her. I will also formally introduce her as my fiancé, so I hope you will give her permission to come with me. I plan to stay with my grandparents for a week or 2 before heading to Midgard to take my coming-of-age ceremony." Seth nodded, giving his permission. "How long do you think you will be in Midgard? Will you have time to visit us in Southshire?" "I'm not really sure how long I'll be there," Ethan replied honestly. "But if time permits, I will head to Southshire to visit you and Mother Lay so that I can formally introduce myself to the family." A faint smile appeared on Seth's face before once again nodding his head. "Since you said that you'll visit us if you came back early, then you should do it. But if you're really unable to visit us before classes start, I will understand. However, you must make sure to make the trip as soon as humanely possible. Do I make myself clear?" "Yes, Father," Ethan nodded. "Good," Seth nodded. "We will also perform your marriage rites with Lily when that time comes. We Beastkins don't do any fancy ceremonies like the wedding that you humans do. It's more of a private affair, with 2 people making an oath to the Earth Mother. Lily will tell you the details at a later time. She told me that you wanted to do it while the 2 of you were in the lands of Alastair. However, she said that it didn't feel right since you would definitely feel guilty toward the girls named Chloe and Luna, whom you were supposed to confess to before the 2 of you got trapped in the past. Since this is an important matter, I believe that my daughter made the right decision back then. Marriage is something that shouldn't be done half-heartedly. This is true for all races, regardless if they are humans, beastkins, elves, or dwarves. Speaking of marriages, you plan to marry your other lovers, yes?" Ethan nodded. "I do." "Do you think you can satisfy all of them?" The corner of Seth's lips rose up after asking this question. But before Ethan could answer this question, someone beat him to it. "He can," Lily replied. "Are you talking from experience?" Lyall asked in a teasing tone, which made her sister's face turn beet red. Lily didn't answer, but it was very obvious that the answer to Lyall's question was yes. Kunal found Lily's reaction quite amusing. He had already recognized Ethan as his brother-in-law, and he was confident that the young man would be able to protect his sister without a problem. I also want to thank you because my other daughter seemed to have finally calmed down a bit, Seth said as he gave Lyall a sidelong glance. I don't know what kind of juice you made her drink, but it worked wonders on her personality. Lyall pouted, but she didn't say anything to affirm or deny her father's statement. She also said that she has become good friends with the girl named Chloe, Seth said. I'll come and see her before I leave. I want to thank her for tolerating my daughter's stubbornness. I'm sure that she suffered a lot. I didn't make her suffer, okay, Lyall commented. I just carried her around the Great Eagle Forest with one hand. Ethan and Lily blinked as they looked at Lyall in confusion. You carried her with one hand? Lily inquired. Yes, Lyall answered. The two of us bonded in that manner. Ethan briefly imagined Lyall holding Chloe with one hand as she took a stroll inside the Great Eagle Forest. No matter how much he tried to look at it in a positive way, he couldn't understand how the two of them could have bonded in that situation. Well, Chloe is very good when it comes to making friends, Ethan thought. Since she and Lyall are now friends, I guess that's a good thing. Lily once mentioned that her sister, Lyall, didn't have any friends. She only cared about her family members and treated the rest as complete strangers. Overall, the dinner with Seth's family ended in a quite positive note, and Lyall was even well behaved. Ethan didn't know if she was like that because her father was there, or if she had really learned to rein in her emotions. However, he welcomed these changes. After their date ended, Lyall no longer bothered him, nor made any move to actively follow him everywhere like a stalker. After making a promise, once again, that he would visit Southshire as soon as possible, Ethan left the tower with Lily. As they were walking along the hallways that led to the exit, they came across Lillian and Cedric, who seemed to be heading in the same direction. Since he's already here, I'll let him escort you back to Dud Manor, Cedric said as he gave Ethan a sidelong glance. Good night, Lillian. Good night, brother, Lillian replied. She then watched as her brother disappeared from her view, before walking toward Ethan to hold his hand. They then happily walked toward Dud Manor, with Lily walking alongside them. Ethan and Lily decided that they would no longer hide their relationship when they became second years. Until then, they would continue acting like normal friends in the academy, only sharing hugs and kisses in places where no eyes could see. The conference lasted for exactly 4 days. After it ended, the representatives of the different races started to return to their homelands. When Seth, Lyall, and Kunal were about to leave, Lyall asked Ethan to take her out on a second date, which he accepted. During the conference, the young lady had not bothered him. Instead, she spent some quality time with her sister, Lily, and also hung out with Chloe from time to time. Just as Lyall was about to walk away, she changed her mind and came close to Ethan to whisper something in his ears. Happiness and sadness comes in threes, Lyall whispered. What happens once, then twice, can happen a third time. So beware of the Lady of the Forest, for she is busy planting seeds so that you can water them. After saying those things, Lyall kissed Ethan's forehead before running to catch up with her father and brother, who had already walked a distance away. Seeing her sister's antics, Lily sighed and shook her head helplessly. Because of her superior hearing, she inadvertently heard what her sister said to Ethan. Lily even believed that her sister made sure that she was able to hear her message. When he could no longer see Lily's family members, Ethan glanced at his lover. Do you have any idea what Lyall just told me? Ethan asked. It's not like her to act like a sage. Yes, it's so unlike her. Lily nodded in agreement. Maybe she's just talking nonsense to make you think that she's smart or something. Ethan chuckled as he hugged the cutest first year of the academy, who hugged him back and rested her head on his shoulder. Are you telling me that your sister is not smart? She's strong, but she really isn't smart. Just seeing numbers makes her dizzy. Ethan then silently asked Sebastian a question, and the latter replied in a positive manner. "No one's looking, my guy," Sebastian replied. "The coast is clear." After getting that confirmation, Ethan kissed Lily's forehead, which made her look up to him. Soon, the two shared a sweet kiss on the lips, which they hadn't done in 2 days because both of them had become busy in the academy. When the kiss ended, both of them parted ways, with Lily returning to Jaeger Manor and Ethan back to Dud Manor. It was not yet time to show anyone their public display of attention, so they were still being discreet with their meetings. As he was walking into Dud Manor, he happened to see Chloe walking back to Jaeger Manor from the library. There were dark circles under her eyes, and she seemed pretty exhausted, making him worry about her. "Have you been sleeping and eating properly?" Ethan asked, blocking her path. "I am eating properly," Chloe replied with a smile. "Not sleeping properly, though." "Then you should sleep properly." I'm just doing a project. I think it will be finished in 2 days. After that, I'll sleep for 12 hours straight." After his date with Lyle, he had decided to break the ice and started to talk to Chloe again whenever they crossed paths. His cousin was the same as always, and even teased him that he should take out Luna, Lily, Lillian, and Emma on a date as well. When Ethan asked her if she was willing to go out on a date with him, she said yes, showing that she didn't mind spending some time with him. After their short chat, Chloe even kissed his cheek and told him that he shouldn't worry about her. She then went her way back to Jaeger Manor, where she planned to take a short nap before going out on another expedition into the Great Eagle Forest later that night. "Something smells fishy," Ethan's other half commented. "That's me," Sebastian chuckled. "Not you, I was referring to Chloe." "What about her?" "I felt a familiar yet unfamiliar power in her." Ethan's other half frowned. "Strange, I can't pinpoint what it is. It's like once I think of it, the memory slips between my fingers, not willing to show itself to me. If it's important, I'm sure you will remember it sooner or later." Sebastian shrugged. "But it's good to know that the two of them are on speaking terms once again. This is a good thing. After all, she is one of Ethan's emotional pillars." Ethan's other half nodded. Even so, Ethan's other half couldn't shake off the feeling that he was forgetting something. Something very important. But no matter how much he tried to search for it in his memory, he would always feel as if it was at the tip of his fingertips, teasing him and making sure that he wouldn't be able to catch it. It's like a mischievous fox, always 2 steps ahead of his every move. When Ethan arrived in Dud Manor, he saw something he didn't expect to see. George was talking with a teenage girl, whom Ethan hadn't seen before. She was very pretty and looked extremely innocent, which made him wonder if George kidnapped her from somewhere. "Something is telling me that you're thinking something very rude about me just now, Ethan," George said, as he looked at the young man who had just stepped foot into the common room. "You're thinking too much, George," Ethan replied with a smile. "You are one of my respected seniors. How can I think rudely about you?" "You do have a point," George nodded. "Well then, since you are already here, let me introduce you to my girlfriend." Ethan blinked once and twice, because he felt that he heard George wrongly. "Sorry, I didn't hear that the first time," Ethan tilted his head. "Can you repeat it?" "Why do all of you have the same reaction when I say that I have a girlfriend?" George asked with a frown. "Am I that unlikable?" He then looked at the other members of Dud Manor who were in the common room: Henry, Noah, Luna, and Lillian. "Not to be rude, but I think your girlfriend is too good for you," Luna's carbuncle, Selene, commented. "I feel the same way." Arya, who was seated on Selene's back, nodded. "Is she sick, perhaps? Does she have eye problems?" "Lillian, can I pinch your familiar?" George asked. "I'm sorry, Sir George," Lillian giggled. "Arya is still in her rebellious phase. Please forgive her for being blunt." Luna, who was seated beside Lillian, giggled because everyone had been teasing George from the start. "Anyway, time for introductions. George no longer cared about the words from the peanut gallery and introduced her girlfriend to Ethan. She is Sabrina Rhodes. Sabrina, I'm sure you already know Ethan, yes? It's a pleasure to meet you, Ethan, Sabrina said. You are a hot topic of discussion among the ladies of Terra Manor. All of them said that if they were a seed, they would want you to water them every day. Luna and Lillian blushed after Sabrina said those words with a straight face, as if it wasn't a big deal to her. I knew that the girls from Terra Manor were thirsty, George commented. But to think that they are that thirsty, my eyes have been opened. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Sabrina, Ethan said. George is a wonderful person. I sincerely hope that the two of you can be together for a long time. I wish for that as well, Sabrina smiled. In fact, I even sent a letter to my family that I will be bringing my boyfriend to our home when the school year ends. My father even replied that he can't wait to meet my boyfriend so that he can strangle him. My brothers even said that they have already dug a 10-foot deep hole in our backyard and told me not to worry about body disposal. I don't understand what they are talking about, but I'm happy that they are looking at my first relationship in a positive light. That's not looking at your relationship in a positive light. That was what everyone was thinking, but they didn't have the heart to say that to the innocent girl who was looking at George as if he was the most dashing person in the world. Ethan, who had somehow gotten a taste of this familial love in Luna's home, patted George's shoulder. Good luck, George, Ethan said with sincerity. Just make sure to be on guard, even at night when you sleep in your room. Why should I be on guard? George crossed his arms over his chest. I plan to sleep in Sabrina's room every night. Isn't that right, Sabrina? Yes, Sabrina nodded. We'll have a mandrake sing a lullaby for us until we fall asleep. Ethan glanced at Luna, Lillian, and Henry as if seeking an answer, but all of them only shook their heads at the same time. In the end, the young man just scratched his head. Though he was looking forward to George's story once he returned to Brynhildr Academy after his journey to Midgard. The next day, the King of Eastshire was in the dining hall to spend his last day at the academy. All the students, who would probably not get an opportunity to see the King of Eastshire in their lifetime, were ecstatic when they saw the king and queen seated beside the headmaster of the academy. Ethan, who had the opportunity to dine with them a day ago, wasn't that ecstatic, especially since the king also invited Oscar to join them for dinner at that time. Although the experience seemed pleasant on the surface, with everyone talking as if they were old friends, the young man was still wary of the patriarch of the Estaf family, who had given the order to hunt him down. Nicole had made him read the letter that was sent to her by Oscar. Ever since Ethan saw his announcement declaring that the one who could kill him would be chosen as the next patriarch or matriarch of the clan, the tiny bit of respect or good impression he had left of Oscar vanished completely. Ethan even asked Nicole in a teasing manner if she would jump at the opportunity to kill him, but the young lady only smiled and pulled him close to be used as her personal heat pad because her body temperature had dropped to freezing levels once again. Truth be told, he was very concerned about her condition, but Nicole would just brush it off and say, "The cold never bothered me anyway." Ethan didn't believe her because he understood that Nicole was a strong, independent lady who would never show her weakness to anyone. In the end, Ethan just hugged her until her body's temperature returned to normal. While they embraced each other, she would shudder every now and then, so Ethan would lightly pat her head and tell her that she was going to be fine. Nicole didn't say anything, but when her body returned to normal, she thanked Ethan and told him that she would call for him again when she needed a bed warmer. Of course, the young lady received this treatment in Dud Manor. If Ethan were to go to Equus Manor, Nicole wouldn't be able to sit still because everyone, including their mothers, would start to gossip about her. The young man was then broken out of his daze when King Austin made a speech before everyone could start eating. "It has been many years since I studied here in Brynhildr Academy," King Austin said. "I have many fond memories in this place, and I am sure that all of you have them as well. Right now, I stand before you not only as your king, but as an individual who wishes to make our country a better place to live in. All of you are the next pillars of Eastshire. Study well, train well, and after you leave the doors of this academy, I hope that you will contribute to Eastshire as a whole, making it a safe haven for wizards and witches alike. Although there may come a time when everything we hold dear will face a threat that we alone cannot overcome, remember that the connections you made here and the friends that you've bonded with can help you tide through these troubled times. So laugh, love, and live as much as you can, for true magic comes from within our hearts. And as you leave the walls of this institution in 3 months' time, know that wherever you are in the world, you will never be alone. A resounding applause reverberated in the dining hall as the professors and the students clapped their hands to honor their king's wonderful speech. Ethan clapped with the rest because he believed that what the king had said was true. When the applause ended, everyone was asked to sit down and eat. Ethan noticed that the king and queen would often cast sidelong glances at their table. He couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed because there were times when Lillian would hand-feed him something, which he couldn't turn down. Luna could only watch at the side, feeling envious because she wasn't as bold as Lillian, who could openly show her affection to Ethan in front of the entire academy. It was no longer a secret that she transferred to Brynhildr Academy because of Ethan. The guys in the academy thought that they couldn't hate him more than they already did. If they only knew that their idol, Lily, would begin to openly show her feelings for Ethan once the next school year commenced, they would all be broken-hearted and curse the handsome young man to oblivion. "I don't know if this boy is lucky or unlucky," King Austin said softly. "Why not both?" Queen Evan commented. "At least he has a promising future, that is all that matters." "If he is given time to grow, then yes, he will have a future," King Austin replied. "But will he have that opportunity?" Professor Reinhardt, who was seated beside the king, had a faint smile on his face. The king was subtly telling him that whether Ethan managed to grow properly or not was entirely up to the headmaster of the academy. "I'll do my best to protect him within the walls of my institution," Professor Reinhardt stated. "Unfortunately, he is someone who shouldn't be caged in one place. He needs opportunities and experiences to grow. For that to happen, he will need to leave this safe place from time to challenge himself. That's the only way he could grow to his fullest potential. As for the rest, it should be handled by the one who sits on the throne of Eastshire." King Austin rolled his eyes at the shameless headmaster, who decided to toss the responsibility to him. The queen giggled because she found this quite funny. "Well, I sincerely wish for everyone to have a brighter future," Queen Evan said as she once again looked at Ethan, who was being hand-fed a muffin by Lillian. "So, all of us should fight to make that happen." Professor Reinhardt and King Austin nodded their heads in agreement. The children should not be the ones shedding blood and standing at the front lines of the battlefield. It should be the adults like them, who must hold the line and ensure that the seeds of the next generation would have time to grow, and that Eastshire would once again stand tall after being battered by a terrible storm. "So, when the school year ends, I'll come with Ethan and meet his grandparents. Luna, Lily, and Emma are also coming," Lillian said. "I'll be back after 2 weeks." "Is he really going to Midgard after that?" Lillian nodded. "Yes." "Did he tell you why?" "He only said that he'll go and uncover his true identity in Midgard," Lillian replied. "Interesting." The middle-aged man then lightly patted Lillian's head. "Well, then, just be careful. Your mother is very worried about you because she thinks you have entered your rebellious phase." Cedric, who was standing beside her sister, nodded his head. "Mother is indeed worried about you," Cedric stated. "You didn't tell anyone that you were going to transfer to another academy for the last quarter of the school year. We only found out when we received a letter after everything was already set in stone." Lillian's cheeks reddened because she did things without consulting anyone, but she didn't regret doing it. After all, her mother told her that when it came to love, she must not hesitate, or she would regret it for a lifetime. The middle-aged man chuckled, because he could tell that his daughter was very much in love with Ethan. Fortunately, he was also fond of the young man, so he gave them his blessings after everything had settled down. "Father, be careful, okay," Lillian said. "Things are going to be very busy from now on." "I know," the middle-aged man nodded. "Well, it's something he couldn't run away from anyway," a woman, who was in her early 40s, said as she hugged Lillian. "Take care and make sure to always eat on time." The woman then whispered something in Lillian's ears, which made the young lady's cheeks turn a shade redder. "Do things in moderation," the woman whispered, making sure that her husband and Cedric couldn't hear it. "You're too young to get pregnant." "Yes," Lillian whispered back. "I've always made sure to drink a potion after." "Good. I'll come visit you and your mother after you return from visiting Ethan's family." MMM. The woman then hugged Lillian before boarding the flying ship. "If anything happens, don't hesitate to write to me," Cedric said as he hugged his sister. "No matter what I'm doing, I'll come to you." "Thank you, brother," Lillian hugged Cedric back. A few minutes later, the young man boarded the flying ship and waved goodbye. Lillian waved back and watched as the flying ship rose up to the sky. The other ships, which belonged to the delegation of Eastshire, flew side by side in a formation as they headed back to the capital city of Wisteria. They were the last to leave Brynhildr Academy, officially ending the conference of all the leaders of the realm, an event that only happened after hundreds of years of disagreement with each other. For the time being, the entire Shire continent had unanimously agreed to avoid any conflicts between each other and to focus on the preparation for the upcoming battle against the Fomorians and possibly the Milesians as well. "Well then, are you surprised, Ethan?" Lillian asked as she looked at the tree in the distance where the young man was hiding. "A bit," Ethan replied as he walked toward the young lady, who was still looking in the direction of the flying ships. "When you asked me to come here and hide myself, I didn't expect that I would see such a scene." "I didn't want to hide my background from you," Lillian said softly. "I just didn't know how you would react when you found out about it. Truth be told, I only planned to tell you once I gained permission from my mother to bring you to our villa. But that plan was thrown out the window when Lillian's cheeks reddened because she felt too embarrassed to say that things didn't go according to her plan because she had given Ethan her chastity, which she originally planned to only give him after they received the blessings of her parents to get married. Ethan couldn't help but hug the adorable young lady, who didn't hesitate to bury her head in his chest because she didn't want Ethan to see her embarrassed expression. "I'll find some time to meet your mother," Ethan said, while hugging Lillian. "It may not happen right away after I return from Midgard since I promised to visit Southshire first, but during the next school break, I promise to go with you to your family estate." "Okay," Lillian nodded after getting Ethan's promise. "Hey, are you busy tonight?" "I'm free," Ethan replied. "Then, should we?" Lillian stood on tiptoes and whispered something in Ethan's ears, making him kiss her right cheek. "Okay," Ethan nodded. "Just the two of us." "Yes," Lillian replied. "Just the two of us." After that brief chat, Ethan held Lillian's hand as they walked back to Dud Manor together. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't shocked to learn who her father was, but he was still happy because he felt that he had gotten closer to the young lady who had decided to be with him forever. Watching the two from a tree branch was none other than Dantalion. On his foot was a letter that was sent by his master's grandparents. Seeing that the young man was about to return to Dud Manor, he decided to wait until Ethan had gone back to his room before delivering the letter. Just as he was about to fly to Dud Manor, a black raven landed beside him and told him something. "Strange, why would he call upon me at this time? Something must have happened to have forced his hand." Dantalion sighed. "Thank you. I'll go and see him after I deliver the letter in my possession." The raven nodded and flew away. The leader of the unkindness, Dantalion, was asked to meet the Raven Master, who had sold him to Ethan. That person's name was Roberts. Just like all the Roberts who had come before him, Roberts was the Watcher of the magical world. restricted from fully interfere with its fate, solely focusing on recording its history so that the future generations could learn from the mistakes of their predecessors. Ethan read the letter Dantalion had delivered to him with a smile on his face. Once he was done reading the letter, he took out a scroll, intending to write back. However, just as he was about to dip his quill on the ink, he decided to ask the white raven beside him a question. "Did you notice anything out of place when you visited them?" Ethan asked as he looked at his spirit guide. "Anything that comes to your mind will do." "Well, your grandmother is as healthy as a teenager," Dantalion replied. "I'm not going to lie. I feel like she might even live for 100 more years with how active her lifestyle is." Ethan chuckled, having the same opinion as Dantalion. His grandma was old, yet she was still incredibly strong. For that reason alone, he found it hard to imagine her kicking the bucket anytime soon. "Your grandfather is also doing his best to live a healthy life," Dantalion commented. "I talked to him, and he said that he would make sure to live longer so that he could hug his grandkids. He's a man of few words, but he can become talkative when you are the subject of discussion." Ethan smiled. "Still, I didn't expect that you're able to talk to other humans through telepathy." "I wasn't able to do it in the past," Dantalion replied. "I'm only able to do it now because you have become a very powerful wizard." The young man nodded. In the past, Dantalion had mentioned that the two of them were connected by invisible bonds. The more powerful a wizard became, the more powerful their ravens were. "Would you like to rest for a day before you deliver the letter that I'm going to write?" Ethan inquired as he started to write on the scroll. "It's all right," Dantalion answered. "I will rest after I deliver your letter. I've been cooped up in the academy for more than a week, so traveling a bit helps me exercise." Ethan smirked, but no longer said anything. He just wrote, while Dantalion resumed eating the nuts and drinking the water that Ethan had prepared for him. Half an hour later, Ethan finished writing his letter. He waved his wand over the scroll to dry the ink before rolling it. After that, he lightly tapped the metallic cylinder on Dantalion's foot with his rolled-up scroll. The scroll disappeared and was safely transferred to the cylinder, which served as a special storage device made specifically for ravens. "Fly safe, Dantalion," Ethan said as he opened his window. "Also, beware of hippogriffs, griffins, and dragons." Dantalion nodded before flying away. He didn't tell his master that he had knocked a few griffins out of the sky because they dared to attack him while he was delivering letters. The white raven was confident that even if a dragon were to block his path, he would still be able to come out of the encounter unscathed. On the contrary, the theoretical dragon would not be so lucky. At the very least, it would know that the next time it saw Dantalion, it must avoid him like a plague and make sure to not antagonize him a second time. Before heading toward the world of the Ordinarius, Dantalion made a detour to Limburg town. It flew past the shops until it saw a manor where countless ravens could be seen circling above it. The ravens, who were perched on the roof and the windows, looked at Dantalion and perked up. "Old Roberts is waiting for you, leader," one of the ravens said. "He's up to no good, I bet. Make sure to peck him if he does something funny," another raven commented. Dantalion was amused by these statements, but since he was in a hurry, he didn't respond and directly entered the manor through a special passage that only the ravens knew about. A few seconds later, the white raven found himself in a valley lush with greenery and life. In the distance, a giant withered tree stood, and that was also the location where Dantalion was currently headed. There were no ravens perched on the withered tree because they were not allowed to do so. Only the current head of the unkindness had the privilege to land on its branches and use its powers to see things from great distances, learning the world through the eyes of others. "You came," Robert said with a smile as soon as Dantalion landed on the branch of the withered tree. "It's been a while, Raven Master," Dantalion greeted. "I find it strange that you called for me. Aren't you supposed only to be a watcher that records the history of the magical world? Even if a calamity were to happen, you are not allowed to say or do anything to disrupt the balance. Roberts chuckled, because the first thing that the White Raven did when it arrived was to give him a lecture. But Dantalion was right. He was simply a watcher, so he must not interfere in the grand scheme of things. But there are exceptions, Dantalion, Roberts countered, and I called you here because of that exception. And that is, Dantalion inquired. You are about to make a breakthrough, Roberts stated. If you don't handle this well, you will implode due to the overwhelming magic power that you've been holding back for the past few weeks. You're lucky that Ethan is still unable to generate his own magic power and has to rely on others to wield magic. However, things would be different the moment his magic core reactivates. You will not be able to handle the load, making you go boom. Roberts even opened his hands, dramatically, to emphasize the explosion that would happen once Ethan had started to generate his own magic power. Enduring it is no good, okay? Roberts commented. Right now, Ethan is safe in the academy. I'm sure that disappearing for a week or two wouldn't become a problem. So, come back here after you deliver the letter and inform your master that you'll be taking a short vacation to ensure you are well rested before your return. This cannot be delayed anymore, Dantalion. You are the current leader of the unkindness, and keeping you safe is my priority. Dantalion reluctantly nodded, because Roberts was right. He had been enduring the influx of power that would wash over his body from time to time, due to how powerful Ethan had become. If he were to become even more powerful now, then Dantalion would implode, just as Roberts mentioned, which was something he would like to avoid at all cost. The reason why he endured the aches in his body was due to the fact that he was worried that someone would attack Ethan in the academy during the conference. He had been watching over his master, ready to act as soon as his life was in danger. Now that the event had ended, he could prioritize his breakthrough, allowing him to become more powerful and even take on a human form. Understood, Dantalion replied. But I will deliver this letter first before telling Ethan that I will be away for a while. He can be a worrywart at times, so he might feel anxious if he doesn't see me for a week or two. He might even think that I've been eaten by griffins or dragons. Roberts chuckled because he found this very funny. He would rather believe that the White Raven would eat griffins and dragons, rather than he would be eaten by these beasts, who had no idea that the White Raven was truly capable of doing. Days passed. Weeks passed. Months passed. During the past few months, Ethan had lived a very fulfilling academic life. Oscar Estad had withdrawn his order to have Ethan killed. When the latter got wind of it, Sebastian and Ethan's other half only chuckled. They even said that the patriarch of the Estad family must have finally realized that sending members of his family to assassinate Ethan was akin to sending pigs to be slaughtered. The one who brought this news to Ethan was Nicole, whose face was filled with contempt as she talked about it. After everything that had happened, the young lady no longer felt that putting effort into becoming the matriarch of the Estad family was worth it. In the end, she said that she would rather live the remainder of her life to the fullest. When he heard his close friend say such a thing, Ethan felt that there was a hint of sadness and regret in Nicole's voice. But whenever he asked if she was having any problems and if there was anything he could help with, Nicole would only brush off his concern and say, "The only help you can give me is to serve as a bed warmer." Their talks would always end at that point, and no further discussion would follow. To his surprise, the magistratus indeed acted against Zach Kerr, asking the latter to compensate the Gremory family for hiring mercenaries and bounty hunters to kidnap them. Since the magistratus had already put their foot down, Langston's father naturally had no choice but to comply and pay 10,000 gold coins as compensation for scaring Ethan's grandma. That meager amount of gold might be nothing to Ethan's current wealth, but it was still a bitter pill for the Kerr family to swallow. Since then, they kept a low profile and no longer bothered Ethan. There were even talks that, at the end of the school year, Langston would transfer to Nightfall Academy, which was located in Grandshire. Of course, whether these rumors were true or not, everyone would only find out when the next school year started. Ethan had poured his time and energy into studying, training, and spending quality time with his lovers. Then it finally came. There was only a week left before the school year officially ended. When that time comes, Brynhildr Academy would close its doors for a few months in order to prepare for the next school year. Soon, the academy would welcome the next batch of first years who would enter its ancient halls. Inside Dud Manor. "George, I'll leave everyone in your care," Henry said as he rested his hand on his best friend's shoulder. "It's now up to you to guide them and ensure that all of them will have an enjoyable time here in the academy." "Henry, I told you that you should just repeat a year." George wiped the tears that were falling from his eyes. "I'm not suited to become head prefect. I'm the most irresponsible person here, and you know it." Ethan, Luna, Lillian, Noah, and the rest of the members of the Dud Manor chuckled when they heard George's complaint. "Yeah, now that you mention it, I'm starting to feel anxious about leaving everyone in your care." "You bastard, I dare you to repeat a year. I dare you." Henry couldn't help but scratch his head because he couldn't possibly do that. He already had plans after graduating from the academy, so there was no way he would repeat a year just to make George happy. "It will be fine, George," Ethan said as he patted George's back. "Sir Henry is about to enter a bigger world." "That's Sir George to you, Ethan," George said as he kept on wiping the tears that wouldn't stop falling from his eyes. "You always call Henry Sir Henry, but you just call me George." It's because Sir Henry is a very respectable person," Ethan replied. "As for you, well, I guess you are worthy of a little respect." "Just a little. I am worthy of a lot of respect." If you say so." Ethan couldn't help but avert his gaze, making Henry and the rest of the members of Dud Manor laugh out loud. George's face reddened a bit, but in the end, he joined in on the laughter. Henry couldn't help but feel his eyes moisten, because he would miss his best friend and his manor mates. Although they still had a week to spend time with each other, he felt that now was the perfect time to bid his farewell to everyone. The members of Dud Manor felt the same way, so they thanked Henry for everything he had done for them, making George, who was already emotional, cry a river of tears. "Sir Henry, thank you for everything," Ethan said with a smile. "When I was feeling lost and wondering if I truly belong here in Brynhildr Academy, you were one of the people that always looked out for me and made sure that I felt like I belonged here. I hope that our paths will once again cross even after you have left the academy. I will pray for your happiness." Henry smiled and patted Ethan's shoulder. "It is I who should be thanking you. Having you during my last year here in the academy has brought me a lot of excitement that I haven't felt in years. We even won the Clash of Manners, which is something that I will always remember even when I am no longer here. Also, thank you for helping me take control of my legacy. Without your help, I'm sure that I would have had a hard time beating it into submission." Henry truly felt grateful to Ethan. If it weren't for the latter, then the legacy that he had acquired would have slipped through his fingers. Fortunately, the two of them managed to defeat it in the end, allowing Henry to become stronger than ever before. "I'm sure that all our paths will cross again," Henry said as he looked at everyone. He was doing his best to prevent himself from tearing up again, not wanting to make his farewell a sad event. However, George's bawling was infectious, and soon, the dependable head prefect of Dud Manor covered his face with his right hand and cried as well. When everyone saw Henry show a moment of vulnerability, they also teared up, with some of the girls starting to cry as well. Soon, Luna and Lillian were already crying on Ethan's chest, while the young man lightly patted their heads in order to help them calm down. Although he wasn't crying, his eyes were moist. He was only using his willpower to prevent others from seeing him cry. His first year at Brynhildr Academy had many ups and downs. The doubts, the anxiety, and the inferiority complex, as well as the feeling that he truly didn't belong here, made Ethan's first months truly difficult. But after many ups and downs, and even going back to the past, Ethan finally understood that this was indeed the place where he rightfully belonged. A place where he, a magically crippled individual, was able to gain strong bonds and friendship with those who had decided to get to know him better. A place that nurtured and allowed him to know what true magic was all about. Dud Manor was such a place. I'm lucky to be part of this family, Ethan thought as he kissed Luna's and Lillian's heads, not caring if others were to see him right now. He was with the people who cared about him, and the people whom he cared about as well. Everyone here was his family, so they already knew that Luna, Lillian, and a few other ladies were his lovers based on his interaction with them. That day, an impromptu celebration party was held in Dud Manor. They raided the kitchen, brought heaps of food to their manor, and partied all night. Although they knew that they would once again shed tears of sadness when they bid farewell to each other in a week's time, all of them knew that wherever they went, they would always be a part of Dud Manor. These kids grow up really fast, Sebastian commented with a faint smile on his face. Yes, Ethan's other half nodded. All of them are good kids. I'm glad Ethan ended up in Dud Manor instead of another manor. Sebastian agreed with his partner in crime and looked at the teenage boys and girls who were having the time of their lives. If possible, they wished that Ethan could remain happy forever. But they also understood that he wasn't meant to live an ordinary life. Even so, they hoped that his happiness would last a long time, for dark times were ahead. Soon, he would go to Midgard, where he'd finally learn his true identity. Whether he was prepared to learn the truth or not would depend on the life experiences and the bonds that he shared with the people, who had now become an irreplaceable part of his heart and life. 1 week later, at the Plaza of Beginnings, the sun was about to set on the horizon, and the sky was in a deep shade of orange and purple. The entire student body of Brynhildr Academy was present in the plaza. Even the professors, as well as the other staff members, were present to witness the graduation of the fourth-year students. Professor Reinhardt, who would first give a speech, looked at everyone with a smile on his face. He could see several of the students already crying and hugging their seniors, who would soon graduate and leave them behind. Soon, his calm and powerful voice reverberated in the surroundings, making everyone look in his direction. The Plaza of Beginnings is the place where everything begins, Professor Reinhardt said. It is the place where the first years are sorted to their respective manors, which will become their home during their time here in the academy. And although today, your beloved seniors will give their final goodbyes, it is not the end of everything. It is just the start of a new beginning, which will allow them to embark on the next part of their journey in life. I want all of you to know that no matter where you go after leaving the gates of the academy, this place will always be your second home. So, everyone, don't only send off your beloved seniors with tears. Send them off with smiles, for they will still be around, and the chance to meet is always a possibility. So, without further delay, let me call upon the head prefects of each manor to come to the platform, to give their manor mates their speeches. Henry Riene Terra Manor, Irene Jaeger Manor, Arthur Equus Manor, and Axel Schwartz Manor went up to the platform and gave their final speeches one by one. Contrary to the smiles that Professor Reinhardt asked everyone to show, sounds of crying and bawling spread in the surroundings. Professor Barrett only smiled as he nudged his friend with his elbow. Nice try, Professor Barrett. I swear, each year feels like we're hosting a contest for which manor could cry the loudest. Professor Reinhardt shook his head helplessly. As each head prefect bid their goodbyes, the crying only became louder. Finally, it was Henry's turn to give his speech. The other head prefects have already said what I wanted to say, so I will not repeat them, Henry said with a smile as he scanned the faces of everyone. Actually, a week ago, I said my goodbyes to my manor mates, and after a tearful session, all of us decided to have a party. I suggest that all of you do the same today. Just don't overdo it because we don't want to get in trouble on our last day of school, right? Some of the students nodded their heads because they thought that this was a good idea. Just like what Professor Reinhardt said, this is not a goodbye. We will just go on ahead of you guys, and the possibility of us meeting again certainly exists. My advice to everyone is just to enjoy your academic life. Study hard, train hard, and pursue your dreams and aspirations. We may have different manners, and some may even think that we are all rivals. To a certain extent, this is true. However, if you think that the relationships between the manners are just that, then you're missing something very important. Terra Manor is the place where those who wield the magic of nature and healing gather. I'm sure that many of you have been sent to the infirmary during this school year. The ones who took care of you are none other than the members of Terra Manor. They're the ones who grew medicinal plants and other herbs that can treat diseases and other health issues you might have during your stay in the academy. So, even if you think of their manor as your rival, that doesn't mean that your relationship with them must always be of rivalry. Schwartz Manor specializes in dark magic. If there are any students who can cure curses and similar maladies, you will definitely find them there. When you go out for missions, Equus Manor and Jaeger Manor are good places to look for party members. They specialize in fighting, scouting, as well as exploration. Having one or two of them in your party will definitely go a long way. Henry paused for a while as his gaze landed on his manor mates. And last but not the least is Dud Manor, Henry said with a smile. In terms of magic, they might be the last people whom you would want to be in your party. When it comes to fighting, they're also not the most dependable party members. They cannot heal your injuries or remove the curses placed on your body. They don't excel in scouting and exploration because the majority of them are mediocre at best. You bastard, stop bad-mouthing our manor, George shouted in anger, making the other members of Dud Manor also raise their voices to complain. How can I show my face as our manor's head prefect next year if you are throwing dirt at my face? Have you no shame? Are you even human? Seeing this scene, the tearful atmosphere lightened a bit, making some of the students break out in smiles, giggles, and laughter. Henry also couldn't stop himself from chuckling because of George's antics. After regaining his composure, the head prefect of Dud Manor continued his speech. Since we are the most mediocre students in the academy, we often feel jealous of the abilities of the other manors, Henry stated. It is to be expected since we are in a magical academy, yet our magic is faulty at best. Even so, what we lack in magic prowess, we make up for in other ways. You got that right, punk, George shouted, making the members of Dud Manor shake their heads helplessly. So, I hope that you guys will take care of them as well. Henry ignored George and glanced at the other manors. I already said many things, so I will offer you my last words. The head prefect of Dud Manor paused for a bit before looking at his manor mates. Heroes are ordinary people who make themselves extraordinary, Henry said. I'll see you all outside the gates of the academy. Henry bowed and was given a thunderous applause by the students of the academy. Professor Reinhardt smiled because he liked Henry's speech more than the rest. Thank you, head prefects, for your wonderful speeches, Professor Reinhardt said. Everyone, raise your wands. Everyone, including the professors, raised their wands and smiled at each other. Let's send off everyone like we welcomed the first years when we started this school year, Professor Reinhardt declared as he pointed his wand toward the sky. Lux Principium. A Lux Principium. The sky was filled with colorful fireworks of different colors. When Ethan entered the academy in the past, he could only look in awe at this amazing scene. But now, he was one of those people who had the power to send his own colors toward the sky, mingling with the colors of the other students. This spell, performed by hundreds of wizards and witches, formed an aurora borealis that danced in the heavens, illuminating the world. With this, the school year of Brynhildr Academy officially ended, and the start of a new adventure would finally begin. Ethan sighed as he closed his traveling bag. He then looked around inside his room, where he had stayed for an entire year in the academy. There were times when Ethan would wake up early in the morning and wonder if everything that happened to him was all just a dream. But seeing the familiar room every time he opened his eyes, he knew that he wasn't dreaming. Lilith, who was seated on top of his bed, nudged his hand with her paw. Feeling nostalgic, Master? Lilith inquired. Yes, Ethan replied as he casually patted her head. I will miss this place. Master, you're overreacting. You'll be back here again after a few months. I know, but this is what I truly feel right now. Ethan closed his eyes and thought back to the many adventures he had in the academy. Starting from that fateful day when he bumped into Alice and accidentally picked up the ticket that was rightfully hers. The time he saw a dragon fly alongside the train he was riding, and that moment when he realized that he had somehow found himself in a world where he wasn't supposed to be. He could still remember that nerve-wracking moment when he placed his hand on the appraisal stone, worried that he would be apprehended when they found out that he didn't possess any magic power. Ethan glanced at the black bracelet tied around his wrist. His other half told him that it was thanks to this bracelet that he was able to barely pass the appraisal stone. However, he still told Ethan that even without the bracelet, he would have used a bit of his power to ensure that the young man would have been admitted into one of the manors in the academy. But whether that would have been Dud Manor or not would remain unknown. Ethan sighed when he remembered the night when Luna used her moon magic to forcefully awaken that dormant power inside his body. He also remembered his first kiss with her, but back then, he thought that it was just a dream. After that, things stacked up and escalated higher and higher, until Ethan found himself participating in the clash of manners. Not long after that event, he was forced to make a choice between being captured or being sent to the past. It was a tough decision, but in the end, Ethan chose to go to the past with Lily. After many ups and downs, he overcame his depression and learned that the world wasn't always fair. A life could end as easily as cutting down the grass and shrubs in the surroundings. Through that experience, Ethan grew into a man and learned things the hard way. When he returned to the present, he once again faced several challenges, and one of those was the complexity of relationships. Lilith, life is truly mysterious, Ethan said softly. A year ago, I was just an ordinary country boy who was ignorant of the world. A boy who would rather play and spend time on the farm than to study in a learning institution. Master, the circumstances of anyone can change at any moment. Lilith commented, the person whom others look down on today might be the person whom they would look up to tomorrow. Also, the cat you're gently holding right now might be the wife you'll be embracing tomorrow. The corner of Ethan's lips twitched after Lilith ruined her beautiful speech in just the span of a few seconds. Perhaps, knowing what he was thinking, the black cat giggled, making her master shake his head helplessly. Suddenly, a knock sounded from the door, prompting the master and cat pair to glance at each other. Come in, Ethan said. When the door opened, Luna and Lillian entered the room, followed by Selene and Arya. Are you done packing? Luna asked as she sat on Ethan's right side. Yes, Ethan replied. I just finished a few minutes ago. Lillian sat on his left and looked at the black cat seated on Ethan's lap. I still haven't seen Lilith's true form, Lillian said. Luna said that she was incredibly mature. Is that true, Ethan? Well, you can say that, Ethan blinked. During the past few weeks, he often found himself waking up in Lilith's embrace in her catkin form. Ethan wouldn't admit it, but every time that happened, he would wake up feeling refreshed as if he had the best sleep in his life. In terms of size, she's about the same as Emma, Ethan thought. Among his lovers, Emma had the most developed figure of them all. Comparing her to a succubus was an understatement. Whenever he embraced Emma, his promised one would make him feel a euphoria that transcended the pleasure of the flesh. Are you sure that the three of you can dawdle like this? Lilith asked. The train is not going to wait for any of you, you know. The black cat's comment broke Ethan out of his daze, making him smile bitterly. Lilith is right, Ethan said. Let's go. Our luggage is already in the common room, Luna commented. We only came here to see if you had finished packing. Ethan nodded and followed his two lovers to the door. When they arrived at the common room, the other members of Dud Manor were hugging each other and bidding their farewells. "Make sure that all of you return safely from your vacation," George said. "Since I am going to be your head prefect next year, I expect all of you to be here for the entrance ceremony. We might get new members, so make sure to be welcoming, okay?" "Wow, he's excited to become the next head prefect," Noah commented. "Not bad." "Well, although he's weird, I'm sure that he'll be a good head prefect," one of the second-year girls of Dud Manor said. "Right," a third-year student, just like George, nodded his head. "I'm sure it will be another fun year when we return to the academy." Henry, who had just finished saying his goodbyes to his manor mates, looked at all of them with a smile. "If we all happen to bump into each other during your missions, don't hesitate to ask for help if you need it," Henry stated. "I will definitely help all of you without fail." "You better," George commented. "You have to put in some effort for our sake even if you are no longer a student of the academy." "Maybe I should pick a different head prefect. You're getting way over your head, George." "What? You dare to kick me out of my new position, courting death? How about I give you a good smacking with my axe? We'll see if that will change your mind." Ethan and the others smiled as they watched the usual exchange between the two best friends. It was just a little sad that starting the next school term, they would not be able to see this scene again. "Time to go," Henry said as he looked at his pocket watch. "The train will be leaving soon. It will be best if we go now, or we'll end up waiting for the next train." Everyone nodded and left Dud Manor together. When the last member of the manor had walked past its doors, the manor suddenly disappeared, taking Ethan and Lillian by surprise. "When the school year ends, all the manors disappear for a time," Henry explained. "According to the headmaster, the manor will undergo maintenance and repair itself for the next school term. Isn't it amazing?" "Indeed," Ethan replied. "When will the manor appear again?" 3 days before the entrance ceremony begins," George answered. "So, if you're planning to return to the academy early, make sure to return during that time." Ethan nodded and followed Henry as he led their group toward the gates of Brynhilder Academy. Along the way, they saw several professors bidding goodbye to their students, with some advising the ones who asked for it. When they neared the gate that led to the main entrance of the academy, they saw Professor Reinhardt, Professor Barrett, and Professor Ophelia waving goodbyes to their students. Ethan walked toward the two professors who had helped him a lot during the past year. Then he thanked them properly for everything that they had done for him. "Did you have fun, Ethan?" Professor Reinhardt asked. "I had the best time of my life, Professor," Ethan replied. Professor Reinhardt chuckled before he lowered his head to whisper something in Ethan's ear. "Do you regret accidentally riding the wrong train?" Professor Reinhardt inquired. "No," Ethan answered in a heartbeat. "I'm glad that I was given the opportunity to be here." Professor Reinhardt chuckled before patting the young man's shoulder. "I'll see you again in a few months, Ethan," Professor Reinhardt said. "I look forward to the antics that you will come up with next school year." Professor Barrett, who was standing beside his best friend, shook his head helplessly. "Professor Barrett, thanks for everything," Ethan stated. "We will resume our training when you return." Professor Barrett nodded. "Midgard is a good place. I'm sure that you'll learn a thing or two throughout your journey there." After saying those words, he also patted Ethan's shoulder as his way of saying goodbye. When they passed through the gates, everyone summoned their flying brooms, which were specially modified for the members of the Dud Manor. They were similar to Ethan's wind dancer, but they were a little smaller in size. With this, they were also able to fly in the sky, which had been originally impossible for most of them due to their faulty magical powers. After a few minutes, they arrived at the train station, and they saw several familiar faces waiting for them to arrive. Chloe, Lily, Emma, and Nicole were already there. "Took you long enough," Nicole commented. "Let me guess, you felt so emotional that you felt like staying in your room." "Something like that," Ethan admitted. "By the way, what are you doing here? Aren't you going to return to the Astaf family?" "I don't plan on going back to that place. At least not for now, Nicole replied. After careful consideration, I decided to tag along with your group and see where your hometown is. You're coming with us, Ethan arched an eyebrow. Nicole nodded. Once you leave for Midgard, I will join Lily on her return trip to Southshire. Her sister, Lyall, will be a good sparring partner. I'm sure that I will be able to go all out if she is my opponent. Ethan, who didn't know that his best friend was planning to tag along, only smiled because he didn't mind having her around. I'll also visit Grandma Agnes and Grandpa Benjamin, Chloe stated. I will return home when you leave for Midgard. That's great, Ethan replied. Grandma Agnes will definitely want to see you, Chloe. Well then, what are we waiting for? Lily asked. Let's go. Everyone nodded in agreement and boarded the train. This particular train had large compartments, each having the capacity to fit 10 people without problems. On one side, Ethan, Luna, Lily, and Lillian sat together. And on the opposite side sat Chloe, Emma, and Nicole. Selene and Arya were also seated beside Chloe, since only that spot was left for them. What are your grandparents like? Lily asked Ethan. I have already asked Chloe, but she only said that your grandparents are very kind and loving. I want more information. After all, I want to make a good first impression. Ethan couldn't help but smile at the lady whom he had shared many first moments with during their stay in the lands of Alastair. You don't need to do anything, Ethan replied. Grandma and Grandpa want to meet you very much. I told them many things about you, but they still want to see and meet you personally. You still haven't answered my question, Lily pouted. Ethan chuckled and decided to tell the young lady what his grandparents were like. He told them about the scene that happened before he rode the train to Brynhildr Academy. When the girls heard about this, all of them chuckled because of how silly the story was. You really thought that dragons flying beside trains was a common thing? Nicole couldn't help but look at Ethan with amusement. The ignorant sure are fearless. Well, that was my first time seeing a dragon and leaving the countryside, Ethan replied to defend himself. I was naive and ignorant back then, okay. Ethan then continued his tale, which made the ladies smile and giggle from time to time. He talked about the surprise he felt after arriving at the academy and shared how extremely anxious he was when it was his turn to touch the appraisal stone. Back then, I thought you were some kind of genius from a fallen noble family, Lily commented. I mean, all the pillars who were chosen to represent the first years were from well-established families and had the power to back it up. Well, you're lucky that you were sent to Dud Manor, Nicole stated. If the appraisal stone didn't show any reaction back then, I'm afraid that your memories would have been forcefully erased. The other ladies nodded their heads in agreement. Indeed, Ethan replied, I was lucky. The young man then shared his first impression of Nicole when he met her inside the dungeon, which had been part of the entrance ceremony. What you did back then was the right choice, Nicole commented. My goal was to eliminate all the students in the dungeon and become its sole survivor. If you accepted my invitation to fight the boss monster together, I would have stabbed you in the back without feeling guilty. How about I stab you from the back instead? Ethan smirked. Let's see how you like it. Nicole smiled back at Ethan, but she didn't say anything else. Sebastian, on the other hand, had a lot to say about this sudden turn of events. Ethan wants to stab her from the back, Sebastian chuckled. That is an invitation for something naughty if I have to say so myself. Innuendo can be a scary thing, Ethan's other half agreed, which almost made Ethan choke on his saliva when he realized what the two people from the peanut gallery were talking about. In the end, he forcefully changed the topic until the train departed from Limburg town. It would take them 3 hours to arrive at their destination, because the train was taking a different route from the one that Ethan and Chloe were familiar with. Still, time flew past as the group happily exchanged stories, allowing them to better understand each other and experience the different adventures that each storyteller was willing to share. When the train arrived at the station, Ethan was pleasantly surprised to see his grandma Agnes waiting for them. Welcome back, Ethan, Agnes said as she gave her grandson a tight hug. "I missed you." "I missed you too, Grandma." Ethan hugged his grandma with a smile on his face. After hugging for half a minute, Agnes pulled back and went to hug Chloe, who happily hugged her back. "It's nice to see you again, Chloe," Agnes sighed. "Same here, Grandma," Chloe replied. "Are you and Grandpa in good health?" "Of course. I am as healthy as a fiddle. I'll still be up and kicking to hold your firstborn." "That's good to hear." Agnes then looked at the group of beautiful ladies, whom her grandson had brought back to their hometown. Although it didn't show on her face, she was giving Ethan 2 thumbs up in her heart. Agnes was already counting the number of grandchildren she'd be holding in a few years, while looking at the young ladies who had come to spend a few weeks with them. "You must be Lily," Agnes said as she hugged the young lady with shoulder-length blonde hair and green eyes. "Thank you for taking care of Ethan in the lands of Alastair. I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." "I've also been wanting to meet you for a long time, Grandma Agnes," Lily replied. "Ethan always talked about you and Grandpa Benjamin when we were trapped in the past." "Did he now?" Agnes arched an eyebrow. "Well, you need to tell me the stories that Ethan didn't tell me. I'm sure that you have a lot of stories to tell." Lily nodded with a smile. "I'd be happy to." Agnes then greeted Luna, Lillian, Emma, and Nicole before asking them to follow her out of the station. A few minutes later, they saw a carriage that looked similar to the carriages that they saw in Disney Land. The carriage was big enough to easily fit 16 people, and it was being pulled by 2 horses. "I splurged a bit on this carriage," Agnes said proudly as she boarded the carriage. "I made sure that all the seats are cushioned to make the journey more comfortable." "Money well spent, Grandma," Ethan praised. "I know, right?" Agnes chuckled. The ladies could tell how much Ethan and Agnes loved each other because both of them were all smiles as they chatted. The trip from the station to their farm lasted for nearly 30 minutes, but the journey was quite comfortable. When the house Ethan grew up in entered his sight, he couldn't help but frown because some parts looked brand new. The happiness he felt earlier dimmed a bit, having realized that their house must have been damaged when the mercenaries and bounty hunters tried to kidnap his grandparents. Although both of them were safe, some of the encounters had probably gotten a bit too dangerous, with some wizards hurling spells at the house in order to force the 2 old people to escape from it. "Don't think too much, Ethan," Ethan's grandpa, Benjamin, said as he patted the young man's chest. "The house needed some renovation anyway, so might as well improve it. Don't worry, it is now larger and has more rooms." Agnes wanted to demolish everything and build a residence that could house over a dozen people. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop her. She already ordered the builders to make 9 bedrooms before I could say anything. But in hindsight, I guess that was a good thing. Now that we have many rooms, these ladies can have their own rooms during their stay. So, think of that incident as a blessing in disguise. In the end, it worked in our favor, right? Ethan nodded. "Indeed, Grandpa, it is a blessing in disguise." "How long do the 2 of you plan to keep these girls standing outside the house?" Agnes asked with her hands resting on her waist. "You heard her," Benjamin winked. "Let's not keep the ladies waiting. I'm sure that they are tired from their journey." When everyone was inside the house, they noticed how spacious the interior was. It was also tastefully and luxuriously designed, which made Ethan arch an eyebrow. From every angle, this looked like a villa that belonged to a noble family. "Amazing, right?" Agnes looked smug after seeing her grandson's reaction. "The 10,000 gold that bastard Zach Care paid as compensation was put to good use. Your grandma has been inviting her friends into our home just to brag," Benjamin whispered. "She even holds parties just to show them that she is rich now." Ethan couldn't help but smirk, because this was very much in line with his grandmother's personality. "What's wrong with inviting my friends to have a party here?" Agnes asked. "It's not often that I get to rub salt on their faces, especially Susan, who always brags that her grandson is the top student in St. Clair Academy and has many admirers, especially girls from noble households." "Wait, why didn't I think of that? I should invite her and those other old hags to come here. I will show them my grandson's fiancés. Ha ha ha. Let's see if that Susan can still brag after seeing my beautiful daughter-in-laws. Please don't do that, Grandma, Ethan said. Don't do it, Agnes, Benjamin commented. You will just make Ethan's lovers uncomfortable. Not at all, Grandpa Benjamin, Emma joined the conversation. It will be best if Grandma's friends know how many ladies love Ethan. That way, they will understand that the Gremory family is on another level compared to theirs. Agnes held Emma's hands and looked at her with approval. This girl knows, Agnes declared. Emma, make sure to dress up when I call my friends, okay? I will introduce you to them. Of course, Grandma, Emma nodded. Leave it to me. Let's make sure that whenever they talk about Ethan, they will only talk about how successful he is in life and how beautiful his future wives are. Luna, Lily, and Lillian immediately understood that Emma was just trying to score some brownie points in order to get on Agnes' good side. Such a sly move, Lillian muttered. She knows how to make Grandma Agnes happy. Luna and Lily nodded their heads in agreement, while Nicole only looked at this scene with amusement. Good thing I tagged along, Nicole thought. I'm sure these 2 weeks will be fun. Not wanting to see Oscar or any members of the Estaf family, she decided to stay away from home until the vacation finished. But since she had nowhere else to go, she needed to decide where she would stay until the academy opened. That was when it hit her. Ethan had mentioned that he planned to take his lovers to see his grandparents. Since Nicole was curious about Ethan's family, she decided that it would be a good idea to come with them. Truth be told, she felt envious when she saw Ethan's grandparents. They were simply the grandparents she wished she had. Her mother was a mere concubine, so she didn't have a high rank in the Estaf family. Oscar also didn't recognize her at the beginning, so he didn't show Nicole any familial love while she was growing up. This was another reason why she hated the Estaf family. She was even contemplating whether it was possible to break all ties with them so that she wouldn't have to see them again anytime soon. While Nicole was pondering these things, Agnes pulled Ethan to a corner of the living room and asked him a question. "What's your relationship with Nicole?" Agnes whispered. "She's my best friend," Ethan replied. "Only a best friend?" "Yes." Agnes glanced back at the beautiful young lady, who was oozing with charisma and confidence. "Aish Tilda, don't worry. Leave it to your grandma," Agnes said. "I'll be your wingman for as long as she is here in our home." "Grandma, you don't have to do that. Nicole and I are really just close friends." "Ethan, when you make a bun, you must make sure that the oven is hot enough to cook it. I'll make sure that the oven will be hot enough while you cook the bun, so just leave it to me." Agnes patted her chest with confidence, making Sebastian laugh from inside Ethan's sea of consciousness. "I like Agnes. She knows her priorities," Sebastian commented. "Indeed," Ethan's other half nodded. "With her holding the fort, Ethan's lineage will definitely thrive and prosper." Ethan pinched the bridge of his nose. Not only was his grandma giving him a headache, but the two no-good people in his head were also talking loud enough for him to hear. Outside of the residence, several ravens landed on a tree branch and observed the house from outside. Dantalion and the ravens, who belonged to the girls, had moved out of the academy with the intention of following their masters wherever they planned to go. "Good luck, Ethan," Dantalion thought. "Not that you'll need it." Right beside the white raven were the other ravens who belonged to the ladies, and all of them were also looking forward to the things that would transpire during their stay in the countryside. The lunch that Agnes prepared might not compare to the food that was provided by Brynhildr Academy, but it tasted like home, which their guests appreciated very much. When lunch ended, Agnes took them to the second and third floors of their home, where the bedrooms were located. Ethan easily found his room on the third floor, since there was a sign hanging on the door that had his name on it. As for the girls, none of them were really picky with the rooms. However, Emma decisively took the room right beside Ethan's room, with the excuse that she needed to be close to him to protect him at all times. Luna and Lillian exchanged glances with each other before nodding their heads at the same time. Since the two of them usually sleep with each other, sharing the same room wasn't a problem. Besides, the beds were king-sized and were big enough to hold 2 adults. Sharing a room wouldn't be a problem. Lily chose the room beside Luna's and Lillian's room, while Nicole chose the room beside Emma's. Having picked their rooms, they unanimously decided to raid Ethan's room just for fun. Ethan didn't mind and entered the room that was made for him for the first time. The room was quite spacious and was very neat. The floor was carpeted, and there were 2 long couches facing each other. There was also a study table in the corner of the room. But the one thing that stood out the most was Ethan's bed. It was very big. It was as big as 2 king-sized beds set side by side, making Emma nod her head in satisfaction. "With this, us sleeping with Master at the same time will not be a problem," Emma commented. "The bed can easily fit 5 people. Master's libido has been very strong as of late, so having multiple partners is better." "Right, I noticed this as well." Lily nodded in agreement. "Maybe it's because he has acquired 2 legacies that his stamina and body performance have gotten better. I guess we should apply silencing spells in every nook and cranny so that we don't accidentally wake Grandma and Grandpa in the middle of the night." Luna's and Lillian's faces turned beet red upon hearing Emma and Lily openly talk about something very intimate. Also, Nicole was with them, making their faces turn a shade redder. Ethan opened the window and looked outside, pretending that he didn't hear what Lily and Emma were talking about. After a few minutes, all of them decided to rest in their own rooms for the time being. Ethan's lovers seemed to have made an unspoken agreement that they would not bother him until nightfall, giving him some time for himself. Outside the Gremory residence, Enzo and the Catkins of the Orpheus clan were keeping watch of the surroundings, ensuring that no one would disturb their master's vacation. Later, they would accompany Ethan back to Midgard and ensure his safety. But until then, they would deal with anyone who would try to disturb his precious time with his family. Enzo made sure to inform Ethan about their presence so that the latter would not be alarmed when he noticed that there were several hidden presences on their property. Agnes and Benjamin were also aware of Enzo's existence, since there were always 4 Catkins tasked to watch over the 2 of them. To ensure that there would be no possibility of friendly fire, the old Catkin made sure to communicate with them beforehand. A staff family main residence. Oscar, as well as the other elders of the main and branch families, gathered in their conference room to discuss the current state of the air wars. After Vladimir's and Konstantine's deaths, the air wars had been postponed indefinitely. From the beginning, the air wars was simply a competition between the 2 of them. Nicole and the other candidates were just there to make it a bit more exciting. Now that the main candidates were gone, there were voices speaking up that the air wars should be cancelled, claiming that the remaining candidates were unable to carry the torch of the Astaff family. Of course, the final decision was still Oscar's, but everyone still made sure to voice their opinions. Some even said that it might be better if the air wars were restarted and only allowed those above 30 to participate. They argued that these people would be more mature and responsible enough to understand what was at stake. The majority of the elders found this proposal to their liking. After some thought, they realized that leaving their future to young adults might not really be the best option for their family. "The air wars will continue when the school year starts once more," Oscar declared. "Nothing will change. Those who were not eliminated in the earlier trials will still be eligible to become the new patriarch or matriarch. Although they are still young, they have plenty of time to learn how our family functions. Also, we have always followed that only the fittest is allowed to become the head of the family. Since that is the case, there is no need to change the rules that we have made when we decided to hold the competition." The elders didn't like Oscar's decision, but his glare shut them all up. At the end of the day, the strongest wizard in their family was still Oscar. Not only that, but he was also the current patriarch of the family, so his words were law. "My decision is final," Oscar said. "Inform all the surviving candidates of the news. I know that some of you are opposed to my decision, so whoever wants to change my mind should challenge me in a duel. If you win, I will allow you to choose who will be the next patriarch or matriarch of our family." Everyone looked at each other in dismay, because none of them dared to challenge Oscar in a duel. Although there were many strong wizards and witches in the Astaf family, none of them had fought wars like Oscar did. So when it came to fighting skills, they would not last in a battle against him even if they were to fight him 3-1. With heavy hearts, the members of the Astaf family left the conference room one by one, until only Oscar remained. When he was sure that no one was around, the old patriarch sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. The decision he made wasn't an easy one, but he still made it based on his years of experience in the political world. Now that the entirety of the Shire continent was headed to war, he would need to make sure that someone would be left behind to take care of the family, just in case the worst-case scenario happened. As long as their family bloodline would continue to exist after the calamity was over, Oscar was willing to stand on the front lines of the battlefield. Once everything was over, the future generations would finally be able to live their lives in peace. "The ladies of the allied tribes are very bold," Lily said with an exasperated look on her face as she recalled memories from the time when she was living in the city of Zentris with Ethan. They would not hesitate to grab hold of Ethan's hand and drag him into their houses, with the excuse that he needed to leave behind his descendants to make their tribe grow stronger. I didn't know how he managed to do it, but he politely declined their offers each time. He also made sure to hold his ground whenever the ladies became too aggressive. Mind you, they are very beautiful girls, and some of them are also seasoned warriors. Some even asked me for my help because I was his wife, and they even promised that their tribes would honor me as their ancestor if I agreed to help them. "Oh my, that must have been tough," Agnes commented with a sparkle in her eyes. "So, did any accidents happen? I know that Ethan is a very responsible boy. After all, I raised him that way. But since these ladies are very aggressive, I'm sure they tried some methods that offered a higher chance of success, no?" Lily nodded. Some were very cunning and drugged him with extremely strong aphrodisiacs. But whenever this happened, Ethan would immediately teleport back to the pyramid and endure its effects for hours. The frequency of this kind of incident increased a lot after Ethan announced that we would be leaving a few months later. Since it was their last opportunity to gain the bloodline of the Tide Bringer, even the chieftains tried their best so that Ethan would leave his descendants behind. Emma, who was listening to the side, smiled as she voiced her thoughts. "So, did you help him during the times when he was under the effects of aphrodisiacs?" Emma asked, making all the ladies, with the exception of Nicole, look at Lily with serious looks on their faces. "Yes," Lily, who had no intention of hiding anything, replied with a smile. But even under its effects, Ethan was surprisingly gentle. This is one of the things that I like about him. Luna, Lillian, and Emma all nodded their heads in understanding. There were times when Ethan embraced them in a gentle and loving way, but there were also times when he was a little rough with them. Each had their own preference, but regardless of whether they liked it gentle or hard, one thing was certain. They would always be in bliss when being embraced by their beloved. Chloe, who was listening on the side, interjected because there was something that she was very curious about. "There's a time when Ethan mentioned that a princess from the Magdar kingdom stayed with the two of you due to some circumstances. Can you tell me more about her?" "Are you referring to Princess Ramona?" Lily inquired. Chloe nodded. "Yes, that's the one." Lily closed her eyes and sighed softly. "Ramona is a pitiful child," Lily said with a tinge of sadness in her voice. "She's the 12th princess of the Magdar kingdom, and she was only 11 years old when we met her. Her brothers tried to have her assassinated when they realized that she could potentially threaten their chance to become the next king of their kingdom. She's an extremely talented sorceress, and I believe that even if she were to live in our time, she would definitely be hailed as a true prodigy. That's how amazing she is. Lily really liked Ramona. She treated the princess like a little sister, and Ramona treated her as an older sister. Back then, witches were called shamans or sorceresses. There were no wands, and only staves could be used to channel their powers. The one who taught Ramona magic was Lily, since Ethan could only wield magic after they kissed, and even then, the magic would only last in his body for a short time. Ethan was an only child, and he had always wanted to have a sibling, so he also treated Ramona like a little sister. Unfortunately, Ramona couldn't return the familial love that Ethan gave her because she had developed a crush on Ethan. At that time, the members of the royal family could marry even if they were young, so Ramona thought of Ethan as a potential marriage partner. She didn't really care that he was already married to Lily. After all, it had been normalized for men in that era to have more than one wife. But Ethan firmly and politely rejected Ramona's proposal because he didn't plan on staying in the lands of Alastair for a long time. Ramona was heartbroken, but she also understood why Ethan rejected her. After all, he already told her the truth. The truth about not belonging to their current timeline, and that he would soon return to the future, leaving the past behind. Ramona cried in her room all night, Lily said. I was there to comfort her because Ethan asked me to. He was also attached to her, so I know that leaving her behind was painful for him as well. Back then, we made sure to guard our hearts, knowing that we could not stay in the lands of Alastair for a long time. We did make friends, but we made sure that we didn't become too attached to them. Ramona was different because she was a lovable girl. There are times when I wonder what would become of her after we left. I'm sure Ethan thinks of her from time to time as well. Actually, the two of us discussed this a few days ago. He said that he would ask someone to go to the Magdar Kingdom and search for information about Princess Ramona through their history books. If she managed to survive her brother's schemes, I'm certain that she would have played an important role in her kingdom. Chloe, who had asked the question, sighed because she understood Ethan very much. If he really formed an attachment to someone, he would definitely not be able to sit still, knowing that they might be in danger. However, he was currently hundreds of years into the future, while Ramona was hundreds of years into the past. Their timeline would no longer intersect, and it would be impossible for the two of them to meet again. I would also become heartbroken if I were in Ramona's place, Lillian commented. Poor girl. I hope that she found a wonderful man who took care of her. The other ladies, including Lily, nodded their heads at the same time. They also hoped that the lovable princess, who had become an important part of Ethan's life in the past, had lived her life to the fullest. Are you sure you don't want to spend some time with your girlfriends? Benjamin asked. Grandma chased me out of the house and told me to be useful, Ethan replied bitterly. She said that they're going to have some girl talk, so I'm not allowed to listen. Benjamin chuckled because he found this quite amusing. He understood that his wife, Agnes, wanted to know more about her future in-laws. She must also want to know how Ethan spent his year at Brynhildr Academy. The old lady knew that the girls would hold back and only tell her wonderful things about Ethan if he were around. Although she liked hearing those stories, she also wanted to hear about his hardships in the academy. Ethan would always put on a brave face and tell her that everything was fine. But she knew that under that facade, her grandson must have suffered as well. She wanted to hear these stories, especially the one about how he managed to awaken his magic. The young man briefly explained it to her, but he didn't elaborate on it. Because of this, she resorted to asking Luna about it instead, which the young lady was more than happy to do. Everyone present inside the house was Ethan's allies, so she didn't mind telling them how she awakened his magic power. So, when are you planning to marry those girls? Benjamin asked as he threw his fishing hook into the river. Agnes asked me to ask you this question. Actually, Lily's father, Seth, asked me to visit them if I managed to finish my business in Midgard early, Ethan answered. Lily and I will have a simple wedding, following their customs. So, technically, the two of us will be officially married at that time. Then, wouldn't it be better if you come here first before you go to Southshire? Benjamin inquired. You know that Agnes will not let you hear the end of it if she isn't present for your wedding. You wouldn't want that to happen, right? Ethan pondered for a bit, then shuddered after imagining how his grandma would react if he failed to tell her about his upcoming marriage with Lily. I think that's a good idea, Grandpa, Ethan stated. I'll stop by here first and bring you and Grandma with me to Southshire. Good decision. MMM. Holding a fishing rod in his hand, Ethan couldn't help but smile, also feeling excited about his marriage to Lily. He could have done it when they were still in the lands of Alistair. Both of them were already in love with each other at that time. However, Ethan had deep feelings for Chloe and Luna during that time, and Lily didn't want to feel like a thieving cat. So they both held back and decided to not hold a ceremony. The two of them were already sure that they would spend the rest of their lives together, so they didn't feel the need to hold a marriage ceremony or anything just to prove it. But getting married was still a must, for it would make Ethan's relationship with Lily official and formally tie him to Seth's family. Since we're already on this topic, and you'll be marrying Lily soon, what about the others? Benjamin asked. Are you going to wait until you graduate from the academy to marry them? That was the original plan, Ethan replied. But there's a possibility that I will marry them even before we graduate from the academy. Although his other lovers would genuinely be happy when he and Lily got married, they would also feel left out because having the wife status was very different from having the girlfriend status. There was finality in it, so Ethan decided to soon have a proper talk with Luna, Lillian, and Emma about it. He would also use this opportunity to have a private talk with Chloe. Ethan knew that she still liked him, and he also felt the same way. So, if possible, he wanted to ask her the real reason why she decided to distance herself from him. The young man was certain that Chloe's excuse of preferring a monogamous relationship was just a smokescreen for her real reason. Luna told him that she and Chloe had talked about their relationship a lot, and that the latter seemed fine with the idea of the three of them getting married. Even when Lily came into the picture, Chloe was still fine with that, especially since Lily played an important role in pulling Ethan out of his depression during his darkest times. So with this reasoning, he was certain that there was something that she wasn't telling him. As to what that thing was, Ethan would press her for answers, wanting to get to the bottom of it. Suddenly, Benjamin felt a presence behind him, which made him turn his head. There, he saw a beautiful lady with cat ears, looking at him with a smile. Grandpa Benjamin, my name is Lilith, Lilith introduced herself. I'm the young master's protector. I hope to get along with you very much. Protector. Benjamin scanned the beautiful lady from head to foot before shifting his attention back to her face. Yes, Lilith nodded. Benjamin then glanced at his grandson, who nodded his head in affirmation. Are you perhaps one of my grandson's girlfriends? Benjamin asked. Not yet, Lilith replied, but I'm working on it, Grandpa. Good luck to you. I hope you succeed. Thank you very much. After saying those words, Lilith bowed at Benjamin before merging with Ethan's shadow. The catkin had asked Ethan for permission to introduce herself to his grandparents. Thinking that Agnes and Benjamin would be assured once they knew that their grandson had a bodyguard who was always with him, he agreed to Lilith's request. He just didn't expect that his grandpa would ask Lilith if she was his girlfriend, which ended in their current situation. It's nice to be young, Benjamin chuckled. You were as popular as me when I was your age, Ethan. You definitely got my good genes. This time, it was Ethan's turn to chuckle. Agnes and Benjamin would often say things like, you got that trait from my genes, even though they weren't blood-related to each other. But Ethan didn't mind. For him, Agnes and Benjamin were his family, and the ones who raised him with love and care. After spending so much time with them, Ethan had copied some of their mannerism, which often made the old couple say things like, He had his good looks because of my genes or something similar. An hour later, Ethan and Grandpa Benjamin returned to the house after catching many fish from the river. There, they found Agnes wiping her tears with a handkerchief as she listened to the stories about her grandson, which the young man had hidden from her. Ethan kissed Luna's neck as his hands held her soft and round buttocks, giving it a light squeeze. A moan escaped the angelic beauty's lips as Ethan lowered her body, making her shudder in anticipation. The young lady had been waiting for this moment ever since they arrived in Ethan's hometown. They had been too busy during the past few months as the school year was wrapping up, so she didn't have many opportunities to make love with her beloved, whom she cherished dearly. Luna could feel Ethan's member sliding deep inside of her until its tip kissed the entrance of her womb. Feeling her body pleasantly heating up, she wrapped her hands around Ethan's head. Seductive moans leaked out of her lips as her lover made sure to pleasure her. Even though her voice was slowly getting louder, the other beauty lying on the bed didn't stir. Lillian, who made love with Ethan before Luna, had passed out after they both released. Her sensitivity when it came to intimate acts with Ethan was the highest among Ethan's lovers. Also, her legacy further increased this sensitivity, making her feel an incredible sense of euphoria every time she and Ethan became one. The stronger Ethan became, the more sensitive she was. Because of this, she would usually pass out after doing it only once with him. But on very rare occasions, she would be able to last up to 3 rounds, given that Ethan did her gently instead of being rough. Today, she requested for some rough treatment after hearing Lily's stories about the bold ladies of the allied tribes who would not hesitate to drag Ethan to their homes in order to give birth to his descendants. For some reason, Lillian felt that she didn't want to lose to those ladies, so she wanted to overcome her limits. Unfortunately, today was not that day, so she laid on the bed with an exhausted yet satisfied look on her face. Suddenly, Luna's body shuddered as she held onto Ethan tightly. The young man also held onto her, even leaving a kiss mark on her neck for the second time. Luna loved it when Ethan marked her as his woman whenever they made love with each other. Of course, she would use a healing ointment to remove it, so that others wouldn't know that the young lady, whom many second years had a crush on, was already taken by their public enemy number 1. This was the label that Ethan had in the academy, and sometimes he could only smile bitterly because there was nothing he could do about it. The 2 teenagers panted for breath as they held onto each other's bodies. A few minutes later, they shared a passionate kiss, making the 2 of them fall in love with each other all over again. Suddenly, the door opened, making Ethan and Luna look at the newcomer who was looking at them with a smile on her face. "Is it my turn now?" Lily asked as she walked toward the bed. She then climbed on top of it and gave Ethan a kiss on his left cheek before whispering something in his ear. "Grandma Agnes is looking for you," Lily said. "Your adoptive father has arrived, and she wants you to come home and greet him." Ethan and Luna looked disappointed because both of them wanted to go one more round. But since this was an important matter, they decided that it would be best to end their session and take a bath together. "I'll carry Lillian," Ethan said as he lifted the unconscious girl on the bed. "Let's just take a bath together." "Okay." Luna nodded before heading toward the bathroom to open the door for Ethan. "Make sure to heal those marks before you leave," Lily advised. "Although I'm sure that Grandma Agnes wouldn't mind, your adoptive father might have a different opinion." Lily didn't know much about Ethan's adoptive father, since he rarely mentioned anything about him. According to her lover, his adoptive father would only come home once every month or once every 2 months. He would stay for 2 to 3 days max before leaving again. Ethan told her that his adoptive father was a businessman, so he usually traveled from place to place in order to trade and make connections. While her lover was taking a bath with Luna and Lillian, Lily sat on the couch and closed her eyes. Ethan's father, who went by the name Wallace Gremory, was a handsome man who seemed to only be in his early 30s. However, he was in fact in his early 40s. However, Anyone who saw him wouldn't believe that he was already that old due to how young and dashing he looked. Since they couldn't take their time taking a bath, Ethan, Luna, and Lillian stepped out of the bathroom after 20 minutes. Using magic, they dried their hair. Ethan affectionately applied healing ointment on Luna's and Lillian's bodies, making sure that he didn't miss a single one of the marks that he had left behind. After putting on their clothes, they left the tree house, which Ethan always carried with him. Even though the relationships he and his lovers had were already recognized by his grandmother and grandfather, the young man didn't have the guts to make love with them inside his grandparents' house. Even if they could use silencing magic and soundproofing magic, there was still a chance that Agnes would find out, which was a risk that Ethan didn't dare to take. He was certain that his grandmother would tease him a lot about this topic, which was something he would like to avoid as much as possible. They arrived at the Gremory Manor a few minutes later, just in time for lunch. "Welcome back, father," Ethan said as he greeted his adoptive father, to which the latter nodded his head in acknowledgement. "It's good to see you, Ethan," Wallace replied. "It seems that you have a very wonderful academy life. I'm glad that you were able to make a lot of friends." "I have," Ethan nodded. "Well then, aren't you going to introduce me to your fiancés?" Wallace asked in a teasing tone. "It seems that you are very eager to expand the Gremory bloodline, if you know what I mean." Ethan nodded before introducing his lovers to his adoptive father one by one. He had long wanted to do this. To begin with, he didn't plan to hide anything from his family. Luna and Lillian, who had just made love with Ethan, felt their cheeks burn in embarrassment because for a brief moment, they thought that Ethan's father implied about them working hard to create Bobbies. In a way, he wasn't wrong. But both girls were using magical potions to ensure that they wouldn't conceive at this point in time. Chloe, Emma, and Nicole, who had a vague idea of what Ethan had done with the two young ladies, only smirked as they looked at the guilty expressions on Luna's and Lillian's faces. Perhaps not wanting to put the two ladies on the spot, Wallace chuckled and went to help Agnes set up the table so that everyone could start eating. "Chloe and Emma helped me cook today's lunch, so the taste is guaranteed to be good," Agnes declared. "Aren't you lucky? Your future wives are already very good at cooking." "Yes, I'm indeed lucky," Ethan replied, making Chloe avert her gaze. However, if one looked closely, a tinge of red could be seen creeping up the sides of her face, making Agnes chuckle. Emma, on the other hand, was more than happy to show Ethan his womanly charms. Not only did she have a sexy figure, but she was also very good at doing household chores. Cooking was just one of them. Lilith, who was hiding in Ethan's shadow, was very tempted to introduce herself to Ethan's grandma and adoptive father. She had already introduced herself to Ethan's grandpa, Benjamin, so she thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to take this opportunity to deepen her relationship with her master's adoptive family. Her instinct was telling her that Wallace was not an ordinary person. As an assassin, she was very familiar with people who were in the same trade as her. Wallace's actions, mannerisms, as well as scent were all normal. But in this normality, Lilith's sixth sense warned her that she shouldn't get on the bad side of Ethan's adoptive father. In the end, after much deliberation, she decided to postpone introducing herself to Wallace. "I'll just introduce myself to Grandma Agnes," Lilith thought. "Then I'll ask her to pass the message to Ethan's adoptive father that I am also one of Master's lovers." When she introduced herself to Ethan's grandpa, she was paying close attention to Ethan's reaction. From beginning to end, the young man didn't show any signs of disgust or rejection to the idea of her becoming his girlfriend. This observation made Lilith very happy, because it seemed that Ethan wasn't against the idea of the two of them being partners in the future. Of course, this was just an inference, but either way, Lilith had no plans to back down. She already knew that Agnes wouldn't turn away any lady who was seriously pursuing her grandson, so she wanted to make Ethan's grandma her ally in love. A few minutes later, everyone started eating lunch together and chatted with each other from time to time. While this was happening, Ethan felt a sense of fulfillment bubble in his heart. Eating with everyone like this made him feel that they were one big family. Once everyone was done with their meals, the girls insisted on helping Agnes clean the table and wash the dishes. Taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone was busy, Wallace asked Ethan to come outside with him because he wanted to talk to him in private. Every time he returned home from his business trips, he would spend some time asking Ethan about what he had done over the past month and if there was something that he would like to do in the future. This had been their routine for years, and remembering it now made Ethan suddenly have the strong urge to dig a hole and bury himself inside of it due to embarrassment. Last year, he told his father that he didn't want to go to school and even begged him to talk to his grandma Agnes about not sending him to St. Clair Academy. Unfortunately, Wallace sided with Agnes and even insisted that Ethan should go to a learning institution to study. Back then, Ethan felt that his adoptive father no longer liked him, so he wanted to send him somewhere far from their home. Of course, Wallace had no such thoughts. Ethan was just afraid of leaving the farm. Deep inside, he thought that if he parted with his grandparents and his adoptive father, they would stop caring about him. He was afraid that they would continue their lives like usual, as if they had just gotten rid of a stray puppy that they decided to raise for a few years. The current Ethan no longer thought these things, because he knew that these fears were unfounded. This was why he could now look at Wallace with a confident gaze, making the handsome man chuckle. "I like how confident you are now," Wallace said. "But at the same time, it saddens me. I know that you only matured this fast because of the hardships you had to deal with in life. Sadly, your grandparents and I weren't there to support you when you needed us the most. It's quite regrettable, and this is what I truly feel." Ethan didn't know what to say, so he just remained silent and waited for his father to tell him the reason why he wished to talk to him in private. "How long do you plan to stay here?" Wallace inquired. 10 more days, Ethan replied. "After that, I will leave for Midgard with Emma." "Do you want me to accompany you?" Wallace asked. "I would like to expand my business in Midgard, so this might be a good opportunity to do it." Ethan didn't agree right away and thought about it properly. A few minutes later, he nodded his head. He believed that his adoptive father would also like to know his true identity. "Will it not affect your work here?" Ethan inquired. "No," Wallace answered. "I have already delegated my duties to my subordinates. I also told them that I would be gone for a few months, so they should carry out their duties as usual. So, do you want me to come with you?" After hearing his father's answer, Ethan nodded his head. "Yes, please come with me, father." Good. Wallace had no intention of telling Ethan about his true business, because this was for his own good. His enemies didn't know that he had a family. He deliberately concealed their existence so that his enemies wouldn't have any hostages that they could use against him. For Wallace, being the head of the magistratus and being Ethan's adoptive father were both important parts of his life. Now that his son had grown and was about to spread his wings to see a bigger world, he wished to accompany him on his journey. That way, he would know the real reason why his adoptive child was abandoned when he was still a baby, and why his parents destroyed his magic circuits in an attempt to prevent him from using magic in his lifetime. "Meet me in the forest at midnight," Wallace said. "We will continue our talk later." Ethan frowned, but he still nodded in understanding. He didn't know what his father wanted to talk to him about in the middle of the night, but he fully believed that the man in front of him wasn't someone who did things without a reason. Although he wasn't always around, he would tell Ethan many stories about his travels and would also give him good advice. The young man watched as his father entered the house with a steady gaze. A year ago, he wouldn't have been able to see the telltale signs of someone who knew how to wield magic. But now he understood. His adoptive father was a wizard, and a very strong one at that. He found it quite ironic that he only managed to see these signs after being part of that world. A world that was hidden from the ordinarius, who lived their lives thinking that wizards and witches could only be seen in fairy tales. Your family is interesting, Ethan, Sebastian commented before glancing at his partner in crime, who was staying silent by his side. Did you already know? I've been with Ethan since he was just a baby, Ethan's other half commented. Of course I knew. Then why didn't you tell me? Ethan asked. You didn't ask, but since you want me to tell you, I'll say it to you up front, Ethan's other half replied. You're a wizard, Harry. Who's Harry? Sebastian blinked in confusion. Ethan, on the other hand, only shook his head helplessly. His other half was obviously teasing him. Just now, the other party mentioned that he had been with him since he was a baby. A question appeared inside his head, which he didn't hesitate to ask his other half. Why didn't you try to talk to me in the past? Ethan inquired. Since you've been with me from the start, why didn't you at least make your presence known? Why should I? Ethan's other half scoffed. The old you would have been terrified and probably think that you were being haunted by a ghost. You might even tell your grandma that you're hearing things inside of your head, and she might think that you've gone crazy. Not to mention that your adoptive father is a powerful wizard. If I weren't careful, he might have sealed me away, which would have been the worst possible outcome. In the end, I decided that it wasn't worth it and chose to endure 17 years of watching a stupid boy grow up. Sebastian chuckled after seeing the bitter look on his partner in crime's face, which made him wonder just how goofy Ethan was as a child. When he first met the young man, he was still a boy in his eyes. This was something to be expected from a sentient being who had been alive for hundreds of years. Oh, man, now I wish I could have seen little Ethan grow up, Sebastian grumbled. Don't bother, Ethan's other half shrugged. I needed to hibernate from time to time because I wasn't able to handle how naive he was back then. Ethan sighed because he also realized how ignorant and naive he was back then. After chatting with his two critics, he returned inside the house, only to be dragged back outside by Emma and Lily, who whispered in his ears that it was their turn to have intimate moments with him. Seeing him go, Chloe and Nicole glanced at each other, with the latter giving the former a smirk. Not going to join them? Nicole asked. No, Chloe replied. I'll just be a killjoy if I join them. The young lady with long brown hair had already told everyone that she would leave in an hour to visit her family for 2 days before returning to Ethan's home. She missed her parents and knew that they were worried about her, so she decided to return home. Seeing that everyone seemed a bit busy, Nicole decided to take a stroll around the farmhouse for a bit. Ethan's hometown was very peaceful, which made her feel strange. She had been feeling lost as of late because she didn't know what to do with her life. Her goal to become the matriarch of the Estaf family seemed trivial at this point, and she had long stopped caring about who would lead the Estaf family after Oscar had stepped down from his position. Her mother was currently in a magical hospital, which was founded by Queen Evan. Because of this, she was given the best accommodation despite being in a comatose state. Nicole's mother had been in that state for nearly 3 years. Her examination results reflected that there was really nothing wrong with her body. Yet, for some reason, she was still unable to wake up. Nicole could still remember that fateful day when the legacy that she accidentally acquired flared up, making her feel extremely cold. Her mother, whose name was Megan, was a sickly lady. But seeing that her daughter was suffering, she hugged Nicole to sleep because was shivering nonstop. Nicole, who was feeling cold at that time, felt relieved because her mother's warmth calmed her down. However, when she woke up the next day, her mother was as pale as a candle and refused to wake up no matter how many times she tried to wake her up. In the end, Queen Evan heard the news and ordered her close friend to be transferred to the hospital, which she had founded using her own money. Even after being diagnosed by many magical experts, no one was able to determine what had happened to Megan. Only Nicole knew what had happened, but she was too young and too afraid to say that she might have been the cause of her mother's current condition. During one of the nights when she cried in her bed, she heard a voice inside of her head. Your mother will recover once you master my legacy. Until then, she will continue to sleep with no signs of waking up. That voice came from a lady who called herself Barrydale, a colossi who once reigned the cold north before her icy heart shattered into pieces because of a mortal who had betrayed her trust. Nicole had never seen her face, but she would hear her voice from time to time. She was also the one who told Nicole that if she was unable to master her legacy within 4 years, she would die. Basically, Nicole only had until she graduated from Brynhildr Academy before she, too, would fall into a comatose state. However, it wouldn't end there. Her body would turn into ice, making her turn into an ice statue. The fight against the ice dragon on the peak of Kaldbor forced her to open the seal that was suppressing her power. Unfortunately, doing this had caused a backlash, and that was the coldness that she would feel from time to time, which couldn't be removed by using normal means. One of the reasons why she decided to follow Ethan back to his hometown was to understand how the young man was able to make her cold episodes disappear. If she were to understand the logic behind it, then she would be able to handle them on her own, and she would no longer have to bother the young man whenever the pain from the coldness she was feeling became unbearable. She believed that once she overcame this obstacle, she would be one step closer to her goal of taking full control of her legacy and, in turn, awaken her sleeping mother. 3 more years, Nicole thought. Don't worry, mother, I will cure you no matter what. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded inside her head. Can you really do it? Nicole's body stiffened, because it had been several weeks since she last heard the voice inside her head. I can, Nicole replied. No matter what happens, I will take control of your legacy, even if it's the last thing I do. It will indeed be the last thing you'll do. As I told you, if you fail, you will be joining your mother in an eternal slumber, Barrydale commented. Don't worry. A year from now, if you still haven't gotten my power under control, I will give you a hint on how to do it. And why would you do that? Nicole didn't believe that the owner of the legacy, which she acquired by accident, was a benevolent being. Since she was able to wield such power, she understood that Barrydale's heart was as cold as the snow and ice that fell under her domain. It's because I pity you, Barrydale answered. An unwanted child who has lost the only person who truly cared about her. Even now, you want to try to overcome obstacles on your own without asking others for help. It is an admirable trait, but that will not be enough to control the power of my legacy. Nicole sighed internally. She could sense that the voice inside her head truly pitied her, making her wonder if she could really trust Barrydale's words. Then how about you give me a hint? Nicole inquired. Even a little one will do. A hint. Nicole could hear the amusement in the voice inside her head, but she didn't care. If she could wake her mother a day sooner, then she would do whatever it took to achieve it. Come ask me after a year, Barrydale replied. If you still haven't found any clues, I will give you a hint, which would answer all the questions you have about my power. Until then, please endure, for you are in for a very painful and cold experience. That is simply the fate of those who gain power beyond their control. But you're luckier than others, Nicole. Those who have tried to acquire my legacy in the past turned into an ice statue before shattering into countless pieces. I believe you have what it takes to wield my powers. The only question is whether you have the will to see it through. Nicole didn't say anything and simply closed her eyes. As someone who grew up in a dog-eat-dog world, she had become someone who didn't want to rely on others for help, even when things got difficult. The Astaf family only cared about strength and their influence. If someone didn't meet their expectations, they would ignore that person's existence and treat them as if they were nothing but air. With her mother in a comatose state, Nicole had to fend for herself. Of course, Queen Evan always supported her in any way that she could, forcing Oscar to at least tolerate Nicole's existence. Suddenly, Nicole felt her body turn cold, making her shudder uncontrollably. Not wanting to be seen in her vulnerable state, she entered the stables and climbed to its 2nd floor. There, she laid down on the wooden floor in a fetal position, trying to endure the coldness and the pain assaulting her body. These cold episodes would sometimes last for a few minutes. However, there were times when it would last for half an hour, making Nicole tear up in pain. Fortunately, her episode only lasted for 5 minutes. Still, she already felt drained and exhausted. After pondering for a bit, she decided to close her eyes and take a nap. The only people within the property were Ethan's family members and her friends. She wasn't in the Staff family's main residence, where she had to always be on guard. Just an hour, Nicole thought before closing eyes. 1 hour will do. Soon, she fell into an uneasy sleep, not caring that she was sleeping on a wooden floor. Half a minute later, a white mist started to ooze from her body, transforming into the silhouette of a lady. She was none other than Berrydeal, who looked down on Nicole with a pitiful gaze. "I really hope that you can carry my eternal will, Nicole," Berrydeal said softly as she waved her hand, making the young lady's body hover above the wooden floor. "Since you were able to find it, it means that you and I were fated to meet." After saying those words, Berrydeal merged with Nicole's body, turning it into a white mist. This white mist then flew toward the window of the stables before making its way toward the Gremory residence. A few minutes later, the white mist opened the window of Nicole's room before moving inside of it. It then landed on the bed, putting down the sleeping beauty who would wake up right after sunset. A few hours later, Nicole woke up feeling cold, alone, and confused about how she woke up inside her room when she was supposed to be lying in the stables, which was at least 100 meters away from the Gremory residence. The countryside was very dark at night. Even the stars shining in the heavens were not enough to illuminate everything. The crescent moon that hung right above Ethan's head was like a smiling face, looking at him from the heavens. For some reason, it made him feel as if it was making fun of him as he walked to the place where his adoptive father was waiting for him. Back then, he would never dare to go out at night by himself because he feared that wild animals like wolves would attack him. Now, even if he were to be surrounded by a pack of them, he wouldn't feel the least bit anxious, knowing that he could deal with them easily. As Ethan walked the familiar trail in the forest, the wand in his hand glowed with a faint light, illuminating everything around him. A few minutes later, he finally arrived at the clearing where his adoptive father usually took him to go camping. It was one of their bonding activities, something that he always looked forward to whenever Wallace could stay for a longer period of time. But Ethan knew that the other party didn't invite him there to go camping this time. "You're here," Wallace said with a smile. "It's been more than a year since we last came to this place, and so many changes have happened to you. I didn't have the opportunity to ask earlier, but did you have fun studying at Brynhildr Academy?" "Yes," Ethan replied. "It was a very magical experience." Wallace smiled faintly after hearing Ethan's answer. "Originally, Mother and I planned to send you to St. Clair Academy so that you could live happily as an ordinarius," Wallace stated as he stood up from the log he was sitting on. "But plans can sometimes go wrong, just like what happened in your case. Instead of going to a normal school, you ended up in a magical school, and well, the rest is history." Ethan nodded his head in agreement because it was true. However, he was still unsure about the reason why his adoptive father specifically chose the forest for their private discussion. "I would be lying if I said that I wasn't worried when I discovered that you landed in Brynhildr Academy. But thanks to my connections, I was able to learn about your progress in the academy." Wallace then summoned his wand and held it firmly in his hand. "I called you here today for just one thing. Show me everything that you have learned in the academy and don't hold back. Also, activate your domain so that we don't end up destroying this place." "Father, are you sure?" Ethan inquired. "Must you really test me like this?" "Don't worry," Wallace replied. "You cannot threaten me yet." Ethan didn't know whether he should laugh or cry due to his adoptive father's words. He didn't want to hurt Wallace, so if possible, he didn't want to fight him. But after hearing what the man in front of him said, a spirit of competitiveness rose up in the young man's chest. "Understood," Ethan nodded. Don't worry, Father. I will hold back as much as possible. Ha ha ha, Wallace chuckled. What a cheeky brat you have become. Fine, how about we make a bet? If you win, you can ask me for anything. Then, what about if you win? Ethan inquired. What do you want in return? Wallace smirked. Silly boy. Of course, I will win. How can I possibly lose to you? Because of that, I will refrain from asking anything from you because it will not be fair, you know. Ha ha ha, your dad's got spunk, Ethan, Sebastian commented. Show him what you got. Ethan's other half didn't say anything and simply crossed his arms over his chest. He didn't know what kind of wizard Wallace was, so he refrained from commenting. Father, are you ready? I am. Give me your best shot. Ethan summoned his sea god's trident and held it firmly with both hands. A familiar strength washed over his body, boosting his confidence for the battle that was about to start. Grand Arya. As soon as Ethan activated his domain, Wallace found himself in a stormy sea, with giant waves about to crash over him. The handsome man smirked before flying upward, skillfully evading the wave that Ethan purposely summoned as a greeting for him. Thunder and lightning rumbled in the heavens, but Wallace seemed unfazed. He was even casually looking at his surroundings, as if he were a tourist who was seeing some kind of attraction. Aqua Anguis. Countless giant water snakes rose up from the sea and charged in the direction of the man looking down at Ethan with a faint smile on his face. When the water snakes were about to hit him, Wallace casually waved his wand, and all the water snakes exploded as if something invisible slammed into them, shattering their form. I told you not to hold back, didn't I? Wallace arched an eyebrow. I want to assess your current level of strength. Truth be told, I am not expecting much, so just throw everything you can at me, okay? Father, I might accidentally kill you if I do that, Ethan, who didn't want to go all out, replied. He didn't know how strong Wallace was, so he was hesitant to unleash the full might of his domain. The last thing he wanted to happen was to accidentally kill the man who had treated him as his son in his own way. A chuckle escaped Wallace's lips, well aware of why Ethan was being hesitant. Because of this, he decided to get a little serious so that the young man would no longer worry about accidentally killing him. Ethan, which kind of magic is stronger? Wallace asked. A chantless magic where you can just cast spells instantly or spells spoken out loud. I think it will depend on the situation, Ethan replied. Chantless magic can catch your opponent by surprise, but saying the chant out loud can strengthen the power of a spell. Wallace nodded. You're right. Both can be used depending on the situation, similar to how you empower your water snake spell by shouting its spell out loud. Words have power, and when spells are spoken, these words increase their efficiency. Ethan's adoptive father then pointed his wand in Ethan's direction. Try not to die, okay, Wallace declared as the tip of his wand glowed faintly. Taste it, Monday. A ripple effect spread across Ethan's domain, making the young man raise his guard. At that instant, the young man noticed something. The rumbling thunder, the raging waves, and the whistling wind all became silent. He could still see the lightning flashes in the sky, as well as the giant waves, but he couldn't hear anything. Just as this realization hit him, Ethan felt something slam into him, sending him crashing towards the sea. Wallace, who was still hovering above the sky, smiled faintly, because he was about to teach his adoptive son a lesson that he would only learn in his 3rd year at Brynhildr Academy. If you want to survive in the upcoming war, you should raise your resistance against these kinds of attacks, Wallace muttered as he pointed his wand toward the sky. The stormy winds all gathered around his wand, sucking up the storm clouds in the sky. Soon, a giant tornado with lightning bolts snaking around its body formed, causing the domain to tremble as Wallace imposed his will within Ethan's world, manifesting his legacy's power. Ethan momentarily blanked out after crashing into the cold, blackish water of his domain. He didn't know what hit him, but whatever it was, it made him feel as if he was hit by a speeding truck. After half a minute, he finally managed to regain his bearings and willed the water to obey his will. But as soon as he rose up from the water, something unbelievable caught his eye. A black lightning tornado was about to slam into him. It was as if Wallace had predicted exactly when and where he would rise up from the sea. Knowing that he didn't have enough time to disperse the overwhelming attack that was only dozens of meters from him, Ethan gritted his teeth and skidded backward, commanding the sea to carry him as far away as possible. When the lightning tornado descended on the place where he used to be, a powerful explosion occurred, sending giant waves imbued with lightning bolts expanding outward. Ethan raised his sea god's trident and slashed forward, cutting the wave in half and dispersing it completely. But before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he was once again hit by something invisible, making him skid repeatedly over the water like a stone thrown over a lake. After bouncing one last time, Ethan once again fell on the water, creating a small splash. The young man felt a stinging pain in his chest, and breathing had become a bit painful. "I hope I just bruised my ribs," Ethan thought as he urged his powerful regenerative abilities to start healing the affected area. "I can't afford to get hit by whatever that attack is a third time." Instead of rising to the surface, Ethan went deeper into the sea and extended his senses outward. Right now, he needed to buy time to regenerate his injury. By this point, he already figured that he couldn't afford to underestimate his adoptive father. That series of attacks was enough to give Ethan a wake-up call, telling him that the wizard he was fighting against was probably as strong as Professor Barrett. Wallace, who was hovering above the sea, chuckled because he could understand what Ethan was doing. "Did I go too far?" Wallace thought. "Well, at the very least, I made sure to control my attack so that he wouldn't get seriously injured." The stormy sky above him had long disappeared, and the sea under him had started to calm down. The waves that were dozens of meters tall had decreased to only a few meters. This was the first time that something like this had happened inside Ethan's domain, which made the young man take this matter seriously. "Do you guys have any idea about what kind of magic my father is using?" Ethan asked Sebastian and his other half, whom he was sure was watching the battle from inside his sea of consciousness. But he didn't get any answer to his question, which surprised him. Usually, Sebastian and his other half would be commentating in real time, telling him things that he needed to know about his opponent. However, the two beings who were always there to support him weren't saying anything. No. Ethan already had a vague feeling when all the sounds in his surroundings disappeared earlier. Everything had become eerily silent. Well, that wasn't entirely the case. When he made this realization, the young man heard a sound, and that was none other than the sound of silence. A high-pitched buzzing sound assaulted his senses, making his ears hurt. At first, he thought that his father was attacking him with a spell even when he was deep underwater. But he tossed this idea aside because it was impossible for an attack to reach him this deep, especially since he would easily sense anything that entered the water. Ethan endured the pain in his chest and the pain in his ears as he tried to formulate a strategy that would allow him to beat his father. In the end, only one thought came into his mind, and that was to use all the trump cards in his possession. When the pain in his chest had finally subsided, Ethan rose upward like a torpedo, finally ready to go all out against his father. When he broke the surface of the sea, he found Wallace still hovering in the air with his hands behind his back, giving him the "what took you so long" gaze. Ethan no longer hesitated and summoned Dainsleif with a thought. He also summoned Lightbringer and Ariadpair to hover around him so that he could finally launch his counterattack. "Ibar!" Ethan shouted internally as he commanded Ariadpair to attack Wallace. The spear obeyed and transformed into a blazing spear that flew toward its target. Ethan closely followed behind Dainsleif, who had transformed into a black mist. But before they could come near Ethan's adoptive father, something unexpected happened. Ariadpair was suddenly blown back as if something had hit it from under its body, making it lose its momentum. Dainsleif, on the other hand, reverted into its original form and crashed to the sea, unable to fly without being in its mist form. Ethan, on the other hand, raised his sea god's trident in front of him, expecting to be hit by another invisible attack. But instead of an attack from the front, he felt something hit him from the back, which made him once again crash into the sea. Using his willpower, Ethan decided that enough was enough and shouted, "Celestial Aria," internally to activate his celestial domain. He believed that if he were to change the battlefield, the fairies, as well as Sebastian and his other half, would come to his aid. However, nothing happened. The celestial domain didn't materialize, and Ethan once again found himself crashing into the sea, which was supposed to allow him to overwhelm his opponents. Wallace looked at the pitiful young man with a sigh before shaking his head helplessly. I guess it was still too early for him, Wallace thought before raising his hand to snap his fingers. Ethan, who was slowly sinking in the sea, heard a cracking sound reach his ears. A few seconds later, his domain shattered, and with it, his world plunged into darkness. The moment Ethan's domain shattered, their surroundings faded into the clearing in the forest. The young man was knocked out cold, so Wallace decided to lift him up using a levitation spell. But before he could do that, Ethan's shadow moved and scooped him up from the ground. Lilith appeared, looking at her master with a worried look on her face. "Don't worry, he's just suffering from a domain backlash," Wallace stated. "It's about time that he experienced something like it." The beautiful Catkin didn't say anything. She simply brought Ethan away in a Princess Carry and headed back towards the Gremory residence. When the young man was battling with his adoptive father, she could see everything from his shadow, but she chose not to interfere. Lilith understood that Wallace didn't mean any harm, so despite the temptation, she endured until the very end. Still, that didn't mean that she didn't feel heartbroken after seeing Ethan suffer so much at the hands of the man who helped raise him since he was a baby. Wallace watched as Lilith disappeared in the clearing before shaking his head helplessly. Suddenly, several Catkins appeared and surrounded Wallace with solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone calmed down. Enzo, who was also there, decided to step in before his subordinates did something reckless. The young master is safe, and this was only a sparring lesson. Sir Wallace would not seriously hurt him, you know? He is Ethan's adoptive father, after all. The Catkins of the Orpheus clans were the most loyal among the 4 protector clans. They would rather die than let any of Ethan's family get hurt, so when they saw him unconscious, none of them could control themselves from acting. "It's fine, Enzo," Wallace replied. "But if they want to spar with me, I will be more than happy to oblige. After all, I feel like I needed to vent as well." The two sides were raring to go, but since Enzo was the oldest and most collected in the group, he just sighed and ordered his people to step back. "The young master is injured right now, and there's still a possibility that there are still people targeting his life," Enzo stated. "Go and protect him, for that is our mission. Do not lose sight of our oath over something like this." Enzo's words made the Catkins realize that they had overreacted. One by one, they disappeared and headed to where Lilith was currently at to ensure that their young master would return home safely. "Looking at you guys makes me more and more curious about what kind of family Ethan came from." Wallace returned his wand to his pocket. "But there is something I don't understand. You're quite powerful. And those Catkins aren't half bad either. So, why did all of you choose to abandon Ethan instead of protecting him? Is there perhaps a faction that is more powerful than your people?" Enzo chuckled after hearing Wallace's question. The 4 protector clans were indeed powerful. Ethan's parents were also powerful in their own right, but sometimes being powerful was not enough to ensure that someone would be able to live a peaceful life. "You are powerful too, Sir Wallace," Enzo answered. "But even with your power, can you fight the entire world?" Wallace arched an eyebrow. "Of course I can't. Is there even someone who can do such a thing?" "There was," Enzo replied in a heartbeat. "But that person is soft-hearted. So he chose exile instead of making the entire world live in constant fear. Since you will be accompanying the young master, you will also discover who he is. I just hope that when that time comes, you will still continue to love and care for the young master because he is innocent. No child can choose who their parents are or their bloodline. It just so happens that Ethan was born into that kind of family. Wallace knew that Enzo wasn't just making things up, so he just nodded his head and walked back toward his home. He already decided to go to Midgard with Ethan, so he would just wait and see for himself the things that the old catkin was hiding from him. Several hours later, Ethan woke up feeling hurt all over. But he wasn't surprised about that. The thing that surprised him the most was that he was butt naked, and that nearly his entire body was covered in bandages. Only little Ethan was spared from being wrapped up, which was why it was standing tall and proud so early in the morning. Lying beside him was Lilith, who was hugging his left arm. On his right side was Chloe, who was hugging his right arm. Since he didn't feel like getting up, he remained on the bed and closed his eyes. His regeneration ability was working perfectly, so most of his injuries were healed. The pain he was currently feeling was due to the backlash of his domain being broken, something that he had experienced for the first time ever since he started using magic. Ethan dove deep inside his sea of consciousness and found Sebastian and his other half playing a game of chess. "Can you tell me what happened last night?" Ethan inquired. "Gladly," Sebastian answered in a heartbeat. "Once Lilith carried you home like a princess, she stumbled upon Chloe, who had woken up to drink some water. Seeing that you were injured, she asked Lilith what happened and accompanied her to your room. After that, she stripped you of your clothes and started applying healing ointment to the bruised parts of your body. Lilith was the one who wrapped you up, but it seems that she got carried away and bandaged every part that was bruised, which is nearly your entire body. The only part of you that didn't get injured is little Ethan, so he was left alone." Ethan wasn't asking about that part, but after hearing the explanation, he still felt happy, knowing that the two ladies cared for him very much. As if knowing what he really wanted to know, Ethan's other half sighed and moved the queen chess piece to checkmate Sebastian, making the latter groan in defeat. "I'm glad that your first time fighting against a domain breaker was against your father," Ethan's other half said. "If it had been someone else, you might be dead right now." "Domain breaker," Ethan blinked. "What's that?" "As the name implies, it is someone who specializes in breaking domains," Ethan's other half explained. "But that is just the tip of the iceberg. Your father also specializes in mental and soul magic. I've never seen a domain breaker who can also wield those two magic together. This combination is truly deadly, and whenever he fights against those who are weaker than him, his opponents would be mentally crippled if he so wished. You are physically strong, but when it comes to these kinds of opponents, only someone of Professor Barrett's level can contend with them." Ethan's expression turned serious after realizing what kind of powers his father possessed. "Then, is there a way for me to beat him?" Ethan inquired. "As you are now, you can't beat him," Ethan's other half said firmly. "But that's fine, since he will teach you how to at least resist attacks of that nature." Ethan's other half wasn't being entirely truthful, because there was another way to resist such strong mental attacks. However, for that to happen, Ethan would need to unlock his second origin magic, which specialized in mental attacks, trickery, illusions, and temptations, which belonged to his grandfather's bloodline. While Ethan was chatting with Sebastian and his other half about the battle that took place several hours ago, George had arrived in Sabrina's hometown. He visited his family for a bit to tell them that he now had a girlfriend, but all of them just laughed and said, "Nice joke." No matter how hard he tried to explain that he was telling the truth, his family thought that this was just one of the pranks he usually pulled whenever he returned home at the end of the school year. His parents even told him that if he really had a girlfriend, he should bring her home so that all of them could meet her. Accepting their challenge, George left home and went to visit his girlfriend as promised. His family bid him goodbye, thinking that he was just throwing a tantrum. Of course, he didn't come unannounced. He made sure to send Sabrina a letter telling her that he would now keep his promise to her to meet her parents. Sabrina even replied back to him and said that her family was waiting for him to come and see them. Good looks check, dashing smile check, George said as he looked at his handheld mirror. Gifts check, okay, I got everything with me. George might be the type to goof around most of the time, but he was still a very serious and reliable person. No one just knew about him because of his image. But now, despite the confident look on his face, he was in fact very nervous. Extremely nervous. This was his first time doing something like this, and he felt butterflies wreaking havoc in his stomach. Even so, he endured and hailed a carriage that would take him to his destination. Nice to meet you, sir, George said. My name is George Marshall. I'm also your daughter's awesome boyfriend. The teenage boy looked at the mirror in front of him as he practiced his greeting. It's a bit stiff, George rubbed his chin. Should I make it less informal? Nice to meet you, sir. My name is George, and I came here to sweep your daughter off of her feet. Please give me your blessing. Sir, George is the name, and making buns is my game. How many grandkids do you wish to have? Do you like soccer? What a coincidence, I like it too. Good morning, Dad. Sabrina calls me Daddy as well. The coachman couldn't help but shake his head helplessly because he felt like he had taken in a weirdo. I just hope he has money, the coachman thought as he urged his horses to trot faster so that they would arrive at their destination quickly. After nearly half an hour in the carriage, they finally arrived at a modest-sized home located on the outskirts of the town of Greendale. George paid the fee before taking a few steps forward to admire the home of his girlfriend. It's okay, George, he thought as he took several deep breaths. You got this, champ. Just head there and make a first good impression. After practicing so much inside the carriage, George steeled himself and finally walked toward the door of the house. Puffing up his chest, he knocked on it. His heart was beating wildly inside his chest as he waited for someone to open the door. When he heard someone say, "Coming," the teenage boy felt his stomach do consecutive somersaults, almost making him stagger. Out of habit, he took out his axe because holding it makes him calm down. When the door opened, Sabrina looked at George with wide eyes. The teenage boy was holding an axe in his hand and a smile on his face, which was something that an ordinary person opening a door would normally be horrified to see. But Sabrina wasn't a normal person, so when she saw her boyfriend, the first thing she did was stand on tiptoe to kiss his right cheek, making all the nervousness George was feeling disappear completely. Returning his axe on his storage ring, George hugged his girlfriend and kissed her forehead before whispering, "I love you," in her ears. The two retained their hugging posture for nearly 2 minutes before they heard someone clearing his throat from inside the house. "Dad, this is my boyfriend, George," Sabrina said after reluctantly taking a step back from her boyfriend. "George, this is my dad, Edward Rhodes." Edward narrowed his gaze at George, who was looking back at him with a determined expression on his face. "Good morning, sir. My name is George Marshall," George stated. "I came here to bake buns with Sabrina. How many would you like to have, sir?" Sabrina blinked once then twice before tilting her head to the side. "You know how to bake?" Sabrina asked. "No," George replied. "This is going to be my first time." "I also don't know how to bake," Sabrina stated, "but I would like to make some buns with you." George did a fist pump because he felt that he had already managed to get to fourth base without even doing anything. Edward, on the other hand, took a step forward before placing his hand on George's shoulder. The teenage boy could feel how strong the man's grip was, making him understand that if the two of them engaged in a fistfight, his chances of winning were slim. "Honey, Sabrina isn't lying," Edward turned around to call his wife. "Her boyfriend, George, isn't one of her imaginary friends." "Really?" Sabrina's mother, Diana Rhodes, appeared and started to pat George's body as if making sure that he was real. "See, I told you I'm not making things up," Sabrina commented to the side with a smug smile plastered on her face. "Where are my manners?" Diana said after she confirmed that George was real. "Please come in. We've been expecting you." Sabrina's mother didn't even wait for the boy to say anything and dragged him inside the house so that he could meet the rest of their family. "No way, he is real. Oh my God, is this a prank? How much did my sister pay you?" Sabrina's sister and two brothers surrounded George and asked him questions that made him wonder if they were his family members wearing disguises. They were saying the same stuff his family told him when he declared that he had a girlfriend. "Please sit here, George," Diana smiled as she forcefully made George sit at the dining table. "Also, please sign this document. Honey, can you get the quill and the ink?" "I already have it, darling," Edward replied as he placed the quill and ink beside George. The teenage boy stared at the document that was laid in front of him and blinked when he saw the words "marriage certificate" on the document in front of him. "Sir, what's the meaning of this?" George asked. "Oh, it's just a survey form," Edward laughed nervously. "It's not like we're making you sign it because our daughter Sabrina was rejected 200 times when we tried our hands at matchmaking." "My daughter is a very beautiful and charming girl," Diana commented. "Her would-be partners were enamored by her, but the moment she opened her mouth to speak, all of them backed off the agreement. Because of this, we decided to make anyone who was tricked or charmed by her sign this survey form to tell us what he liked about her." "What?" George's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sabrina was rejected 200 times. Are those people blind? Are they stupid? Did they perhaps have mental issues? How can they reject such a sweet and wonderful girl like her?" Sabrina's family looked at George as if he was an endangered species of animal that they were only seeing for the first time due to how rare they were. Sabrina, on the other hand, lowered her head to look at her feet. However, a tint of red was spreading on her face, making her look extremely adorable. "George, I'm sorry." Diana tried to take the marriage document from the table because she felt that what she was doing was an underhanded thing. After hearing George's heartfelt words, she realized that he was right. Those who rejected her daughter because of her uniqueness didn't deserve her. Edward was on the same page as his wife and looked at the young man in front of him with respect and admiration. "Mom, I don't mind signing that marriage certificate, but I won't do it yet," George said as he stood up to hug Sabrina and pat her head. "I'm not running away. I will not let others take Sabrina from me, but I want to do this right. Will all of you please bless the two of us? I am very serious about her, and I promise that I will cherish her for the rest of my life." Sabrina's brothers and sister became teary-eyed and gave George a thumbs up in their hearts. They didn't know what kind of weed their sister had fed the young man, but whatever it was, it convinced them that it was something that they shouldn't feed to other people, even their enemies. "George, feel free to stay here for as long as you like," Edward said as he looked at the young man who was hugging his daughter. "You're part of our family now." Edward and Diana gave each other a knowing smile. A single glance was enough for them to tell that George was a good person. Their daughter had been alienated by many due to her eccentric behavior. But after seeing this wonderful scene in front of them, they realized that the age-old saying, "love is blind," was real and not just something people said in a casual manner. Sabrina, who had been hugged by George, wrapped her arms around him and rested her head on his chest. For some reason, her chest felt warm and she felt fluffy inside. And she wished that this feeling that she was feeling at the moment would remain with her until the end of time. "Do you really feel better now?" Chloe asked Ethan, who invited her to a stroll right after they finished eating breakfast. "I'm not that fragile, you know," Ethan replied with a smile. "My injuries are mostly healed already, thanks to you and Lilith tending to them. But it would be much better if you just rested, you know." I'll rest later, but the two of us need to talk first before I leave for Midgard." Ethan and Chloe held hands as they walked. After they had gone a good distance away from his home, Ethan planted his right hand on the bark of a tree and activated his portable secret treehouse. The catkins were always guarding him from the shadows, but he wanted to talk with Chloe in private, so he needed to go to a place they couldn't reach. Following them from a good distance away was Lilith, whom Ethan asked to stand guard and make sure that his talk with Chloe wouldn't be disturbed. She quickly figured that his master didn't want anyone to disturb them, so she left his shadow and quietly trailed behind them. Once the link was established, the two teenagers entered the tree as if they were walking right through it. Seeing the familiar scene, Chloe sighed in reminiscence. It had been a while since she last came to this place. "The next time we see each other will be in Brynhildr Academy," Ethan said as he and Chloe sat down on the couch. "When the time comes, I want to settle this distance between us once and for all because I don't like it." The young lady gazed at the young man, who was looking at her with a serious expression. "You want to hear the true reason why I distanced myself from you?" Chloe asked. Ethan nodded. "Yes, please be honest with me." Chloe didn't reply right away as she lowered her head to look at her hand, which was resting on the palm of Ethan's hand. Minutes passed in silence. However, Ethan didn't say anything else and gave Chloe some time to organize her thoughts. "The reason is actually very silly," Chloe said, as a blush appeared on her face. "It's so silly that even thinking of saying it to you makes me feel embarrassed." "It's fine," Ethan replied. "There's only two of us here." "Technically, you're right," Sebastian commented, "but only technically." "SHHHH, don't ruin the atmosphere," Ethan's other half glanced at his partner in crime. "As long as the two of us keep quiet, Ethan will forget that we are here." Ethan, who heard the comments from the peanut gallery, did his best to prevent his lips from twitching. Right now, he was waiting for Chloe to tell him the real reason why she kept her distance from him. He wanted to know how this distance could be crossed so that he could go to Midgard without worries. "The truth is, I chose to distance myself from you because," Chloe said as the redness on her face became a shade redder. "It's because I want to remain chaste, at least for now." Sebastian couldn't help but scratch his head, caught off guard by Chloe's reply. "What do you mean remain chaste?" Ethan blinked in confusion. "You mean you don't want me to embrace you? If that's it, then you could have told me from the beginning." "It's not like I do it without thinking about what you girls feel, you know. I won't force you to do it, and my feelings will not change because of that." Chloe sighed before shaking her head. "It's not about you, Ethan. It's about me." The young lady stood up and walked a few steps away from Ethan. A moment later, she spun around, and several orange flower petals engulfed her body. When the flower petals dispersed, a beautiful fox lady, wearing an ornamental shrine priestess dress, emerged in front of him, making Ethan's mouth hang open in awe. 3 fluffy tails fluttered behind her, making Ethan's heart suddenly start beating wildly inside his chest. "Right now, I am still in control of my senses," Chloe explained. "But the more time I spend with you, the feeling of wanting to be embraced by you grows. In beastkin terms, when the object of my desire is in front of me, I will get the strong urge to do this and that with him." Ethan thought that Chloe's face couldn't turn redder than it currently was, but he was proven wrong because she was now beet red. The young man wanted to approach her, but he immediately restrained himself. He had a feeling that if he did that, Chloe would run away in a heartbeat. "Ethan, do you know why Lyell feels a strong attraction to you, to the point of it becoming almost an obsession?" Chloe asked. "No," Ethan answered. Chloe nodded. "While it's true that beastkins prefer to have strong partners, this is not an absolute rule they follow. Even if Lyell met someone very strong, there's a chance that she would not feel any attraction to them. Right now, Lyell doesn't know the real reason why she is feeling obsessed with you. But I know the reason. It's because of your bloodline. To put it in simpler terms, ordinary people have regular bloodlines. If Lyell were to look at these people, she would see them as a bowl of porridge. But when she looks at you, what she sees isn't a bowl of porridge. She sees something like a golden bowl filled to the brim with ambrosia, the food of the gods. This is why she is subconsciously attracted to you, and it's a very lethal attraction for someone strong like her." Chloe smiled as she walked toward Ethan. Her movements were very graceful and, in a certain sense, very sensual, making Ethan subconsciously swallow his saliva. The beautiful fox lady then placed her index finger under Ethan's chin and slowly raised his head. "Just like her, you look like ambrosia to me," Chloe stated. "So, be very careful when you are around beastkins. Although not all of us will be affected by your bloodline, those who have reached a certain stage will easily sense it oozing out of your body. Also, just in case you are misunderstanding something at this moment, I am not a beastkin. Ooh, it's really complicated." Chloe was thinking of how to explain things to Ethan, but before she knew it, Ethan reached out to hold her waist and made her sit on his lap while petting her fluffy fox ears, which almost made Chloe let a soft squeal pass through her sensual lips. "Hey, no touching." Chloe immediately used her hands to cover her ears, preventing Ethan from touching them. "See, you are unable to control yourself when I'm in this form. Don't you have strong willpower? Why don't you try resisting it?" "I do have strong willpower," Ethan said before reaching out to touch one of Chloe's fluffy tails. The young lady melted in his arms, having been touched on her weak spot. "But your ears and tails look so soft that I can't resist touching them." Chloe, who had lost her strength after the young man playfully played with her fox tails, decided to take emergency measures or things would get out of hand. She immediately undid her transformation and returned to her normal self, causing Ethan to have a disappointed look on his face. "Let's talk properly first," Chloe said as she patted her chest, but she didn't make any move to leave Ethan's lap. Whether her legs were unable to support herself or not, she wasn't ready to find out yet. She first needed to explain what had happened to her so that Ethan would better understand her current situation. "You said that you are not a beastkin, right?" Ethan inquired. Chloe nodded. "I'm not a beastkin." "Then how come you can transform into a fox lady?" "I was about to tell you that, so please, stop stroking my head." Ethan couldn't help but smile, because he had missed being this close with Chloe. Wanting to know what had happened to her, he decided to be obedient and behaved, simply wrapping his arms around her body and pulling her closer to him. Chloe, who didn't have the strength to fight back, rested her head on Ethan's shoulder and sighed. "Do you remember that event during our study of magical creatures class when we needed to hunt the unicorn?" Chloe inquired. "Yes, I remember it," Ethan replied. "It all started that day," Chloe stated. "The unicorn talked to me after the event was over and told me about my true origin. According to it, I have the bloodline of a race who had fled to the Shire continent in order to escape the pursuit of the Fomorians. They go by the name of Firbolg. However, they're mostly referred to as druids by wizards and witches." Ethan remained silent and allowed Chloe to tell him everything she had been keeping to herself for a long time. "At first, I didn't believe it, but Coco appeared as well back then and asked me to follow him somewhere in the Great Eagle Forest near Broodmother's Nest. I declined their invitation because I thought that they made a mistake. But the unicorn told me that if I was still in doubt, I should ask my father's side of my family if they knew anything about the Firbolgs." The young lady continued her explanation and told Ethan that she had written a letter to her father, asking what a Firbolg was. Father replied and asked me how I knew that I had the bloodline of Firbolgs. To be honest, I was shocked because I thought that the unicorn and Coco were just playing a prank on me, Chloe said. But after exchanging a few more letters with my father, I decided to take a leap of faith and find out more about my origin. The young lady then took out a long, oblong-shaped stone that was as big as her hand and showed it to Ethan. "Can I touch it?" Ethan inquired. "Yes," Chloe replied. The young man then took the stone in his hand and used his thumb to feel its surface. The stone was rough, just like a sandstone. From what Ethan could tell, it looked and felt like an ordinary rock. But since Chloe placed some kind of importance on it, he decided that he shouldn't judge it by the way it looked. After a minute, he returned the stone to Chloe and asked her what it was. "What you see right now is not this stone's true form," Chloe explained. "But for safety reasons, it's currently sealed to prevent its power from leaking." Does this stone have a name? Ethan looked at the stone in the young lady's hands with genuine curiosity. Yes, Chloe answered. It's called Leofael, which translates to the Stone of Destiny. Isn't that what those Fomorians were looking for when they decided to come here to the Shire continent? Sebastian, who voiced out his thoughts, looked at this partner in crime, who was looking at the stone in Chloe's hands as if it were a priceless artifact. I can't believe it, Ethan's other half commented. To think that the artifact that the Fomorians sought is in Chloe's hands. I didn't see this coming. Ethan was just as surprised as his other half when his cousin casually said the name of the stone that she had just shown him. A few months ago, a grand conference was held in order to tackle the threat of a possible Fomorian invasion. One of the agenda items that everyone had agreed upon during that time was to find ways to find the Stone of Destiny before the Fomorians did. Once they secured the stone, they would hide it in a safe place, only known to a select few who would and could protect it. Chloe, you are in grave danger, Ethan said in a serious tone. Do you know why the conference was held in Brynhildr Academy a few months ago? Yes, Chloe nodded. It's because of the threat of the Fomorians, right? Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett informed me about it. They also told me to keep the stone safe and not tell anyone about it. But they added that I could make an exception and tell you because you and the Fomorians have already faced off once. The young man blinked once, then twice before pinching the bridge of his nose. During the conference, Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett both said that they were not aware of the stone's existence or its whereabouts. But now, after hearing Chloe's confession, he realized that the headmaster of the academy, as well as the former magistratus, lied and kept everyone in the dark. The less people who know, the better, Chloe said as if reading Ethan's thoughts. Not everyone can be trusted, including the rulers of the Shire territories. There is a possibility that they will surrender the Stone of Destiny to the Fomorians if they feel like protecting it wasn't worth it. They probably don't know that once this stone falls into the hands of the Fomorians, their one true king will emerge. If that were to happen, a war, whose scale would rival the Great War between the Fomorians and the Tuatha De Danann hundreds of years ago, will once again come to pass. So, keep this as a secret, Ethan. As long as no one knows that I am in possession of this stone, this will just remain an ordinary stone, no different from the other stones on the ground. Chloe then placed the Leofael on her chest, making it merge with her body. This stone will announce the arrival of the one true king, and as a Furbolg, I have the power to keep it safe inside of my body, Chloe explained. Since the stone has already recognized me as its guardian, I must remain pure until the day that this stone will sing and proclaim the arrival of that chosen king. Ethan, who had just been given this information, didn't know what to think or do. Chloe assured him that there was no need for him to worry, because no one would know that she was in possession of the stone. She had kept this a secret even from her best friend, Luna, whom she trusted very much. The fewer people who knew about it, the more safe the stone, as well as Chloe, would be. Are you really sure that you'll be safe? Ethan inquired. Yes, Chloe replied. As a safety precaution, Professor Reinhardt gave me an artifact that would allow me to instantly teleport to Brynhildr Academy, so I can be protected by the headmaster. A sigh escaped from Ethan's lips before he pressed his forehead against Chloe's forehead. Understood, Ethan said softly. I will keep this a secret, but promise me one thing. You will be careful and you will make sure to not share this information with anyone. I won't, Chloe replied. I only told you because I know that you'll protect me no matter what. Of course, I will. Ethan held the young lady in his arms firmly. I'll protect you. I know, Chloe replied before closing her eyes. I know you will. Ethan and Chloe walked back to the residence while holding each other's hands. The young lady's face was still tinged with red because, after their heart-to-heart talk, they shared sweet and intimate kisses with each other. It had been a while since the two of them last kissed each other, so they let themselves go and only stopped after they were satisfied. Probably a little too much. Fortunately, they still knew about doing things in moderation. Both of them held back and did their best to not get carried away. With his heart feeling lighter after their misunderstanding had been solved, Ethan was in high spirits. But soon, he saw his father chopping some firewood at the side of their house, a cue for them to part. He reluctantly bid goodbye to Chloe, wanting to talk to his father about the battle they had last night. "Are you sure you want to leave it at that?" Wallace asked in a teasing tone. "I heard from Mother that you and Chloe were having some relationship problems in the past." "We did," Ethan answered as he picked up the chopped logs from the ground and piled them up together. "But after a heart-to-heart talk with each other, I finally know the problem. Although we can't always be together, at least the distance between us is no longer there." Wallace smirked before raising a finger. "Chloe Gremory, Lily Langley, Luna Oswald, Lillian Raylight, Emma Harper, and your catkin, who goes by the name Lilith. I got to say I didn't expect that my son would be this good when it came to wooing ladies." With every name he mentioned, Wallace raised a finger, making Ethan scratch his head. He never planned to have so many lovers, but one thing led to another, and before he knew it, he was surrounded by beautiful ladies who loved him very much. "Maybe I should learn a thing or two from you. After all these years, I'm still single," Wallace chuckled. "By the way, is Nicole Estow one of your lovers too?" "No," Ethan replied. "She's my best friend." Wallace nodded. "Having a best friend is good. So, what do you want to talk about? I'm sure you didn't leave Chloe just so you could help me chop some firewood, right?" "I want to know how you did what you did to me," Ethan answered. "That's the first time I felt so helpless. Even sparring against Professor Barrett didn't make me feel that way." Wallace chuckled before returning the axe in his hand to its rightful place in the shed. "The only reason why you haven't felt that way when sparring with Professor Barrett is because he isn't fighting you seriously," Wallace stated. "If only you'd seen him while he was still on active duty, you'd probably piss your pants. He wasn't hailed as the strongest magistratus for nothing, you know. But let us discuss what happened last night in more detail. What you experienced is an ability that allows you to overwhelm the domain of your opponent. In high-level battles, usually, it is domain versus domain. The one with the stronger domain will always win, at least most of the time. So, if there comes a time when your strongest domain, which is your celestial domain, fails to materialize due to your opponent having a stronger domain, what would you do?" "I don't know," Ethan replied. This was his honest answer. He never thought that someone would be able to overpower his domain, because he felt invincible whenever he was inside of it. Only after facing his adoptive father did he realize that fighting inside a domain you have summoned didn't guarantee victory. His father made him painfully aware that there were wizards out there who specialized in breaking the domains of others, which resulted in a backlash to the domain's owner. When your opponent's domain is stronger than yours, 99% of the time, you will end up dead, Wallace explained. This is why experts on our level don't focus on creating a domain. We specialize in breaking them. When you trained with Professor Barrett, did he ever use his domain against you? Ethan shook his head. I've seen him use his resonance and origin magic, but he never used his domain against me. Wallace nodded. That's because he will only use it when he has to fight seriously. Also, that old man is strong enough. He doesn't need to summon a domain to beat someone like you. Then, can you teach me how to break domains? Ethan inquired. Of course, Wallace smirked, because you will need it. Wallace understood that Professor Reinhardt and Professor Barrett only wanted what was best for Ethan. But their training methods didn't push the young man to the limits because they were afraid that it would break him. Contrary to them, Wallace's approach was to target Ethan's weaknesses and train him on how to overcome those weaknesses. I will train you, but not now. Wallace glanced at the sun in the sky before picking up the pile of firewood that Ethan had arranged properly. Spend your time with Mother, Father, and your lovers until it is time to depart to Midgard. I will teach you everything you need to know on our way. It will be a long journey toward our destination, Enzo told me that the travel time alone will take at least 2 to 3 weeks using a flying ship, depending on the weather. That will be more than enough time for me to teach you the basics. Actually, when we fought, I noticed that you have a very strong mental barrier that prevented me from directly attacking your consciousness. If it weren't for that, I would have knocked you unconscious in less than half a minute. But it's a good thing. At least, I won't have to worry about someone poking into your head and stealing your memories. Ethan shuddered at the thought of having his memories stolen from him. If that were to happen to him, he wouldn't know what to do. Fortunately, Mimir's wisdom prevented any invasive mental attacks from having an effect on Ethan's body and consciousness. "Enjoy your vacation, Ethan," Wallace repeated as he walked toward the house while carrying the firewood. "It will be over before you know it." Just like what Wallace said, Ethan's vacation passed by swiftly. 2 days before his departure to Midgard, he was dragged to the secret treehouse by Luna, Lily, and Lillian. There, they tumbled on the bed with him for one last time before he went to discover his true identity. Agnes and Benjamin were very worried because Ethan and the girls didn't return to have lunch or dinner with them. Chloe and Emma, on the other hand, assured Ethan's grandparents that they were safe and sound. Nicole didn't say anything, but she had an amused look on her face because she had an idea of what was happening. Of course, Agnes gradually figured out what was happening and even asked Chloe why she wasn't joining them. Chloe's face immediately flushed, prompting Agnes to continue teasing her. Emma was also tempted to join them, but she decided to hold herself back. She knew that she would have her master to herself for a very long time, so she took a step back and allowed the other girls to have a memorable day with him before they parted ways with each other. Lilith, who was also thinking the same thing, slept in the living room of the secret tree house in her cat form. The girls were kind enough to use silencing and soundproofing spells to make sure that she wasn't bothered while she slept. Soon, the day to depart had finally come. Luna would return to the Oswald barony, and Lillian would return to her own home as well. Chloe said that she would spend a month with her family before returning to Brynhildr Academy to handle a few things. Lily and Nicole would travel together to Southshire because Ethan's best friend wanted to fight strong opponents, and the territory of the Beastkins was a great place to train. Ethan escorted all of them to the train station and waited until their trains left before he, his father, Enzo, and the rest of the Catkins prepared to board the train that would take them to Eastshire. "Ethan, make sure to eat on time and sleep on time, okay?" Agnes said while hugging her grandson. "Don't worry about us. We will be safe here. Even after you discover your true identity, know that we'll always be your family," Benjamin said as he patted his grandson's shoulder. "Nothing will change that." Ethan nodded because what his grandfather said was true. No matter what his background was, he would always recognize Agnes, Benjamin, and Wallace as his family. Nothing would change that. After a tearful farewell, Ethan boarded the train. Wallace, Emma, and Enzo were in the same compartment as him, and they sat beside each other. "I left 4 of my people to look after your grandparents," Enzo stated. "They will make sure that they will be safe." "Thank you, Enzo," Ethan replied. "By the way, are we going to use a flying ship to reach Midgard?" "We will," Wallace answered. "We will be using one of my spare flying ships. The one I use for work is very recognizable." Ethan's adoptive father and Enzo had already discussed the path they'd be taking for their journey to Midgard. Wallace's flying ship had an autopilot feature, so there was no need for people to man its operations. He only needed to set a course, and the flying ship would follow that track even if everyone slept the entire journey. After a few hours of travel, they arrived at a port city called Malacca and headed to its outskirts. One of Wallace's flying ships was docked on a private land owned by his company. The ship was bigger than Ethan expected, and it was more than enough to accommodate them all. It was over 200 meters long, with a width of around 30 meters. Wallace waved his wand, deactivating the security measures he had set in place to prevent anyone, especially thieves, from taking off with his ship. "Everyone, please board the ship," Wallace said, after making sure that all the safety features were deactivated. "We will be leaving shortly." Ethan nodded and was the first one to step on the deck of the ship, followed by Enzo and the rest of the Catkins. They had already prepared enough food supplies and drinking water for their journey, so that they wouldn't need to make any stopovers unless something unexpected happened. "Does this ship have a name, Father?" Ethan inquired as soon as Wallace stepped on the deck. "Yes," Wallace replied. "This ship is called Fionn, and it's the ship I always use whenever I choose to travel alone. All of you can take whatever room you like, but the one with the white door is the captain's cabin, so that's mine." The ship was made by magic, so once Ethan, Emma, Enzo, and the Catkins arrived below deck, they found it quite spacious. Each room was at least 30 square meters, so there was more than enough space to live comfortably inside of it. Emma didn't bother to choose a room for herself, since she planned to stay in the same room as Ethan. Naturally, Lilith also didn't choose a room because she would always be by Ethan's side. Enzo chose the room right next to Ethan, while the other Catkins chose strategic rooms that would allow them to react in time just in case there was an emergency. Since everyone was a bit tired from making last-minute preparations for their journey, all of them decided to rest in their respective rooms and meet up at dinner time to eat together. As soon as the door of Ethan's room was closed and properly locked, a black cat jumped out of Ethan's shadow and transformed into her catkin form. Emma arched an eyebrow, not expecting Lilith to use her human form at this point in time. Lilith ignored Emma and asked Ethan if he wanted to have a whole-body massage. The young man said in passing that he might have strained his hips after his day-long intimacy with Luna, Lily, and Lillian. Thinking that his master would be happy to have a massage, Lilith didn't hesitate to ask if Ethan wanted one. Right now, she had a master and protector relationship with Ethan, but the young man wasn't rejecting her advances, which gave her hope. This was why she decided to be a bit bold. His response would let her know if Ethan was willing to have this kind of intimacy with her, or if he wasn't comfortable with it. "A massage sounds good right now," Ethan said, because he really felt like he needed one. "Understood," Lilith replied, and used her expertise to massage Ethan while making sure to hit the right pressure points to help him feel very relaxed. Before he knew it, Ethan had already fallen asleep due to how good the Catkin was with her massage technique. Lilith didn't take advantage of Ethan's defenseless state and did her job properly. When she was done with her massage, she covered Ethan with a blanket and left him to sleep comfortably. Emma watched everything from start to finish. A faint smile hung on her face, impressed by Lilith's self-control. "You really like Master, don't you?" Emma inquired. "Yes," Lilith replied, "but I'll be honest, I'm a little worried." "Worried? Why?" "I'm worried about how he will react after he discovers his true identity." Emma nodded in understanding, because Ethan's secret was something that would make anyone in the wizarding world turn pale after hearing about it. "Don't worry," Emma stated. "It's going to be fine. Ethan will be able to take it." Lilith sighed before looking at her master, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. "I hope you're right, Emma," Lilith said as she sat on the bed and held her master's hand. "I hope you're right."